der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Because hang on, we thought this is an NLS round, but as we said earlier, Bruce, sorry, I was going to start, isn't it? NLS 1, NLS 2, we don't mind. It's real cars on the track, and as you say, probably the most daunting, the best track in the world. 4 hours of racing. I can't wait.
Indeed, we both felt, and all the teams and drivers and all the fans must have felt very frustrated last time, because we just wanted to get the season going, and to describe varying degrees of snow over 45 minutes before we had to give up the whole thing. But the good news now, the cars are going out on the track. There's shadow in the pit lane. The cars are in the sunshine. The shadow's being cast by the pit wall. It's a fantastic day. 147 crews coming out to play, which is accolade to everyone involved in this series. But also, this is a hugely busy sports car and GT racing weekend. There's the European Le Mans Series taking part at Barcelona. We've got the GT World Challenge with 40-plus cars down at Monza, and 147 teams coming to play here. And a great mixture of cars. And one of the drivers most excited to be here, he said he's been away for too long. Nick Tandi. He loves this circuit, and obviously he loves his Porsches as well. So it's looking, with Porsches filling 4 of the top 6 places on the grid, including top spot for Dennis Olsen. It's looking very good for the cars at the moment.
It certainly is, and you mentioned down at Monza there, we've got Valkenhorst Motorsport running cars at the Nordschleife and at Monza. So basically logistics and whatever going on there. Christian Krone's unable to, due to restrictions at the moment. David Pittard racing in Monza, but that puts Ben Tuck in an M2 CS rather than an M6. But I'm not sure how you'll view that, whether it's an upgrade, a downgrade, whatever. I think, to be honest, it's a drive on the Nordschleife.
Tick, 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 correct.
Yeah,
and also, as a young BMW driver, you go where you're put.
Precisely, you're a team driver.
You know, Ben's a young talent, and it's just hugely exciting days for these drivers, because I think a lot of drivers now, young drivers, look almost directly to GT racing as a career opportunity. 10 years ago, not the case at all. And you look at the number of top pros in this, and just the fact we've got 20 cars in the top class here. We've got 44, 43 down at Monza. You've got the GT cars at Barcelona for the opening round, and in the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well. It's just a panoply. The number of cars racing at this very top level of GT racing, well, in the GT3 category, so just one little step down from the GTE Pro cars we'll see at Le Mans. It is phenomenal. It's grown and grown. The cars are great to look at. And I always think any point in racing history where you've got a lot of manufacturers competing in the class, manufacturers, not just teams, then I think something is being done right. And I think in the GT3 world, it's a rich place at the moment. It's really fabulous.
We are indeed talking about the rich tapestry of cars there. Just seeing on screen for those that are listening, the Opel Manta is out on track. More of that later, but it is good to see it out. There was a rumour pre-season that it wasn't going to appear again this year, and I'm hoping it was almost under sort of fan pressure that it did. It's a stalwart. It has to be there. It doesn't really matter what it does or doesn't do or where it finishes. That's irrelevant. It's out there. It's part of the furniture, isn't it? It's good to see it out there.
Well, from my point of view, Peter, the first time I started going to watch the Nürburgring 24 hours on
they
the
weren't making Opel
Nordschleife,
Mantas then.
They hadn't even invented Opel. No, the Mantas were thick, not at the front end of the action, but they were in the action, and it just ties me back. And also the circuit, the Nordschleife, once you've got away from the Grand Prix loop at the start, has changed so little in that time. It looks right still. It still looks right. It didn't have a foxtail hanging off the aerial back in the day, but it does now. And it is sort of one of the cars that the fans, when they get into the circuit, come to look for.
Yeah. So just going back to Ben Tuck there, as you're saying, a young BMW driver with the right approach, which I'm sure he's taking. He's there. It's a team drive. That's what he's driving. He's driving a team car. The fact it's an M2, not an M6, is irrelevant. And if anything, it's to his advantage because there's a little bit less pressure in terms of the performance level of the car, whatever. The C2, the M2 classes are very, very competitive. So he's going to have some good battles there. But but it's a great data acquisition, isn't it, for him? At a slightly lesser pressure, he might learn something different about the circuit from the seat of that M2 that he can then take into the M6, which would be very, very useful. What is interesting, I've noticed that we mentioned pre-show as well, Nicky Thiem, not in a car of a different brand. Other brands are available. He's driving an Audi for Phoenix.
And he's driving it very well. Second fastest, fastest in qualifying. Just probably completed his lap super fast so he could get back to the pits and eulogise about it. But, you know, he's a driver who's got Aston Martin cut through him.
I wasn't going to say, I thought I'd be being too brand orientated.
Not at all, but he thanks the team very much, Aston Martin very much, for letting him go out to play. And you know what? Goes around comes around in the world, particularly in motor racing. And would you deny your driver a chance to get more experience on a circuit that is still super technical that you could then benefit from later?
Exactly. What's the loss to Aston Martin letting him drive certainly a Phoenix run? So you did say there, an interesting statement, that Nicky Thiem driving it very well. That's like saying the sun comes up in the morning. We know that's going to be the case, don't we? Let's face it. He's just one of those people, isn't he? He can do extraordinary things in the cars. We've seen that in those GT, the Vantage Astons. Some performances you just sat there and thought, you almost scratch your head and think, I'm not quite sure how he's done that. He clearly has, but how has he done it?
You know, the greatest thing for me about Nicky Thiem, second generation racer. He'd have grown up around these tracks when his father Kurt was racing in the DTM, and the sun always seems to shine when Nicky's around. He's just such an enthusiastic character. Sometimes you get enthusiastic characters, they're just not very good behind the wheel. He has the two of them, and you know, he just produces his own electricity wherever he is, which is remarkable. Maybe we could have a Formula Nicky.
I think any team manager worth a salt would rather have the ability behind the wheel first. The character, that's great, that's an advantage, but just get the job done, because that's at the end of the day, that's what they are. They're employees. I mean, I've actually talked to Tom Ferrier about Nicky Thiem before, and it's very interesting. And he said, as you say, he is an extraordinary character, and he does bring life, entertainment, and not a small amount of mischievousness apparently to any occasion.
Yes, you feel you couldn't. You'd have to make sure your stuff's locked in the locker if Nicky's around. Not because he's going to take it; he's going to do something funny with it. So,
well, that's exactly what Tom said. He said it's nothing malevolent, it's nothing bad. But he said when he's around, he said you never know what's going to happen next or what he's going to do, and it is all just but mischief, good humoured mischief, which is great to see. As you say, that combined with the talent already, it's kind of like perfect driver, isn't it?
I think so too. I didn't ask him once how he managed to get his hair to stand up so much. Someone was shouting in my ear, a director, just ask him how his hair could look like that when he's taken a helmet off. And if you've never seen Nicky Thiem, it's as though he's been playing with the Van de Graaff generator and his bleach blonde hair just stands up to an enormous height. He's already a tall fellow to start with, so he's very imposing. But
Tom Ferrier says it's just lots of product.
Lots of product. There we have it.
We'll leave it at that.
So, cars coming out onto the circuit. The race will start in 37 minutes from now. But they've done their qualifying this morning, and 3 weeks ago, obviously, they did about one lap of qualifying, and the snow got worse, started falling, and then got worse and worse, and didn't get to play. But now we're getting this rich mixture of cars. I've given you the number of cars down to take part, 147. KTMs with their crossbows, you know, they've been around for a while. They modified them last year. Now they're getting some sort of higher level entries. But Teichmann Racing, local team, always runs a whole handful of cars in the Cup X class, and it's just another take. And I think when people don't know racing very well and they get to the treat of walking down a pit lane and looking at the cars, and they look at the way the door opens for drivers to get in and out of a crossbow. It's hinged in the middle, and the whole section rises up and pivots forward. It's not a gull wing, it's just a lid, effectively, that comes forward. And I think people like that novelty.
I was very, very lucky to drive one of the very early crossbows when they first came out. And of course, to me, it was a motocross bike manufacturer, Dutch steer, and it was like, hang on, we did a day at Silverstone. Of all things, training and coaching Ronnie O'Sullivan, as in snooker style. Into driving this thing, and I was a little bit uncertain about it, but the other guy they had on board was Phil Keane, which you may or may not heard of, and we both drove it, and sort of the first session we did and got out of it and said, actually, it's quite good. In fact, it's more than quite good, because we did have that view of the Dutch motorbike manufacturers, what are they doing building this car? And it looks strange, it's almost outer space kind of stuff, and it's a very, very good car. As you say, look what they developed into now. It's certainly a quirky looking thing, but it's very efficient.
Yes, and it was very successful in the GT4 categories in the European GT4 Championship, and True Racing running a whole host of cars for KTM. And actually, it's great. It's something that's different, and we always like we don't want uniformity in motor racing, and something like the NLS or its predecessor, the VLN, have never had uniformity, and that is one of the riches. And when the fans are fully allowed back in, they flock to it, because even if you've got your favourite cars in SP9, which is the top classes, the GT3 cars, or you can watch a battle in that.
Other classes available too.
Yes, you can watch battles if you're a real fan in the other classes up and down the field, and the TCR class is always one that provides great mirth and merit, because their racing is super close. So plenty to be going with. Now, just a chance. We began to do this 3 weeks ago. There's a poster at the side of the circuit. It's in memory of Sabine Schmitz, who was the queen of the Nürburgring and sadly died way too young, just 3.5 weeks ago. VLN champion back in 1998 with Scheid Motorsport in a BMW, 2 times winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Previous 2 years, wasn't it? 96, 97, yeah. So.
And just, we were talking about this a few weeks ago, Peter. We just talked about Nikki Tim, someone who makes the sunshine. Sabine, the first time I met her, I just thought, wow, you are just so full of life. She was actually competing at Silverstone, away from her fabled stamping ground. She's rare thing. She said, I've got a lot to learn. How many drivers say, I've got a lot to learn? She got in the car and did an impeccable job. And, what a loss. And to her husband, Klaus Abelin, and the Fricadelli Racing team, they've got cars here this weekend. In fact, they've got pole position, which is rather fitting. That's the 31 Porsche shared by Fred Machiavicki and Dennis Olsen. But for so many people present on the Nordschleife, she was someone very special. She was someone they would have met, because she did more laps, we think, on the Nordschleife than anybody else over the years. Was a great hit on Top Gear, and she's one of those rare people. You met her, you loved her. She was fabulous.
Absolutely, you couldn't say much more, could you? I mean, she was, there's driving and there's personality apart, but just a simple driving record and result on the Nürburgring. To take part in the 24-hour race is quite something. To finish high or in your class or something is even more. To win it outright is a massive box to tick on your CV. To do it twice in consecutive years, extraordinary. And then the following year to go and win VLN, and that's just the driving bit. And I would hesitate to say, and dangerously say perhaps, that that's probably the lesser part of her. As you say, yes, she could do that. We just said it about Nikki Thiem, didn't we? Of personality and character. That bit was just phenomenal. And as you say, bright and breezy, and so much humility about her, and just incredible. There was no question what she could do in a motor car around the Nordschleife. Yes, she was born here. She grew up around there. She probably should go and walk around it. And also a massive animal lover. The side of people didn't really know about her. Most people know her through Top Gear, but queen in the Nürburgring, and as you say, very sadly passed away 3 weeks ago at the tender age of just 51, which is far too young for anybody.
Absolutely so. Nicely said, Peter. So the sun is shining, and hopefully Sabine, you feel, is looking down on her patch, and a lot of the people here she would have helped train to bring them up to speed. And right now, I think we're going to get everything we didn't get 3 weeks ago. And I'm actually really starting to feel from the commentary booth just that bubble of excitement that comes ahead. We've got 4 hours to spread that excitement. But, after last year being such a difficult year with so many events having to be curtailed, rearranged, and the field's not as big for obvious reasons, logistical issues were really, really difficult. Still not easy. But hats off to the organisers. They created racing in a bubble for a huge field of cars. We've got when we come to the pit stops, you'll see the extra pit lane where you go in through, we think about garage number 1, into the paddock. And some of the teams will do their refueling and driver changes out there, others in the pit lane, so that the social distancing can be maintained. Masks will be worn at all times, of course. But because it was such a success, and I reckon a lot of other championships around the world last year looked what the NLS was doing, I thought, if they can do it with that many cars, we can do it. And that enabled the racing to take place. And this year, we're getting the monster fields all over again.
I think it was something you identified this time last year, Bruce, when we started with this, that we said we irreverently but humorously referred to it, the shopping mall, the little bit around the back with the roundabout and the concrete separator, and not in a knocking it way at all. But what you identified for the first round last year was the word template. they gave us, VLN, the organisers, gave us, I know it's the NLS races, but VLN still the organisers, they gave us the template, as you say, for if you can do this on the biggest circuit in the world with this number of cars, why can't the rest of you do it? And I think it was a place to watch. And I'm sure that there were lots of organisers watching those first NLS rounds last year that we were lucky enough to talk about and saying, okay, this is how to do it. And here we are. Just looking, there's a lovely bit of footage there of the Porsche with
the car on pole
position with S. Schmitz on the roof. And I can just imagine now, as you said, the number 31 car there on pole position, Abelin on the bonnet there, quite rightly on the front. I can just imagine Sabine's radio message now. If a driver on pole position, her advice would just be, don't screw it up. That's probably what she'd say on the radio.
That'd be too direct. She'd say, have a lovely race, go for it. Race. And very, very special individual. Now, someone who often helps out with the broadcast for us. Well, Sabine, when she wasn't racing, she would always help everyone out around the circuit. And again, just looking at a tribute being mounted to her. And what stands out? The smile is what stands out. She did what she loved from a really early age and just impressed everybody along the way. And the fact that not only is one of the two Fricadelli Porsches on pole position by a margin of 2 and a bit seconds this morning. Great run from the Norwegian racer Dennis Olsen, sharing with Fred Machiavici. But sort of with the extra blessing, I think we can say that number 31 Fricadelli Porsche will start from that pole position. Now, last time around, we didn't get a lot of qualifying at all. In fact, it was curtailed very quickly by the rain and snow. Today, we had, thank you very much, time certain clock. We had beautiful conditions for qualifying. However, 3 cars did have little moments. The Vidal chicane, we had the 875 BMW. That's one of the M2 CS Racing entries from FK Performance, getting it a little bit wrong. 951. It was a little more traumatic for a Porsche Cayman in the VLN and Cup 3 class. 951. EPS Rennsport had an incident at Bergwerk and then hadn't quite finished their work and had another moment at Kesselchen. And 181 had a moment at Flugplatz. That's something to get the heart going. And 181 was Chandler Hull and John Miller, the American crew, their BMW M4. So they'd be moving at pace at that point for Walk and Horse Motorsport. But anyhow, I don't think too much damage, but certainly moments to get the heartbeat going. A few teams not here this weekend, but in turn, we've got some we don't normally see. CP Racing, if you're a big fan of the Creventic series, Charles Putman's team is on the grid, beautiful in their classic red, white and blue of America livery. It's mainly white with blue and red flashes on the nose, bonnet and up over the roof. And they're running in the Pro-Am class. Charles Putman, Joe Foster and Adam Christodoulou, a driver who loves Mercedes and loves the Nürburgring even more. So he will really give them a good punt. But again, it just emphasises it's not just the SP9 Pros, but we do have a number of Pro-Am runners. Just having a quick count, we've got 3 runners in that subclass of the top category. So again, people come and race on the Nordschleife in the NLS because they love the circuit. They also come here because there is a big event coming up in the season, the Nürburgring 24 hours, and practice makes, well, not perfect, but closer to perfect than you were before you turned up, in theory.
You can never get enough time around the Nordschleife, and I'm sure that Sabine would have told us that as well. The lady, as you say, possibly the person, never mind the lady, that's done the most laps around the place, you could never get it. And that goes back to what we were saying about Ben Tuck in that Valkenhorst M2 rather than M6. It's just time, it's seat time, it's data, it's information, it's something, and it might not appear relevant today all of a sudden, but it'll be something that'll come back in the middle of the night in the N24. We might say, oh, I remember this at this point. Or so it's just something you learn. You never stop taking in the data. And it isn't, the N24 isn't part of this series, but it is unofficially, it's always accepted as it's a pre-event, it's training, it's not qualifying, but that's what it's all about. And that is the blue ribbon, isn't it, of racing at this circuit. 24 hours anywhere. 24-hour races throw in something quite extraordinary into the mix for logistics, but to do it around the Nordschleife with 100+ corners, I've given up trying to say there's so many schools of thoughts on how many corners there are on this circuit. Simple answer is a lot.
And then 3 more you'd forgotten about.
Exactly, yes.
But conditions, I just want to reiterate, are fantastic. Spring sunshine. Doesn't mean it's warm, but spring sunshine on the start-finish straight. And, well, no guarantee it's all the way around the circuit, but looking up the start-finish straight, broken cloud in the distance, but it's a bright day. Can't quite see the Schloss. It's in Nürburgring village. It's just out of sight beyond the large BMW M-Power bridge over the circuit. But, of course, with this many cars, 147 crews on the entry list, the cars don't just all fit on the start-finish straight. They curl around in their various classes. We're having 3 separate starts, according to the groups. And so the ones at the back really are at the back. They're sort of like a morning's walk away from the start-finish line.
It's always quite hard because in our own little world of motorsport, we just go, the Nürburgring, and it's always been up there on that pedestal, it's that amazing circuit, the Schloss, the distance and whatever. But to convey that to the layman, I was talking to somebody about this week when this was coming up, and they said, well, what's so special about it? Somebody doesn't know anything about it. And you're like, okay, I said, an ordinary Grand Prix lap is so long, this is this long. There's 100 plus corners plus those 3 I hadn't mentioned. 140 cars, and that was the point when they stopped and looked at me and just went, sorry? And they said, isn't it 20 cars in a Grand Prix? And I'm like, exactly. And they said, and this is twice as long as a Grand Prix and a bit, and never mind the 24. And they said, what do you mean a 24-hour race? And just watching somebody's reaction that doesn't really know about it, saying, what, you mean nearly 150 cars? And I said, oh, that's reduced. It used to be over 200. And around this 14-mile circuit, and that's just an Nordschleife. It is something totally unique, totally different, and that's why the teams and the drivers and everybody involved love it as a challenge, because we talk lap times normally a 1 minute 20, a 1 minute 21, in a second makes a difference, because it's a bigger percentage. Here we're talking 9-minute laps.
Well, pole was a whisker under. It was 7 minutes 53 and a half seconds, and the margin. The next car
I was talking my pace, not the pole pace.
I thought you were walking. 2.25 seconds.
Oh, you're a tough audience, Jones.
2.25 seconds. You think, God, disaster. No, not over that distance. In fact, that's an unusually large margin. Come to later rounds of this championship, and that will tighten right up.
But the flip side of that is you can't let complacency click in, because the Nordschleife, as we saw last time 3 weeks ago when we nearly started the NLS 1, is part of the problem was that you've got the Grand Prix circuit, the first bits. We've got the 2 circuits combined, and the modern Grand Prix circuit has modern runoffs, gravel traps, etc., which was part of the problem we had, that they didn't thaw out and the gravel traps didn't work. But once you got onto the Nordschleife, which is how big a percentage of the lap, there isn't any runoff. You go down through, you get onto the Nordschleife and go down through Hatzenbach on the right-hand side and the left-hand side. There's probably a car's width of grass, then about maybe exactly. And the cars are getting bigger and bigger now. I wouldn't want to have 2 wheels off in a GT3 AMG Merc, for instance, going down the Hatzenbach. Not just because of 2 wheels of traction on grass, 2 wheels on tarmac. There's not a lot of margin for error. Once you've got 4 wheels off, I think you're doing very well if you get it back pointing straight, put it that way, in the same direction. And that would, who was it? I can't remember, you'll probably know who the quote's from, but they said, do something every day that scares you. I think the Hatzenbach down there, in the start of this race, we'll see it in a short while, 30-odd minutes' time. It is quite extraordinary. And that's the thing about the Nürburgring. And it's fast. There's lots of it. It's really, really quick stuff. It's not a slow, twiddly little circuit. It's fast.
It's also so constantly snaking that consequences of something wrong in corner 1 can still be felt, in fact, possibly magnified by the third corner in a sequence.
Compound effect.
And, but again, you see, I used to love watching it, still do.
I thought I'd caught it.
Yes. Sorry, Team Chief.
Yes.
But watching over the years, drivers going out before qualifying, you're watching Ayrton Senna sitting at any driver going to compete at Macau, visualizing the lap, or like watching a skier before a downhill race in the World Cup. You can see them just standing, trying to keep warm, just flexing the muscles, the muscle memory, trying to imagine how it's going. You need that more at this circuit than almost any other circuit I can think of. And what do you need? Really good interview recently in Motorsport magazine with Jackie Ickx. He was talking about being very good at concentration.
Yeah.
And, when you're driving 3 hours flat out in the wet at Le Mans, one moment, one lapse of concentration, momentary as it might be, and it's over. And it's unusual to hear a driver talking about concentration, but the really great ones who can perform when they're tired, the car is possibly in those days, back in the 70s, starting to break at Le Mans, you're nursing a problem, it's in the dark, there's all of those factors. If you can really, really concentrate, that marks out the greats.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the British racing legend, and I use the word advisedly, Colin Blower, TVR Tuscan man, and he just happened to do things like develop the original McLaren F1s. He had that sort of thing going on in the background. He always said about the reason for being fit as a driver was tired drivers make mistakes. It's a quote I've never forgotten, and that's exactly the point. It's that concentration, it's that sort of that relaxed, that complacency of stretch the legs now. This place doesn't let you do that. And it's unrelenting. And it's not a question of, there's that rhythm as well. You go to Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, 1.5 miles, you get into a rhythm. It's so many corners, we're back, so many corners. It's almost like a metronome. You can tick, tick, tick. You metaphorically in your head get into a sort of reset almost every time over the line. You just do it again. This place doesn't do that. You get to complete a lap, which takes however many minutes, depending on your pace. But let's say 9 minutes in the race with fuel on board. So call it 10 minutes for ease, just for complicity. And you sit there and you go, 10 minutes, you go down the pit straight, you get a slight breather, and you take another breath again for another 10-minute assault on this extraordinary place, plus speed differentials, something we haven't mentioned yet. Speed differentials of cars. So many classes. You're in a SP9 GT3 car, and all of a sudden you come across what we said about Ben Tuck, for instance. No, not his agent. We're not giving him loads of airtime. It's just I'm thinking about it. In an M2 or the Opel Manta. Now, they've got as much right to be on the track as anybody else, but you've suddenly got the grille of an AMG Merc coming up behind you, or an M6 or an Audi R8, and you think, crikey. But it's always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car. But again, I remember Jerry Marshall saying this years ago, another British racing legend of motorsport. He always just said, when you're in that situation, you've just got to hope the car in front, he said, stays where they are. He always said that to people he was coaching. When you're new to it, or out of your depth, or out of your comfort zone, stay where you are. If they're any good, they'll get around you.
That's absolutely fair.
And that's what these boys do at the top level. We've watched it, haven't we, time and time again in this, Bruce, last year. Some of the onboard and that, or just watching them going down through Hatton Back, etc., how they deal with traffic. That's the key to this as well. Oh, an element.
No, absolutely. Right, the green flag has waved and the cars are heading off. In fact, Nicky Team, or his car, the Phoenix Racing, the green Audi on the front row, has already gone, but the pole starting Fricadelli Porsche is at a standstill. It's holding up the entirety of the row of the grid.
Yeah.
Oh no, come on. The sister car's gone round it as well. That's the one with the green flash. It's the second Fricadelli car with Nick Tandi on board this weekend. So let's hope that can be got going. Oh, how cruel. On pole by a big margin there. Fred Makiewicz and Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian racer, and the car number 31 going nowhere. Conditions perfect for racing, and racing is what we want this car to do. The car with the name on the top of the door alongside the driver's name, the name of Sabine Schmitz. We're remembering her this weekend, just over 3.5 weeks since she died of cancer. Huge loss to everyone, and just waiting while the rest of the first pack, and it's got going.
Yep.
Just before the last of the pack got through, so that should be able to approach the front. So Nicky Team, I thought, you're being a bit cheeky, going off a bit in advance, but the green flag had been waved and the green Audi went into the lead of the queue. Let me just run you down the grid very quickly, the top few cars. So we had the Fricadelli Porsche on pole position, number 31. It's number 11, the Phoenix Audi alongside Nicky Team. Frank Stippler, the second Phoenix Audi, blue and red. This one is third on the grid, and the Grello, the famous green and yellow liveries of the Manthey Racing Porsche, with the inimitable 911 on the nose and the doors. The second Fricadelli car, Nick Tandi, sharing that this weekend. Excited to be back on the Nordschleifer track he loves, sharing with the Belgian racer Maxime Martin. And then KCMG making their seasonal debut in the NLS. They will be starting from 6th on the grid. 7th is the first of the Ferraris, the WTM and Phoenix Ferrari. Daniel Calvert set the pace. Then the first of the Lamborghinis for Conrad Motorsport with Axel Jeffries. That's the top bunch of the grid. Let's complete the top 10. We've got Huber Porsche, the blue and yellow car with Nico Menzel, and the first of the BMWs, the BMW Junior team with the pace set in qualifying by Augusto Farfus, who's just BMW through and through. Track conditions absolutely perfect, and the pole starting Porsche is coming from the back of the pack on this green flag lap to get to its rightful place at the front as the cars go now through the Vidal chicane and they make their way back to the grid. The race will start at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock, noon, midday. in Nürburgring Nordschleife time. So, getting all set, let's prepare ourselves for what is coming up in 4 hours of racing.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp vor sich. Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
Second and third groups of cars being led around to the grid, and great relief all around. As not only is the white flag being waved to show them running behind a slower car, which is a safety car, but the fact they can even see the marshal with the white flag, that puts it well up on what we didn't get to have a few weeks ago. Never got as far as the cars going around to the grid. So as the cars wend their way around this formation lap, I'm sure it was very chilly first thing this morning at the Nürburgring, but the spring sunshine will be warming the tarmac. But I don't think it's ever going to be easy to get the heat fully into the tyres before the start of this race. And just to reiterate, the cars don't go straight onto the Nordschleife. They go down part way, they go through what we used to call the Mercedes arena, and then part way down to what effectively is normally turn 5. You turn right, and then you go onto the return leg of the Grand Prix loop, up into the dip, up the hill to the Vidal chicane, and then instead of going back around onto the regular circuit, you go onto the fabled Nordschleife over the Nordkehrer, and then it all just starts to unfold in front of you and hopefully not unfold behind you as you're looking in your rearview mirror going backwards on the grass. But some of these drivers racing in this championship have been competing here for a good 20 years and more. They know this circuit. Of course, there are so many variables that can be put up in front of all of these drivers, but that's part of the magic, Peter.
It is, and there is something mystical and magical, as you say, about the Nordschleife. I was very lucky enough to do my first race on this was the 24-hour, and for my first 24 hours it happened. But I remember, no matter how many laps I did in the stint we did, how many stints we did, there was still, I don't want to admit to it because the whole thing should be serious, but there was a do the Grand Prix circuit, and almost you did relax a little bit. You did sort of go, okay, it's a Grand Prix circuit. And then as you went through the Vidal chicane, which of course was the Mercedes Arena in those days, then onto the Vidal chicane and onto Nordschleife, you'd go, okay, deep breath, now it gets serious. And you shouldn't think like that as a driver because the whole thing, every corner should be the same. But it did happen. You couldn't help it. It was just okay, here we go. And we're off on the door, and hats are back and away you go. It's perhaps I shouldn't admit to that on air, but it's there now. It's out there running around.
Look, it'd be only natural. It's called when there's a bit of space either side of your car, you can relax a little bit. When there's no space whatsoever, or the width of your car and no more, not so easy.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe it isn't flat.
But in fact, one of the funniest things I've heard in recent years is that last year when John Heinhoff and I were covering the digital NLS, which was a massive hit, it drew in a whole new audience of fans who loved doing their racing games but didn't really know real motor racing. And quite a few of the comments was, we had no idea this was a real circuit. We thought this was a fantasy circuit, which it is.
Computer-generated circuit.
Computer-generated. Almost,
it is.
You can imagine
Yes.
linking together the great parts of other circuits and then throwing in a few other bits for good measure.
Art imitates life. Yeah.
It does. And I, obviously, watching television, listening to racing on radio is fabulous, but still nothing beats being at the circuit. And when you go to circuits, particularly ancient circuits, the Nürburgring is nearly 100 years old. Go to when the Nürburgring, they still race on much of the original circuit, which is the Nordschleife. There was the extra loop, the Sudschleife as well. I've walked that, that's interesting too. But go to Spa and go over into the next valley to Malmedy and see where the full Grand Prix circuit used to go. And then you've got to really suspend your imagination. It's extraordinary. In fact, I'll tell you what, I did a piece to camera about the old circuit at Spa, and it went back to be produced in England, and they said, why are you just standing on a road? We wanted a bit about the circuit. And I just sort of put my head in my hands and wept. I was at the Master King, Oh, dearie me.
I remember very clearly a few years ago driving, we had some issue with throttles and carburation on an E-Type lightweight that were running in the Spa 6 hour. So numbers covered up obviously appropriately. We went out and did the old circuit down a little bit back and came back up through the woods there. And for that moment, exactly as you were saying, you're sitting there thinking, they raced Grand Prix cars through here in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and in 79 it stopped, didn't it, in that bit? And you just sit there and you think, I thought Spa was bad enough. I never did the old circuit. I still miss the old bus stop, so I don't like that version anymore. I'm sorry, I just don't like it. But to come up through the sunlight in those trees and think it was a different time, which is exactly what you're saying about this place. Remember these cars, you were talking about the Opel Manta being in period in its day. You think of some of the cars there, some of the, the Grand Prix cars and the sports cars that would have raced around here. Imagine a Group C car around Nürburgring, Nordschleife. Oh, yes, please.
That's what Stefan Belloff was made for.
Well, yes.
A couple of cars apparently stopped on the warm-up lap at Hatzenbach. That's unfortunate for them. So 471 is one of the stoppers. That's a Pro Sport Porsche Cayman. It's bad luck for Nestor Girolami and Alex Homerson. And also 488 has that stopped but now got going. So thanks again for Time Certain Clock, the man who watches all. That's the team, one of the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW 330i. So for Rasmus Heinrich, Martin Lechmann and Philipp Schalter, let's hope they get 4 hours of racing coming up ahead of them. So all eyes on the screens as the lead cars will be approaching the end of the lap. In fact, one of the few places they can relax, probably for the only time in this race, will be on that run from Schwalbenschwanz when you go out of the corner, the long right-hander after Schwalbenschwanz onto that long straight, dotting a her and on, because once you get racing, there's going to be someone trying to overtake you. But for this time, when you're approaching the grid, you can relax on that long straight. And the car's now starting to go through that aforementioned part. Race will start at the top of the hour, 5 minutes from now.
And I think of some of the iconic corners on the circuit that provided some amazing photographs, some amazing images. Flugplatz, the carousel itself, of course, part of the NLS Nürburgring Langstrecken series logo. That's exactly what it is. It's the carousel, the Puncture carousel. I would argue that one of the most iconic images is that long shot from Tiergarten back down Dottingerhöhe of them all appearing, certainly at the beginning of a race. That's the bit I love. Perhaps it's the tension of the pre-race start about to happen. But I love that shot back down with all the cars appearing. And of course, the first group is the SP9 cars we get to see. But then you get it again with the different categories, the C2s and M2s, sorry, and those cars, competition cars, further back. I think that's an absolutely fabulous shot in the sunlight now. And then it's all about to go. We get to talk about them starting the race. Then there's a second batch that goes. When you just got your breath back from that, there's a third batch.
At that point, you're lying down with a sort of wet cloth over your forehead. Right, in fact, I got ahead of myself. Only now are the leading cars approaching Schwalben-Schwanz. When we picked them up, just running through Brunchen and Flansgarten. Those constant S's that just snake their way away. Now just giving a chance to see which cars are going to offer us onboard footage. And the Manthey Porsche, the Grello car, number 911 will be one of those cars. Front-mounted camera, so they'll be able to pick up. They're starting, well, in fact, only fourth on the grid, so they've only got 3 cars sitting in front. And that should provide some cracking footage as we go around the circuit. And many moons ago, I think the first one of these I covered, there were 6 cars with onboard cameras. I think 1 failed to start, and at the end of the opening lap, we only had 2 left, so we saw an awful lot of footage through the windscreen of that car. But you know what? I didn't mind just sitting watching a pro driver in action.
I was going to say,
around the Nordschleife.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the point started so well, but it rather ran out on itself. But the fact is, any time you spend looking through the windscreen of a car being driven well, and your point about the closing speeds on the junior cars, junior categories, it's astonishing. And the fact is, the driver may have seen them 3 corners ahead when you're going through the S's towards the Schwalben-Schwanz, but it's about picking the moment. But then that closing speed, it is you. Even now, I sort of pause and draw breath.
Yeah, it's part of a driver's skill set to be able to do that, and it's that dealing with. So there we go. Is the famous image I was just talking about, the long shot, as I put it, back from Tiergarten down to Dottingerhöhe. The car's weaving furiously, getting hit into those tyres. The Grello car, number 911, fourth on the grid, you just mentioned there, Bruce, using almost exceeding track limits. He's going right up to the white lines and back to get some heat into those sidewalls of those tyres. And getting ready to go.
Well, we've got actually quite a good list of cars that can be carrying onboard cameras, so about 9 or 10. So we've got plenty of footage that we're going to help us tell the story. The circuit, of course, creates the stories. We know that full well. The Nürburgring Nordschleife always throws in a few curveballs. We thought the first one was removing the car that was on pole position, the car carrying the name of the late, great and much missed Sabine Schmitz. But fortunately, the first of those 2 Fricadelli Porsches, running in their regular colours, made it away just before the lead group had left the grid, and is now back at the front of the pack. So it's the Dennis Olsen, Fred Makiewicz with the name of Sabine Schmitz. Fricadelli Porsche, number 31 on pole position. Car starting second is the bright green Phoenix Racing Audi of Nicky Thiem. Yes, Nicky Thiem, not in an Aston Martin, but out on parole this weekend to race an Audi for Phoenix Racing. He's showing with Michele Beretta, last year's GTE champion in the European Le Mans Series. That's the front row. The second row is the second of the Phoenix Racing Audi, blue with a red flash, alongside the Grello, the green and yellow 911 Manthey Racing's colours. Row number 3, it's the second of the Fricadelli red and white Porsches, differentiated by having green flashes rather than yellow as on the pole car. And alongside it, KCMG, the team from Hong Kong. They love their racing in Europe. This is their first outing on the Nordschleife this year. Then we've got a Ferrari and a Lamborghini forming row number 4. Another Porsche from Huber Racing and BMW Junior team. Their BMW starting in 10th position. So 4 different makes of cars in the top 10 positions. The public continue to drive around the road outside the circuit, right outside the circuit. But right now we're waiting for the race to get underway. waiting for the lights to go green. The Fricadelli Porsche's one car length ahead of the Nicky team, Michele, Beretta, Audi, and the pedal is now to the metal. The lights are still red, but they're accelerating towards it as long as they get over the start-finish line before they go green. Well, I couldn't tell from that angle if they did or didn't.
No, Nicky team didn't. It almost got a little bit swamped there, but I was not expecting that from Nicky team. And the Grello Porsche is taking the lead. One of the Fricadelli cars running really wide.
That's the second one. That's the one that was starting in fifth position.
3 or 4 running wide, all out braking themselves. They've had enough of a lap to get warmed into those brakes as well. But it's Fricadelli Porsche from the Grello. 2 Porsches at the front, the Audis in almost Nicky Tim's actually nearly in 5th place there. So he's lost out on the first few turns there, Bruce.
Well, he has, because that was a really long hold. I said the cars were accelerating towards the red lights on the gantry, but I think it even went underneath when they were just about still red. Team in 5th place, or his car in 5th place. The WTM with Phoenix Ferrari has done very well indeed. It started on the outside of the 4th row and it's now up inside of the 4th row, now up into 4th position. The Conrad Lamborghini lost ground and has been driven very hard over the curbing, as you can, because you're still on the Grand Prix loop when there is space to play with. But what I'm seeing in this first part of the race, haven't even got on the Nordschleife, it's a 4-hour race, control yourself, Jones, is the Manthey Racing Porsche getting right on the tail of the Fricadelli Porsche, the number 31 that started on pole position. So a bit of a scramble there, but nothing untoward. And those who ran wide in the first corner must be kicking themselves, because gaining and losing positions here, it really is snakes and ladders, but trying to make your way back up the order in a field this competitive on a circuit on which overtaking is really difficult for such a large stretch of the lap, you can really start to stew, particularly if the cars in front of the field are getting a little bit smaller as they get away.
Yeah, just before we get the second batch, going to Conrad Lamborghini up in that mix as well at the front of the first group. Now we're about to have the second group starting, Bruce, so they're coming up to the Tiergarten now, a bit more compliance there. KTM's sitting there at the front, and they're looking very, very splendid in the sunlight, about to start our second batch. Meanwhile, the big boys, as it were, SP9s are out there on the Nordschleife, dueling it out as they go.
Yeah, so it's always one thing when the drivers are part-way around the Nordschleife, and we don't, and we're still waiting for the second and third starts to be made. So let's see, that nice and tidy, just waiting for the lights to go green on that third batch as well. But up front, it's really, really tight. Pole starting Porsche is being harried very, very hard by the Grello Porsche from Manthey Racing. They're still early on the lap. They're still only round as far as Arenberg at the moment, and they've got those little corners that don't scare them at all. Fuchsruhe, another mighty twists and turns coming up ahead of them. Several cars have had to start from the pit lane, unfortunately, but a start from the pit lane is better than no start at all. So, conditions, bright blue sky, broken cloud, well, fluffy cloud, but conditions still quite cool underfoot or under tyre, because certainly a lot of drivers in that front group went to the first corner and carried on, including the second of the Fricadelli Racing Porsches.
Well, that was the first one to explore there, and then obviously about 3 or 4 behind all followed suit, and I thought that must be the line. Well, it wasn't quite, but there were 3 that ran wide. It's not a big problem. It's the start of the race. You said it was the first stages of the race. It was the first corner of the 4-hour race. Never mind getting onto the Nordschleife, but if there's ever a place to make an error, that's the place. There's a lot of space there in that first part, so get it over and done with, get it in the bag, you've got your mistake done, move on.
Yes, you get a sort of light tap around the back of the head from the team manager rather than the full slap, dropping it on the Nordschleife.
Don't do it again.
So really, really tight at the front, maybe 3 car lengths between the race-leading Fricadelli Porsche and the chasing Manthey Porsche. And I sense the Phoenix Racing Audi, the blue one, which was starting from 3rd on the grid. Frank Slipper on board that car, sharing this weekend with Vincent Kolb. He's getting a little bit closer, maybe because the first 2 are fighting really quite hard. He's able to just ease his way a little bit closer. There's a bit of a gap, and then between where he is running 3rd and his teammate in 5th, the second of the Phoenix Racing Audis, is that Ferrari WTM Wochenspiegel Team Monschau by Phoenix Racing, or WTM as we call it. That was the car that really benefited. It started from down in 7th position, got itself up to 4th, and now not even had 4 minutes of racing yet, but it's fast and furious.
We have got 4 hours, Bruce.
I keep getting those digits sort of mucked around in my head. But so the Grello Porsche is getting a toe now. It's getting closer and closer. It's 1 car length. That's all, half a car length now down on the race-leading Fricadelli Porsche. They're working their way. They've been through Bergwerk. working through Kesselchen, and in fact they've just got through Kesselchen, and now this is one of my favourite parts of the circuit, Gloucester, Tal, et al, and then of course we'll get to the Style-Strecke and up the hill to Carousel. Oh, what a fantastic circuit. I just absolutely love the Nordschleife. Third group of cars, nice, neat and tidy down towards the first corner on the Grand Prix loop. 2 or 3 abreast, that's fine. So nice and tidy, but up front, the Grello Porsche gets closer, then drops back to the Fricadelli Porsche at the lead of the race. The car that started on pole, Fred Makiavicki and Dennis Olsen sharing that this weekend. When you get to the longer stretches, you can see the second place car, the 911 Porsche, closing in. But still 3-4 car lengths away at the moment from the lead of the race. Then there's a little gap of maybe 5 or 6 car lengths back to the Phoenix Racing Audi, the number 5 car that started from 4th on the grid, 3rd on the grid. But conditions, everything they weren't not so long ago, 3 weeks ago, when we didn't have any conditions, other than conditions we could hardly see because the snow, the rain, the fog. But right now, nose to tail. I do love it. It's the opening lap of the race. Looking down at the cars starting in the third group, they're slipstreaming each other around the Grand Prix loop. Then the first of their pack to go, oh, thank goodness those nutters can't pass me now. and then diving through Nordkirch over the bridge, and then onto that wonderful section of track that you get very quickly into the Hatzenbach. It's Hatzenbach and beyond, and we've already had a spin. I mentioned the Nordkirch didn't get to the Hatzenbach.
I was just going to say, two of the BMWs going side by side onto the Nordschleife, thinking, gosh, did you say exactly what you're just saying, Bruce? They're fighting it out, and sure, they're dueling it out and tap one another, and one's faced the opposite way. I think it was 750, was it? Number 750? I think I just saw very quickly as it went out of sight. I will check while you're doing that.
Well, hold that thought. We're getting to the corner that leads onto Dottinger-Höhe. It's the Galgenkopf, and it's almost nose to tail between first and second. In fact, leading the race by about 3 car lengths, but that will come down. The Grello Porsche is getting closer and closer. The straight goes on and on and on if you're in a road car, but it still goes on a little bit in a racing car, but definitely just getting close enough to try and catch the toe before the king. Going from one side of the circuit to the other, the race-leading Fricadelli Porsche. Then there's the first of the 2 Phoenix Racing Audis. Then there's the Ferrari, about another second or so down in 4th place. And 5th place, the second of the Phoenix cars. One's got caught out on the opening lap. And a passing manoeuvre is being attempted around the outside, 2 wheels on the grass. And there's a change of lead. There's a change of lead of the Manthey Racing Porsche. I think we cannot drop it on the grass before the first lap is complete. That was brave from the new race leader.
It was always going to happen. The Grello car clearly got the pace there, which is exactly why the Fricadelli car was changing direction. Nothing wrong with that. It wasn't weaving or whatever, but it was just certainly changing direction, trying to break that toe. But the Grello car saw that and was following it and kept that draft, kept it going. As you say, just, I wouldn't quite say 2 wheels, but it just kicked up a little bit of dust, didn't it, to make that passing manoeuvre go. But you say, it is the first lap, so yeah, why ever not?
I'll go for 2 half wheels on the grass. And by the time they reached the start-finish line, the Manthey Porsche was just over half a second clear. Another change, the green Phoenix Racing Audi got past the Team Bockenspiegel Ferrari up into 4th place. So it's the Porsches from Manthey Racing and Fricadelli Racing 1st and 2nd. 2 Phoenix Racing Audis 3rd and 4th. Be interesting to see if they can start to catch the Fricadelli Porsche. I think just looking at the body language around that opening lap, I think the Grello Porsche is going to start galloping clear. So if anybody else wants to stay in this batch, got to get onto the tail of the 31 pole starting Fricadelli Porsche, which is now down into 2nd place overall. So it's Kevin Estra who was the start driver in the Manthey Racing Porsche. No wonder the move was so bold and robust. That is Estra written all over it. Dennis Olsen was the driver trying to defend, having started from pole position. And it's Frank Stippler, and it was Michele Moretta, not Kurt. Kurt might be watching. It wasn't Nicky. Nicky's doing the 2nd stint in the number 11 Phoenix Racing Audi. But right now, leading the way, and I sense just eking his way clear, Kevin Estra.
Yeah, because I just spotted that. We maligned Nicky Tim at the start there, being lagging at the start, but it wasn't him actually. It was.
No, that's you. I didn't say.
wrong driver, wrong commentator, but it just got it all wrong. Sorry, guys. It wasn't Nicosia in that car, so it was Beretta in the Phoenix Audi, but I'm sure they'll be back on the pace. It's a long race to go. There's 4 hours to go, just under 4 hours to go. We are only just starting the second lap of the race, but what an extraordinary sight. Those two Porsches, the Fricadelli and the Grano coming up through Dottingahoe onto Tiergaard, batting it out, weaving, getting the drag, getting the job done just at the end of that first lap. Bravely, as you say, Estra style written all over that, as in, I think you quite rightly said, 2 half wheels on the just kiss the grass just to say, well, you've left enough room and a bit less, I'm going to take it anyway. And he still did. So Kevin Estra there, great manoeuvre to take the lead of the race just at the end of the first lap. And of course, it's a massive team thing for the team on the pit wall to see their car come through at the end of the first lap. It's such a bright car. No, that Grello, as we keep referring to, green-yellow mix. It's very obvious car in it. But to see it come on through there into the pit wall, first time in the lead, having just pulled off that manoeuvre, that's what the team see. They see the car first. It's like, our boys out there first, our car's there, all makes it all worthwhile.
And then they say, how do you take your coffee? We've got nearly 8 minutes until their background. So pop into the paddock for, sausage and mustard and a little bit of hard brat. But fabulous. It's Fred Machiavicchi in car number 31. They suddenly went blank. Just wanted to check. They said Dennis Olsen had started it, and then they removed his name from the screen. So it's Fred Macco. So 2 French drivers having a crack at the front. Estra and Machiavicchi. Half a second was the gap between first and second. And now I sense it's starting to go out. The first lap, 8 minutes 8. But of course, those times will come down. That was a rolling start, but heat still being put into tyres. The TCR battle, it's always fab. Always makes me smile around the Nordschleife. And Golfs go very, very well in the TCR class at the moment. But up front, just looking to see how it's stretching out. I'd say the gap is about 3/4, maybe almost a second now for the race leader. High shot showing Kevin Estra escaping from Fred Machiavicchi. Then there's a gap of about 1.5 seconds back to Frank Stippler. Michele Beretta in the second of the Phoenix Racing Audis is starting to close on the blue sister car. So green chases blue, fourth chases third, and they're beginning to drop Daniel Kalwitz, who made such an opportunist start to get his Ferrari up into fourth place. Back to fifth by the end of the opening lap, and the person who's now going to be all over the tail of him will be Marco Holzer, the KCMG Porsche. That's the white Porsche with the blue and black markings that KCMG have run on all their cars in recent years. But those first 2 Porsches are looking very good indeed. The gap on the start-finish line between the second of the Porsches and the first of the Audis is 1.6 seconds, and I sense it's starting to go out rather than come down. However hard Frank Stippler, with all his years of experience, pushes. But then it's an early lap. You've got to think about tyre life. You've got to think about your fuel load. Just a little bit further back, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Talking about colour schemes that have been used for a few years and more. Conrad Motorsport been running that turquoise and black livery for a long time. And Axel Jeffries, this is really quite a hybrid, isn't it? The Zimbabwean racing driver based in the Middle East, racing in Germany in an Italian car for an Austrian team. Need I go on? But anyhow, the point there is he has got a couple of cars between where he is running in 7th place and the Phoenix Racing Audis. It looks like he's got the pace to get up with the Audis if he can get past the Ferrari and the number 18 KCMG Porsche. Ifs, buts, maybes.
This is where the fun now starts. Looking at the track mapper, we've got cars virtually spread around the entire lap. And this is where we start to get already, despite the length of the circuit, we're into the front leading cars getting into traffic. And this is where it starts to get even more interesting now as they start to get the way through. Certainly those bits that we said about that, approaching the slower class cars, working their way through which side do you go, which side do you hesitate, do you not, whilst at the time potentially leading your race, leading the class, or being up at the pointy end. That's just say that way you've got your own job to do, but you'll have another car right behind you. We've seen that with the 2 Porsches, the 2 Audis, etc. You're busy having your own battle, and quite simply that can be lost or made as you sit there, like that moment of, do you they say hero to zero, don't they, in a split second? Which side of a slower car do you go? They've got their battle, or more to the point, if they come across a battle of 2 or 3 cars, so you've got, let's just say, 3 M2s having their own battle, and you're there in your SP9 car with somebody right behind you, thinking, do I hesitate and back him up, Well, Kevin Ashton's shown us that he won't be backed up. He doesn't do that kind of thing. He's at the front, so he doesn't need to do that at the moment. But nor is he going to give that opportunity to somebody else. And this is going to be the decision-making all the time, which goes back to exactly your comment earlier, Bruce, that Jackie Eek said about concentration. And everybody sits there thinking, you don't need to be fit, you don't need to be mentally alert or whatever to be doing this, you're just driving a racing car, you're sitting down. Well, actually, there's an awful lot to take on board all the time. It's a constant processing, and you cannot relax. You just cannot do it. Not on this circuit.
Snowy, we're sitting down to talk, but look at us. We're both two finely tuned athletes, do nothing else apart from eat healthily. Gosh, I wish I hadn't had so many crisps last night.
Yeah, elite exemption. Yes, we have, yes.
But concentration is required at every single level in this sport. Still waiting for the next timing interval. How much will the gap have grown in the lead of the race between Kevin Estre and Fred Makovici? It's Porsche's all the way, but we haven't yet completed 2 laps. But the leaders are working their way back around. As always, great racing in the class, the BMW C2. I'm just trying to see who is faring well in that 872, making typically proud progress. 872, it's one of the Adrenaline Motorsport cars. That's Marcus Flash, Matthias Malmedy and Jörg Weidinger. Those cars just look so neat and tidy, those BMW M2 CS Racing cars that run in the Cup 5 class. And I love the fact you have Cup classes here. And BMW, one of the manufacturers that really supports their own classes of racing around the Nordschleife. Right, gap
now, Bruce, sorry,
2.2 seconds is the gap now. 1.75 seconds gained on that lap.
But more to the point, that first lap, 8:08, okay, 7:53 they did in qualifying, didn't they? 7:56 in race already. Bearing in mind how much fuel they have on board for this to do, how long was it? 7-8 laps, let's just say thereabouts. That's a stunning time from Kevin Estre, but second place car as well, 7:57.8, so it's less than a second difference. They're amazing times for the front now. I'm quite surprised to see those sorts of times being delivered quite so early with that much fuel on board.
Yeah, you said 3 seconds off pole. It's actually 2.5 seconds off the pole. And if you strip away that pole time, the next fastest car in qualifying was only 0.2 of a second faster than that lap from Estre. So a really fantastic lap. Have had a place change. The Ferraris, Daniel Karlovitz, pedalling as hard as he can, has been passed by Marco Holzer, changed for 5th place. So the KCMG Porsche up into 5th. The Ferrari from WTM down to 6th. Behind it, still in 7th place, Axel Jeffries, still 8th place, Nick Tandy in the 2nd with the Fricadelli Porsches. Leading the SP9 Pro-Am class is car number 25 from Huber Motorsport, bright blue with yellow wing mirrors. That's Nico Menzel starting that off, sharing with Stefan Aust and Philipp Neufer. So good to see Huber Racing going well. They're starting, one of these teams that really is starting to spread its wings around global motorsport. And you can these days, because global motorsport has classes that are competed in all around the world, GT3 and GT4 most notably. So it does mean some of these teams can get away without having much of a close season. You can go and find a championship somewhere to compete, to keep your mechanics employed over the winter and your engineers. So all good things. Right, looking down through the classes, we mentioned Huber Motorsport, 9th overall, leading the SP9 Pro-Am class. Top runner in the next category is down in 20th place. And it's the SP7 class. And that's car number 69. I will tell you precisely who's driving that at the moment. It's Robin Tronoski. That's the SP7 classes for the Porsche Cup class cars, going very well indeed in that. And then the top runner, well, this has happened more than a few times in the class 4 GT4 cars. It's Gabriele Piana, Italian by birth, but spends most of his time racing in Germany, and he is leading the way in that class in 22nd position overall, car number 140. That's the Black Falcon Mercedes, showing that with Mustafa Kaya and Mike Sturzberg. So yet again, Gabriele keeping his nose clean and tidy and out front, which is quite important for a racing driver.
The Fricadelli car running slightly quicker first sector. Once again, something else we fall into the trap of, don't we, on the Nordschleife. We say sectors, and we say, oh, because normally there's 2 or 3 or 4, maybe 5 sectors on a lap, and we put it all together. Here it's kind of irrelevant to some extent, unless it's whopping. A purple sector set there by the second place car. There's so many sectors around here. You can suddenly you gain a bit here and gain a bit, and all of a sudden you can just lose it so quickly again. Because I've forgotten. I mean, how many sectors do we have? It's well, the 5 that they list. It's just, but they're so big. Each one's almost a lap of an ordinary circuit.
Well, this is it. I mean, in fact, I'm trying to remember how many we had, how many more we had when we did the digital NLS. I think we had 11 or 12 sectors around the thing. But in fact, as you mentioned, with the 3 groups of cars going away at 3 separate times, when did we get into lapping? When the leads were just going on to their second lap. So at any point in lapping, you could lose time sectors. Car 75 into the pits, so this won't be something the doctor ordered, unfortunately. That's very early in the race. Car 75 coming to a halt. I'm trying to tell you who car number 75 is. One of our camera cars, that's how I know.
It is, but I haven't got it on my entry list.
No, I don't think I've got it on mine. I had a very quick scan when I saw the list of... but I'm not going to take my eyes off the screen. It's having a tyre change, so maybe it was just a rear left puncture. No, it's changing all the sets.
It's the Schmitz Performance Cayman GT4. Driven by Riemer. So it's not on my official NLS entry list. I'm glad it's not on yours as well. It's not just me, but it is the Schmitz Performance car, Cayman GT4. Currently in 33rd, but just coming out of the pits now. Cup 3 class car. Yeah,
and also we've just had one of the GT4 Mercedes coming out of the pits. I mentioned one black Falcon Mercedes. That was number 140 with Gabriele Piana leading the class. But the sister car in and out of the pits, that's car number 141. So, okay, they've had a slight pitfall, a pit visit when you don't want one, which is not what you're really looking for, but plenty of time to try and put things straight. Beautiful spring day on the most glorious of all circuits on the entire planet. Sections of other circuits really worked for me, but the entirety of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, after that little sprint around most of the Grand Prix loop here at the Nürburgring, it's what we missed last year. We did have races, but I could watch a race here every weekend because there are so many different variables. But one variable that isn't changing at all is the fact that Kevin Estre likes to attack. He's made his attack. He's gone from second into first in the Manthey Racing Porsche and is pulling clear. Gained 1 3/4 seconds on his first lap in the lead of the race, having just got ahead with that bold move. 2 wheels. I'm going to call them on the grass. Peter thinks it was just the white wall that was on the grass. But anyhow, it was a tough move.
It's the pedant in me. I think it's those years of driving that if the team manager said you had 2 wheels on the grass, I beg to differ. It was only the edge. It was a sidewall. It was the sidewall. It didn't get the whole tyre on.
It was the inner sidewall.
Yes, it's that driver's defence, rule book number, phase paragraph 4, chapter 17, etc., etc. Racing driver's book of excuses. Wasn't me, sir.
Wasn't me, indeed. Right, I managed to skip right past the car that was leading the Cup X class. We talked about before the start of the race, 922, the Cayman. At the wheel at the moment, it's Reinhard Koffler, absolute star in a KTM across GT4 championships for the past probably 4 or 5 years. That's entered by Dieter Schmidtmann. Sorry, that's the car above. That's 91, the black and white one. It's Reinhard Koffler with Christian Menzel. Well, that's a good pairing. So look out for them, leading the class by not a lot, by just 2 seconds from the other car I mentioned. The Dieter Schmidtmann car. That's how I got it mucked around in my head.
Now, Bruce, we were talking about the Manthey and Fricadelli Porsches at the front, Estre and Macbetsy there at 2.2 seconds at the end of the last lap, those times that we were talking about, 56 dead and 57.8. I mentioned earlier on, or a few minutes ago when they started that lap, that the Fricadelli car had a great first sector, as in half a second quicker, and how can that pan out? And sure enough, over the next 2 sectors, it's dropped down quite a bit, actually. Quite significantly, actually. A few of them, it's been 3 seconds down. So there's going to be, it looks like on the, according to our time screen, that there's going to be quite a gap suddenly between Estre and that Fricadelli car.
As you say that, just had a quick look down the long straight from Dottinger-Her. I can see the race leader, Kevin Estre, and I couldn't see as they got to the kink the chasing Fred Machiavicchi. So just remember the figure, it was 2.24 seconds last time around, and another lap, the 3rd lap is being started. In the background, lights ablaze coming into our shot is the Fricadelli Porsche, number 31 that started from pole. He's lost 5 seconds on that lap.
Just going to say it's about 5 seconds. Looking at that vision, it's 7.2, so there it was. He's lost 5 seconds.
And the big difference is when we had the flying lap last time around, Kevin Estre leading. He did a 7 minute 58, wasn't it? No, it was less than that. It was 2.5. It was 7 minutes 56.
76, that's right.
He's dropped by nearly 4 seconds, and in traffic, which is the absolute relevant part there, Fred McAvee, 8 minutes 4 seconds. He's now got Frank Stippler right on his tail. So I wondered if the Phoenix Racing Audis could catch him. I don't think they have on pace, but I think Frank Stippler's got the better run of the traffic. So third is much closer to second now.
It's 5 seconds, you say, it's spot on. We can see where it was. It was sector 3 where he lost 2 seconds, sector 4 where he lost a further 3 seconds. You say he just got caught up in traffic. Exactly what we were alluding to earlier on. Now, discretion is a better part of valour, but it's frustrating as a driver when you're 2 seconds off somebody. That's not just visual, it's physical. It's there. You're in that zone. You want to race. You're looking for opportunities of, can I close it? Can I get back again? Certainly having lost from pole position, you want to regain that. It's just a bit of bragging rights, honours, etc. for the team. That morale of the team seeing your car come through into the sights first one while they make another cup of coffee, or put the cappuccino machine on, do the barista bit, whatever it may be in the background. But that's where they've lost out. So you've got to say discretion, better part of valour, sit back. But 5 seconds on a lap, it's not a lot on the Nürburgring. But to a driver sitting in there, Frank McAvee sitting in that car, that will be infuriating. Sitting there at 5 seconds, it's that visual bit, as you said quite right. Look back at the dotting at her. Last lap it was 2 seconds. All of a sudden, I can't see the second place car. How do you think he feels? I can't see the Grello. I can't see the car in front of it. Where's that Manti car gone? It's not like it's going to be hidden in that colour, is it? In bright sunlight around the Nordschleife, but it's like, I can't see it. And that's what starts to get into a driver's head of, exactly, the heart rate goes up. What am I doing wrong? I've made a mistake. And you start to doubt, or can start to doubt of, should I have gone past that car? Should I have done this? Should I have not? If this continues, 5 seconds a lap, all of a sudden you feel completely inferior and you shouldn't be in the team. And these are the kinds of crazy things that go on in drivers' heads sitting in a car. And actually, it's probably exactly the right thing to do. What you should do, if you can remain calm and collected, and some of the people that can do this, get the skills and get to the front, and they're the front runners, sit there and go, it's 5 seconds over one lap, at the second lap of the race. It's a 4-hour race. Don't worry about it. But without getting complacent. But they're human. And racing drivers, by nature and by character, are not always the most balanced of people, shall we say.
Some are very balanced. I'll let you know who they are later on.
I said not always, yes.
But
yes, off-air conversation.
but I think your key point there is loss of visual. If you could pinpoint it on one bad moment where you lost all the time, forget it. I'm as fast as him around the rest of the lap. But once you then can't see them, those little nagging doubts become large nagging doubts. And right now, and a good point too, if you can't see the Grello car, any weather conditions it stands out, then you're in quite a difficult place.
And that's the point. It's the processing. It's the processing of that as a driver. As you said quite rightly there, have I lost it in one place? Therefore, does it matter? Deal with it, process it, park it. No pun intended. Get rid of it in your mind. Get rid of it. It's not a problem. Come back to it again. If you're making cumulative mistakes, is it the car? Is there something not right? Have the tyres not come in? Is it a bad set? Have you got a bad cover or something? Don't worry about it. As in, that's the key. Can you process it there almost remotely, factually, or do you let the emotions get involved? You said that's when the nagging doubts start to come in. The problem with that is it's exponential. If you start to doubt, it suddenly just gets worse. You create a whole situation that probably isn't there in the first place.
Just had one of those moments that catches me every single time. I'd like to think, old dog, new tricks, but look at the screen, you think, oh my gosh, there's a course vehicle on it. And what you forget, that's not a course vehicle, it's just a nearly bog standard BMW road saloon with a roll cage in it that's competing not in the SP9 class, quite clearly at the front of the field, but you just a front-on shot, and if it's quite plain and any livery is on the side, was a car stationary on the circuit. That's one of the BMWs, but one of the ones with a proper race livery from, I think, the C2S racing class. And so while the standard BMW is just blocking the driver who was, I think, leading the Porsche Cup class car, number 180, saw Avia Rennsport at a standstill. And just to let you know, that's Brett Litzy and even Behet. So trying to see who's at the
M4,
Barrett's. It's the M4. Yeah. Sorry, it's an SP10 class, so it's a GT4 class car. Yeah. Again, it was a long shot. It was in the drop before you rise up that gentle slope to the Vidal chicane. So it was on the Grand Prix loop. And the marshals, actually, if you're going to stop, that's actually one of the places where you can be seen from some distance. As the drivers take the right-hander and drop down into the dip. The car is on the right-hand side of the circuit. The yellow flag's being waved there. The teams will be able to notify their drivers. So hopefully that can be shifted clear. So clearly something just isn't connected anymore to drive that that car. So
Alt Control Delete.
Indeed.
Give it a go.
I always wonder what people mean when they say that, but I just nod.
Said the TVR man. Yes.
I have hammer, hit car.
Yes.
Make a noise. I like the noise. Right, so up front, 7.3 seconds. The gap between first and second. The number 180 BMW, the M4 still
just rolling backwards a little bit there for a moment.
Well, it's on a slight slope, but so a little bit of a setback, and I think we're getting a bit more overtaking towards the front of the field. But then again, you get shown a shot of the Dottinger. Someone is always overtaking someone else down there. After the strictures, the twists, the turns, the rises and the drops of the Nordschleife, it's a one chance we get. Well, I could have tried him going into, insert name of corner here, but it makes far more sense to try and get a toe at that long straight that we're getting on a circuit map. It looks like a straight. It's not entirely straight, and it dips and it bucks, and then it's got the twists at the end of it before you get into that final sequence of corners. But it's still the best place to try and make a passing manoeuvre.
Well, it's still there, the 180 M4, the GT4 car. That's still sitting there on track at the moment. You said it's mercifully perfect visibility today, so it's on a. If ever you're going to stop somewhere on the track, it's one of the safest places to stop. It's out of the way, but that will need to be moved shortly.
What they have there, it's a code 120, 120 km/h limit, as car 180, the BMW M4, will need to be towed in to the pits. But in fact, where it's broken down, it's not far to get it in the back entrance to the pits, so that's quite good for moving it. But meanwhile, other parts of the circuit, they're racing at full racing speed, kicking up the dust between them as they go. Not everybody stays on the light stuff.
Yes. Just trying to get the number on that. It's the blue BMW that's just gone through. I think that's a GT4 M4 class car as well.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look to see who's moving to the head of that class they're running. That's the SP10 class. And at the moment, here we go. Marek Bachmann, I think, car 165. Let's have a little quick check. Marek Bachmann sharing with Tim Neuhauser and Roland Fröser. Schnitzelarm Racing, and that's the lemon yellow livery that seemed to surface last year and stand out. So that's the car leading that class in. Let's just scroll down the order to 34th position overall, but only just very slightly clear, despite under 2 seconds of the number 162, also from the Schnitzelarm Racing team, which is being driven at the moment by Reinhold Renger. Reinhold, a man who races under several names.
I love it when this works this way, doesn't it? We talked earlier about young drivers, BMW chargers, Ben Tuck, being in a Valkenhorst BMW. Go and learn stuff. Doesn't matter you're not in the M6. Who's the blue 888 number BMW that just had 2 wheels on the grass going Dottinger Kevin Estre style? Can you guess? Ben Tuck.
Oh, come on, I wanted to try and guess every driver in the 147 car field before I got there.
I thought we just expedited.
But Ben Tuck is now going rather slowly because he's in the code 120 zone. The yellow flag's being waved. He's going through the little right-hand kink, easy for me to say, before they go up to the Wiedel chicane. But this Sorg Avia Rennsport car that had stopped has been pulled clear. Now, of the front runners...
That looks a lot less than 120 zone.
Well, it does, because it's now they've had to, because the car is being towed across the track from driver's left to driver's right before they get to the chicane, and now it's an access road back way to the pits. I thought they were going to get it up. We probably don't want to go through the Wiedel chicane. Well, do you?
Ben Tuck has just disappeared.
He has, but it made Ben Tuck slow right down. Talking BMW, Augusto Farfus has pitted. That was after only 4 racing laps. He's now just waiting to see if he's rejoined the race. So for him, BMW Junior team, that has dropped him down the order to 15th place overall, and probably further, I would suggest, in that. So, people seizing their moments, and I tell you who seized his moment is the Grello Porsche. Kevin Estre was 10.1 seconds clear coming onto this lap, but with that yellow flag thing being cleared, it means that suddenly Fred Makiewicz looks like he's only about, unless my eyes deceive me, looks like he's taken about 8 seconds out of that advantage just around that part of the Grand Prix loop.
Latveria, thank you very much. Meanwhile, the race leader, say Kevin Estre in the Manthey car, going into Dan Hatzenbach and encountering exactly what we've said many times. Suddenly, that gap's closed down. You've had to deal with that 120 M4 SP10 class car being get out of the way. All of a sudden, you're sitting there, and you said, Franco Makiewicz said, "Thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that. I'll have a few seconds back. Thank you very much." Goes back to exactly what we said about processing. 5 seconds, does it matter? No. Something else can happen. Of course, something else will happen again now and go back to the other way. so you can't become complacent. But an opportunity here for Frank Mekavitsi in the Fricadelli car, the car that was on pole position, carrying the Sabine Schmitz name on the roof, as there's two drivers in that car, but with the third name on the roof, but in honour of Sabine Schmitz there, the wife of the owner, Klaus Abelin, of that team. Or they were joint owners, weren't they? So 10 seconds it was between them. Fastest lap of the race so far is that Kevin Estre number 911 Grello car. 7:56.087 is the fastest lap of the race so far. It's the Manthey car. We're waiting to see a couple of sector times come and just see how close the Fricadella car has closed that gap down. And now, there it is, that first, if you look at the first sectors, I'm getting all geeky here all of a sudden, Bruce. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I'm turning into Paul Treswell. Not anywhere near the same scale or ability, Paul, don't worry. I'm no threat, don't worry, mate. But the first sectors of those first two cars, those two Porsches, Manthey and Fricadella respectively, Kevin Estre and Frank Mekavitsi, 1:19 and 1:11 on that first sector. But 8 seconds, as you said, exactly what you said, it took 8 seconds out of him. That's now been maintained into sector 2. So let's see what's going to happen. So let battle recommence.
I just actually want to reflect on, not only has it been a massive swing towards Fred Machiavicki, but I'm going to tip my hat to Kevin Estre to build a 10-second lead at the front of the field. I think is just absolutely storming. Now, of course, the question is, has he taken a bit more out of his tyres than Fred Machiavicki has taken out of his? But also, Frank Stipler. Did we mention Frank Stipler? He's in third, and we said that before, but he's right on the tail now of Fred Machiavicki. So for him, when that yellow went to green, it benefited everybody bar the race leader, who had 8 seconds cut out of his lead, but Kevin Estre still sitting out front, not by much, 2 and a bit seconds. But suddenly, for Fred Machiavicki, in the number 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche, he's got plenty of business to attend to. He's got Frank Stipler half a second down off his tail. Work the traffic. Both seem to be doing that well, but at this point on the circuit, they don't have much around them. They know full well they'll find a whole gaggle of cars within the next dozen or so corners.
And that's the infuriating thing we were saying about driver psychology, all that's going on through your mind. Probably some things that team managers don't want you to have going through your mind, because they want to get on with the job and do the job and bring it home. As they always say, the most easily changed component in a racing car is the driver. And you're sitting there and in second place there, what was pole position, Frank Mekavitsi, saying, all of a sudden, great, that 5 seconds I've lost has now become 10 seconds. I've got 8 of those back. Great. Wonderful. Brilliant. In the mirror, where did that Audi come from?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. I've just closed down 8 seconds on him and I want to get on with that. I've got to defend an Audi. And just exactly there, just looking into... Is it Tiergarten? No, into Carousel? Yes, into Carousel. Having to deal with... Now, look what's happened to Frank Stipler there.
Right.
Suddenly just caught out.
Well, let's explain. Just before they got into the fabled Carousel, second place Fred Machiavicki went up the inside of these two Gitti-sponsored cars in the junior classes, and then
decisive
to the outside, unfortunately for him, was a car in third place. Frank Stipler, right now, we've been talking about, I think it's Ben Tuck, can't tell, one of the blue-nosed
like
BMWs, slightly obstructed Fred Machiavicki. Not his fault, he was trying to negotiate it.
It is,
and if
Stipler
can get past it, a little twitch over the curbing there, Ben Tuck trying to keep out of the way, and Stipler's gone through. They weren't fighting for position. He was trying to do his best not to interrupt him. So, big loss for Frank Stipler. Got down to within half a second of second place. Got the wrong side of the two Gitti-sponsored cars in the junior classes at the Carousel of all places, and lost probably 3 times that. Now he's got one more car to displace, and he can get back with clear line of sight. No cars between where he's running on the circuit and the driver in second place, Fred Machiavicki. But that really was advantage Machiavicki. It wasn't of his making, but he used the moment well.
Now, those two cars are matching each other on sector times to the second so far for the second part of the race. So it was the race leader that you said that lost out those 8 seconds. The Manthey car, Kevin Estre, he's the guy that lost out so much in that first sector because of that car number 1. Was it 140 that was being towed out the way? The
180.
180. My apologies. You're right. The M4 GT4 car, SP10 class car. That will be taken out of the way, and that's what's cost the time there.
Well, it's been an incident.
Slightly quicker man at the moment is, unsurprisingly, Frank Stipler in P3 at the moment. He's the one who's bringing up a little bit of pace there. It's only a second quicker, but It all counts. Bruce, you were saying?
Well, I was going to say, I could probably say this almost any lap. There's been an incident at Hatzenbach.
Of course
I haven't seen what it is, but again, these things are put in front of drivers. They have to pay attention. You know, you cannot, with a very short line of sight at many points in the circuit, just relax too much. You've got to look at marshals flagging up ahead of you and be made aware of them. At the moment, Kevin Estre is building that lead again, but what is around the corner? Kevin Estre now down towards the kink on the home run, the run from Dottingerhöhe up towards Tiergarten and the end of the lap. In fact, for him, he's actually got wonderfully clear sector of track. And bear in mind, that gap came down from 10.1 seconds, nearly 10.2 seconds, to what, just over 2 seconds. But since then, he's worked the gap back out again over Fred Makiewicz. You'll be able to confirm how much he's gained around the Nordschleife section of the circuit, effectively. That's where they got closed up just before that. Lights flashing, Makiewicz now 2.5 seconds, or 2.499 seconds. So, in fact, I thought Makiewicz had lost a little bit more ground. That he's now run wide down in turn one. Frank Stippler
doing the same. Yeah.
Doing the same. He's an identical distance behind. So,
follow my leader.
5 seconds divided equally between the top 3 drivers. So Stippler's driving very well there, but in fact, looking at their lap times, so much slower. 8 minutes 18 for Kevin Estre. Why so slow, Kevin? But of course, he lost most of that. Well, we know he lost 8 seconds.
That's sector 1.
Yeah. In the first sector because of the BMW number 180 having to be dragged away from the circuit.
So in the three laps so far, it's been 2.2 seconds, 10 seconds, back down to 2.499, so 2.5 seconds. So the point is now, a little bit of a squeeze going on there. That's a replay, isn't it?
Well,
that's the bit you talk about going into the carousel. My apologies.
The replay is worth commenting on. Because second place, Fred Makiewicz had Frank Stippler right on his tail. They had 2 GT-sponsored cars running, I think, a VW Golf and a BMW, and one of them clashed sides with Fred Makiewicz, or got so close as they were jockeying for position, going up the hill into the carousel, and Makiewicz was able to tuck just around in front of them, going into the corner, just squeeze his way across, where, unfortunately for Frank Stippler, he had no option but to bide his time, go around the outside over the top, and we all know there you can go over the top. People doing circuit rides go over the top at the carousel because you run out of banking and you just drop onto the lip beyond. But he didn't do that, but it lost him immediately a couple of seconds.
Not when you're running P3 part of the race. Car off on the left and the Hatzenbach there. Didn't get to see what it was. I'll look on the track mapper in a minute. As we look at I've got some in-car footage at the moment for the 911 front-running car.
Well, no surprise, there is a yellow flag at Hatzenbach. Can't tell you as yet who has taken a stop. Right, the car that started from the outside of the front row, Michele Beretta started the race in the pits. It's one of the 2 Phoenix Racing Audi's, car number 11. He's showing that this weekend with Nicky Tim. We've already had the number 44 BMW from the BMW Junior team come in to change over last time around from Augusto Farfus to Dan Harper. Michele Beretta brought the green Audi in. Is that going to be him leaving the pits? I'll let you know in a minute when we flick over. Adam Christodoulou is the CP Racing
Nicky Team, Mercedes number 11
is
Audi.
it white and red helmet? Right. Okay, so yes, that's flicked over. So early changes. Now some of the teams, most of the teams here running with 3 drivers, some with 2 and some with 4, even in the top classes. The Octane 126 Ferrari, Bjorn Grossman, Simon Trummer, Jonathan Hershey and Luca Ludwig. So they have to split their time differently, as does the BMW Junior team. As I said, Augusto Farfus, Dan Harper's taken over, but still Max Hess and Neil Verhagen waiting to play. So you divide things differently, and if a driver change has to be thrown into a pit stop, so be it.
Code 120 at Flansgarden for the 963 car, stopped at the side of the track. 964, I haven't got a 963, I have indeed. It's 983, I think it's the G-Tech competition car, I think, if I've got the number correct. And yellow flags at Brunchen as well.
Yeah, coming out thick and fast. Drivers can't blame the circuit conditions. It's driving conditions, really, at this point. But good and competitive racing. Kilt still keeping an eye on the lead of the race. Obviously, we've got cars having done a shorter first stint, which may mean they do their next stints as longer ones. So that's why we've seen the number 44 BMW of the front runners coming in. That was running around the tail of the top 10. And of course, running rather higher up the order in fourth place, the number 11 Audi team has taken that over. But will fall down the order. But just remember that you could probably do one short stint and three long ones.
That it wasn't the 983 numbered car, the G-Tech Cayman with Patrick Grutter at the wheel, I believe, of that car. That appears to have stopped at Flansgott, and that's now gone from a code 120 to a code 60 down there. So it's another part there, and we've got car 120 stopped as well down at. That's the car I had to back. You covered that already.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's the car that's running a dark green livery with an old Lotus. A Lotus in the night.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden.
Damit ist das der Führungswechsel.
Zu dritt nebeneinander. Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp vor sich. Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
So leading the way, it's the Porsche, the Grello Racing Mansai Porsche. The gap was 2.5 seconds last time around. Has Kevin Estre eked out more of an advantage over Fred Machiavicki? My suggestion is yes, he has, because waiting for the timing screen to let us know when Machiavicki is crossing the line, or is indeed he doing an early pit stop? No, he's in across the start finish line. Well, he's lost 2.7 seconds on that lap. It's now 5.2 seconds, a gap from Estre to Machiavicki, the two French Porsche racers, and Frank Stippler into the pits.
To say the Phoenix Audi shot. I was just looking at the screen there, thinking that lovely helicam shot, thinking Okay, we've got the Mantai, we've got the Fricadelli. Where's the Phoenix car? The answer is it's in the pits.
Who else is in the pits? Nick Tandy's come in from what was, I think, by memory, 6th place.
Yep.
He was setting some good lap times. So suddenly we've got 2 Porsches and a Lamborghini now filling the top 3. The Lamborghini, Axel Jeffries.
And the Muller Porsche as well, number 33 in the pits as well. And it's suddenly a flurry of actually, the Werner in the Falcon. It's the Porsches, all the Porsches are going to the pits with the one Audi, but it's it's the Porsches of Fricadelli, Tandi, Rutschnik Racing, Muller, Werner in the Falcon Motorsports car. They're all in the pits now, so quite early on. So Kevin Estre taking quite a long run at the moment by comparison to the Porsches. That's quite interesting, to the rest of the Porsches, I mean.
Well, I think what we're seeing there, of course, it's, you choose how you split your race. You either do one short pit stop early on, or you do it later in the race. And they're deciding to go for a longer stint. I would, if I was in the lead of the race. Not that I ever would be, obviously. But so Fred Makiewicz in that 2nd place. And just looking to see who's jumping into these other cars.
Kolb in the Phoenix car.
Right, someone who does deserve a pat on the back. Nico Metzel having a really good run. It's a Pro-Am lineup in that car. He's the pro, obviously. He's in 4th place overall. That's Huber Motorsport, showing with Stefan Aust and Philipp Neufer. But he has, like Axel Jeffries, has stayed out to continue in the lead grouping of the race. Not the lead group, though. That's the 2 Porsches out front, 911 and 31. 5.2 seconds separates them. But interestingly, for everyone, of course, that was a slower lap with a number of code 60 places around the circuit, where the marshals are instructed to put those yellow flags out. Messages got to the drivers: this is your maximum speed through this part of the circuit. You can go faster, but you will pick up penalties, and penalties do not win prizes.
Now, one of the 2 driver teams, my apologies. I was just wondering if Nick Tandy might just stay in that number 30 Fricadelli car. He might pit stop, but he has pitted. I don't know if he's going to stay in that car, or is he going to hand over to Maxime Martin? I'm not sure. I've got a feeling he might be staying in it. Of course, as soon as I say that, complete opposite will happen. They'll be guaranteed, isn't it? Guaranteed. Go to the territory. But the number 5 Phoenix Audi, that's definitely had a driver change. That started with Frank Stippler at the wheel. We saw so completely handed over to Vincent Kolb into that car. And I'm thinking that the number 30 Fricadelli 911 GTR should be out fairly soon.
Just one thing while you're having a quick think about that. Cup 5, always a competitive class. This is the one we've mentioned before, the BMW M2 CS Racing class. And a driver going very well in that was Will Tregurtha, young British driver. And he's got Seb Morris, a driver of considerable GT3 experience, but they're not in GT3. They're further down, but they're racing for Walkenhorst Motorsport, a team that has been so strong for BMW, but the last few years have just been fantastic for Henry Walkenhorst's troops. And multiple cars in multiple classes. And but again, good to see some of the drivers really getting in there. In fact, it's an all-British lineup in that one. Will Tregurtha, Seb Morris and Matthew Greenwood.
Just to confirm, Nick Tandy has indeed stayed in the number 30 Fricadelli Porsche.
They listen, don't they? They do.
Oh, yeah, I wish. If they do, they probably shouldn't. So he has indeed stayed in that. So pit stop, but no driver change, one of the few. So the 2 leading cars, the Mantai and Fricadelli Porsches, there with Kevin Estre and Makiewicz, haven't pitted yet. 6 laps completed. The gap has gone out again we had 2.25 seconds, 10 seconds, 2.5 seconds. It's now 5.2 seconds. And Kevin Estre, pedal to the metal, he's getting down. He's done another first sector, a second quicker. I think he's agreed at that 8-second loss, and that's motivated him at the moment. It looks like quite a positive motivation that he's turned that back into. You said quite rightly, Bruce, huge credit in 2 laps, put out a 10-second lead when everything was clear. But as you said, one key word of the Nordschleife: incident. Never mind location, incidents. That's what can change it. And again, second sector, he's a second quicker again.
That's Kevin Estre, but obviously the team manager going, he took 8 seconds off you loser, on the previous lap. Not that people behave like that in the pit wall.
Yes.
But
Were you asleep?
Yes. Right. Now, looking at the Cup 3 class, great looking Porsche Caymans, the 718 Cayman GT4 class. And really tight at the top, just 1 second gap between first and second. That's 982, the G-Tech competition version. Fabio Gross and Torsten Volter leading that from 960. And they're only a few seconds clear. That's the WNS Motorsport car. Daniel Blickel, Tim Schierbart and Max Kronberg. And the next car just about 5 or 6 seconds further down the line. So again, it doesn't matter if you're fighting for the front or wherever you're fighting, you're still fighting for your class position, and traffic, whether faster or slower, can affect you very, very much indeed. At least if you're in the SP9 class, the fastest cars on the field, it's only the slower cars that can affect you. But of course, if you're racing in a middle order class, you can be affected both by those who are quicker and those who are slower, which makes it a far, far harder environment to go racing, I would warrant.
Yellow flags again at Schwalbenschwanz on the exit, which is for the 614 Renault Clio, which is from the H2 class. Daniel or Tobias Overbeck in that car. Brothers, I'm guessing, in that car. Or father and son, I'm guessing probably brothers. That Clio Cup is parked at the side of the track. Hasn't yet become a code 60, but there's certainly yellow flags being waved there, just noticed on the exit of Schwalbenschwanz.
Yeah, we've got a few cars in the pits as well with technical issues, unfortunately. The number 2 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class cars, 120 and 90. So for Goda, Oda, they've taken the names off the screen, just so I was trying to read them to you, but anyhow. So technical problems hopefully can be fixed. So let's just praise the situation, just very close to the end of the opening hour, and it's Kevin Estre leading the way for the Manthey Racing Porsche number 911. He's got 6 laps on the board and a lead of, at the start of the lap, 5.273 seconds, and such has been his progress. You think that might be up to 8 seconds by the time he gets there. But Peter's about to tell us something has happened at Schwalbenschwanz.
Well, so that yellow has now developed into a it's a code 120 for the second part of it, the left-hand part. The second left-hand part becomes a 60 at the end of it. But I think we've got multiple cars off there. It would appear.
Car number 614.
Yeah, well, that's the original one. That's the Renault Clio I've just mentioned.
And then 184 as well,
Yeah.
I think, is off there. Again, these numbers not always totally in order on my sheet. But
So basically into Schwalbenschwanz, which is a fast right-hander, then a left, and out. Very fast exit. You've got yellow flags going in, 120 zone in the middle, and a 60 zone at the end of it. There isn't enough information to take on. These drivers are getting bored. We're an hour in. Let's make sure that doesn't keep you busy enough.
good news indeed for the race leader. The Grello Manthey Racing Porsche is running clear. One of the Caymans in behind has had a little bit of nose damage, but the good news for the race leader, Kevin Estre, is that he's gone through a gaggle of traffic as he heads up towards the end of the lap, because he's got a little silver TCR class Audi just in front. In fact, the TCR class, we haven't really talked about that for a while, but it's looking quite tight. I think the first two cars in that class are very close indeed over the start-finish line. Then I'm waiting for the yellow and green flash of the Manthey Racing Porsche, which I can't see because it's gone into the pit lane. Again, that long shot, you're thinking, is he tucked in behind it, about to burst out in a flurry of noise and extravagance, but into the pit he goes. So bear in mind, 6 laps completed. In fact, 7 laps completed. He's going to cross the start finish line.
And is that the Fricadelli car in behind it?
And the Fricadelli copycat comes in behind. So that's the sort of, we think, the long stint that you will see. Bear in mind that I think it was after 4 laps that we had the Augusto Farfus BMW coming in, or it might have been 5. I think it was 4 laps. Again, sometimes you look at the timing screens and you've forgotten exactly what lap it's on, and they don't go over the start finish line. 5 laps, it was.
So the race leaders, as we say, 911 and 31 into the pits. Now, are we going to have driver changes? Kevin Estre and Frank Mikvitsi starting those 2 cars respectively. The Fricadelli car, they swapped around because the Fricadelli car was, of course, on pole position. Its sister car, the one, had a little bit of a... So we've got the top 5 into the pits now. So the Manthey, Fricadelli, Conrad Motorsport, Lamborghini, the Huber Motorsport 911, and the Kelvitz-driven Ferrari 488, all into the pits as we speak. So all to run for at the front now. That's going to change the order quite significantly as it all settles down. But who can win this battle? The Manthey Estre-driven car in first. As you said, copycat immediately behind it, followed Frank Mikvitsi in the Fricadelli team. There does I think there is a driver change there, so it does look like Kevin Estre is out of that car. Which means he'll be handing over to
Lars Colonel Michael Christensen.
Yeah.
We will let you know. Again, we often can't tell until they have left the pit lane. But all the front runners with 7 laps completed are serving or have served a pit stop. But bear in mind, some of them came in several laps earlier. Will it work for them? But really, in terms of natural pace, the front-running cars so far in this race have been the 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche that started from pole position. Lucky to do so. It almost didn't. Well, it didn't get away for quite a while at the start of the formation lap. But the car that's really set the pace is the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche. Bright yellow and bright green, can be seen in any weather conditions, day or night. Is the effective leader.
Yeah, I think there's a definite change of driver in that Manthey car. I don't think, or I haven't seen, that's not to say it hasn't happened, I haven't seen a driver change happen in the Fricadelli car. So it might still be Frankie Vitti staying in that car for the moment. It would be interesting to see when we get out there. As you say, we won't know until they go out and the timing screens update for us, but that would be an interesting philosophy. They're following the same strategy. They're the front two running cars. Okay, they swapped round. That Fricadelli car was on pole position. They'll be keen to reassert that position, and it looks like the Fricadelli car is being moved. No, that's just to allow another class car and one of the Gitti cars in behind it. Manthey car is out and away. The Fricadelli car should follow, all things being equal, at the same time. It hasn't just yet. The Grello car is out. Fricadelli car leaving the pits now, about to go out, so we'll see in a moment if there's been a driver change on either or both or none of those teams. I'm convinced there has been on the Manthey car. We will see. Fricadelli driven car just having to overtake something else in the pit exit there, but he stayed within the blend line, so I'm not sure whether that's...
I think we'll watch that space.
Yeah,
because,
it wasn't dangerous the way he did. He just got on with it and get round it. But I'm not sure whether the officials may view that in quite the benevolent way it is. But now, indeed, we have Kern is now in the 911, as you said.
Yeah, that's
Lars Kern, and it looks like yes, Makovici did stay in that car. So I read it right for once.
He did.
It's bordering on good reporting.
Mark down the date.
Never happen again, appearing one night only.
So at the end of the hour, with the pit stops done, I think the effective order is 9:11, 31. Now, I want to see, because the Phoenix Racing Audis came in respectively 1 and 2 laps earlier, where they get a slot back in before all the machinations of early pit stops, late pit stops came to be. They were running in 3rd and 4th positions. Then, of course, the order got shuffled and will continue to be shuffled towards the end of the race. But the 911 was leading before the pit stops, and I would warrant is leading after them. I'll wait for full confirmation of that, but it's now no longer Kevin Estra. He's been locked in a dark room at the back of the garage. It's Lars Kern who is working his way down through Hatzenbach. And he's been blessed with that, not just fabulous weather to go racing, but simply seems to be the fact that he's got clear track, just what you want, Peter, when you get out on the circuit after a pit stop.
Clear track, fresh tyres, Nordschleife in the sunshine, spring sunshine, should I say. What more could you want? What could possibly go wrong? Well, as you said earlier, a lack of concentration, that's what could go wrong. Let the emotion take over and start to enjoy it around the glorious spring sunshine lit Nordschleife, and all of a sudden it's like, oops, I didn't mean to do that. And it was only half a tyre on the dirt, but it was enough to be catastrophic. That's where you have to, again, as you said, concentrate, think about it. You can't relax, you can't just go out the pits and say, oh, this is nice, I'm enjoying the Porsche in it. You've got to get on with what we're actually doing, which the idea is to win a motor race here.
Yeah, but I just think so far what we're seeing is some great racing action, quite tactical, but I mean, Kevin Estra can feel very proud of himself, because that was a magnificent early run. He made the pace, set the pace, worked the traffic very, very well indeed, recovered from having 8 seconds that he gained in not many laps, taken away immediately from him, and then responded by easing his way out again. So he was 5 and a bit seconds clear, wasn't he? 5 1/4 seconds clear before he came in to the pit stop, followed by the car from second, the number 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche. And going back into the race, well, we'll wait to see what the gap is when they hit the next sector. Again, just to reiterate, it's a long way around the Nordschleife for 14 plus miles. And timing sectors are sort of... They give and they take away, but overall, when we get to the end of the lap, we'll have the definitive answer about how much he's gained. It looks about even going in and out of the pits, I'd say, between the pair of them.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and from what I saw, certainly. And it still catches me when you say that, 14 miles. We're so used to it because we just go, Nürburgring, 14 miles. We know it is. But then you stop and think about the context, the reality of that, the magnitude of it. 14-mile lap. There is no other place like it. Add in gradient, contours, elevation, how many descriptions can I use? And you just like, hang on a minute. And it's as you say, it never ever stops. Incidents, surprises, throwing something up. We saw it 3 weeks ago. Snow stopped it all. Today, bright sunshine. As you said quite rightly, for the build-up to the show, Bruce, beautiful pit lane, sunlit and whatever. It doesn't mean it's the same around the other part of the circuit.
Well, entirely so. But even in full sunshine, you have patches of the circuit in deep shade, and that passing, is bad enough driving on a motorway. But you come around a tight corner, and suddenly you're in full shade. You've got to adjust. Did I see something just over the brow ahead of me as the track rose and fell ahead of me? Was there a slower car up there? That's what the front runners are having to think. You cannot take anything for granted. But the one thing you can take, not for granted, but looking pretty strong indeed. Manthey Racing leading the way, such a strong record with their Porsches over the years in the Langstrecken series. And it looks another, at this early stage of the race, that last curve, waiting for that timing interval. Will it be 5, 6, 7 seconds over the lead Fricadelli Porsche, the leading Fricadelli Porsche, which is in second place overall, just because there are 2 Fricadelli Porsches. And just to say, the sister car, the number 30, indeed, it was Nick Tandi handing over to Maxime Martin. So Nick did the first stint, but it's a 2-driver lineup. They'll both have further turns in those cars.
Indeed. So much to play for still. We've only got a few hours to go, haven't we? Is it just a little bit? It's only partway through the race. Just under 3 hours to go, that's all. 2 hours 54. Current standings in the V4 class, we have car number 1. To the reigning champion with is the 325i BMW. Second place is the 705 car, 744 being in the third. Top 3 in the V4 class. I say that's the 325i's. Got a little battle going on there. Really enjoying themselves out on the track. And of course, this is the area of the race where they're having their own battle, they're having just as much fun, and all of a sudden you're sitting there, mind your own business, getting absolutely wrapped up. The driver psychology is exactly the same. It doesn't matter whether you're driving a slower car or a faster car, it's irrelevant. They're having as much fun, they're out there. But if you are driving a slower car, you can get completely engrossed in what you're doing, having a battle with somebody else, one of your peers, and all of a sudden you look in the mirror and there's a GT3 car that wants to come through because they're pressing on like, it's fairly important we get past, please. But you've got your own battle to do as well. And as we said earlier, it's the etiquette of the track, whether it's here, Le Mans, wherever it may be. It's the faster driver's responsibility to get round the slower driver. You've got as much right to be there as anybody else.
But I think absolutely so, right on all counts. But one thing that, it's still a proud moment for anybody who races here in this series with number 1 on the door. It means they had to win the series, not overall. They had to win their class, get more points than anybody achieved in any other class. And for Brink and Rinky Tink, they've done it. They've done it before. They're just, they're drivers who go out for fun, but they're also drivers who go out to win their class. And if you get the overall title, and you get that fabled number 1 on the door. So while you traditionally look at your entry list and think, okay, the car's leading in the top class. No, there isn't a number 2. There isn't a number 1. We go 3, 4, 5, etc. In fact, I have noticed that Falcon Motorsports very craftily have swapped their drivers over or changed their car numbers. What should have been 4 is now 3. So number 3 is Dirk Werner, and the driver who's taken over, Alessio Picariello, and the sister car that was 3 is the other way around. So Sven Muller or Thomas Preining. So just to keep us on our toes, as if that's not hard enough as it is with 147 cars on a circuit of 14 plus miles. But we are not complaining. The more the merrier. So now suddenly got a bit of competition between the KCMG Porsche and the car that started from pole position. So it really did lose a fair bit of time. But don't forget, the KCMG Porsche came in, I think, a lap earlier to make its pit stops. They're not quite all square and all of that, because if you do a shorter earlier stint, it means you have to do a longer final stint. So how you use your tyres, another inextricably linked factors, Peter, make a big difference, don't they? If it was 1 lap on a normal circuit, it wouldn't really make the blindest bit of difference, but this is not a normal circuit.
There's so many permutations to how this place can pan out, but yes, the Fricadelli car running really deep at turn 1 again, all the way on the outside. That's almost we've only seen that filmed a few times, but almost every time it's done it. I'm not saying he has done it every time, but it just seemed to go really deep there, certainly compared to the KCMG car.
I don't often say this in life, but I have the answers, or some answers anyhow. Right, by dint of having a shorter first stint, it means those that had a shorter first stint are now leading the race outright, but they will pay for their crime later on, because it's now Nicky Tim leading in car number 11, Audi, Nicky Tim. You might think I've gone crazy, but yes, it should say Aston Martin, but it isn't. He's allowed out to come and play with Phoenix Racing in their Audi. He's leading by 1 second from Dan Harper. The number 44 BMW had the shortest of the front runners first stint, so he's gained on the track, but will have to pay back in a larger role later in the race when he has to do a longer final stint. Then there's a 15-second gap back to third place, which is Lars Kern, and presumably will be starting to take chunks of time out of them. Their cars will be running a little bit lighter. His will be fully loaded with fuel, but of course the advantage will swing the way of the 911. So it's the number 11 Phoenix Racing Audi, that's the bright green one. 44, the BMW from BMW Junior team, that's the M6, shared by Dan Harper, Max Hess, Neil Verhagen, and the driver who started, Augusto Farfus. And third place, it's a 3-driver lineup. It was started by Kevin Estra. Now it's Lars Kern, and Michael Christensen will take over that third place Manti Racing Porsche at some point in the remainder of this race. We've done over an hour. We've done an hour and 10 minutes. So 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining. I must say that 911 crew are looking very, very strong indeed. And they've such a history of success in the VLN and then when it became the NLS as well. So plenty of pedigree in that team.
Yeah, I was just watching a couple of the GT... Oh, they're coming to the pits together, actually. The Caymans running down the Dottinger Hoe, having an absolute... And the fact that they're coming to the pits together is hilarious, because they've had a little slipstreaming moment together down the Dottinger Hoe, with the second car obviously getting a tow, pulling in, tucking behind, the car in front, letting him do it. And as soon as he got past, he tucked in as well. Said, right, you've got to pass, but I'm going to get some of that back out. And then they're duking it out down the Dottinger Hoe, nose to tail, all the way through Tiergarten, and then you just dive into the pits. So, never mind a sedate, careful, considered, controlled in-lap. No, fully racing through Tiergarten, pits, right in to go together. That's a couple of the Cayman GT4s there. Just a fascinating little play going on there, Bruce.
But it's fun. But in fact, as soon as I said my last statement, I thought about Manti Racing, the Grello Porsche having won. You know, I sort of intimated it might have included last year. It didn't. Last year was curtailed. In fact, their last win in the series was Nick Tandi, Richard Leeds. Almost the equivalent weekend. It was the third round, actually, 27th of April in 2019, but in previous years it had logged many, many wins. In fact, it was really strong in 2017, started 2018 with a win. But again, time flies. You sort of pin something down and you can be years out. The cars don't change enormously around here. The circuit doesn't change, but certainly Manti Racing looking very strong. Waiting to see what the gap will be. It's in third place at the moment, hunting down two cars that did a shorter first stint before their opening pit stops. And on race pace, we know it's the fastest car in the race. 7 minutes 56 points, just a whisker over 7 minutes 56 seconds in that opening stint for Kevin Estra. And the next fastest car was 1.7 seconds behind that in terms of pace, and that was the 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche that's back in 5th place at the moment. Bear in mind they were first and second, but after those differential pit stop lap runs in the opening stint, number 5 Audi's got between them. That's the car started by Frank Stippler, driven very well by Frank Stippler. Vincent Kolb has taken that over. That's running in 4th place overall at the moment. So just to reiterate, number 11 leads the way for Phoenix Racing. Nicky Tim taken that over. It was started by Michele Beretta. Then Dan Harper took over very early on from Augusto Farfus. Second down at the end of the opening lap. Let's see what the gap is when they get to the end of this tour.
My correction, Bruce, the two Porsches that were butting weren't Caymans. It was the 991 GT3s, a Black Falcon from the Specials SB Pro class, number 350, the Black Falcon car that's actually been taken out into the hands of Noah Nagelsbeek rejoins in that car, but they weren't Caymans, they were 991s. My apologies for misleading. With the Porsches, but just slightly wrong model.
Well, often we're looking at them on a long shot that doesn't stay still because the cars are twisting and turning and trying to make their way around this circuit that just keeps the drivers on their toes and hopefully on the black stuff. In fact, it's been largely good, but there was that sort of smattering of people starting to get it wrong about 2 laps ago. We had various code 120s, code 60s as the incidents were cleared up. Now, let's see what the gaps are as the cars come through to put 9 laps on the board, just waiting See what it's going to be. Obviously, a big margin has to be closed down by the Manthey Racing Porsche in third. He was 15 seconds down. And having seen that car flash through, we get a shot of the Dacia Logan. Peter's saving up to buy one of these. And again, it's the diversity of cars on offer. And the Dacia runs in a specials class, SP3. And one of the drivers doesn't like to reveal his full name. He calls himself Doom.
It's very tight capacity there. So it's 1750cc to 2 litre seat. It's not a great deal of scope there, is there? 250cc difference there, but yeah, it's a Dacia car. It sounds ridiculous. We talk about the different classes there, and we talk, as you say, we naturally gravitate towards the SB9 category GT3 cars, the other front-running cars. But that little Dacia, as they showed that footage of it braking into turn 1 at the first corner, it was squirreling away under braking. He was driving that car to the edge of its envelope. It may not be an AMG GT3 or whatever. He was having some fun in that car. Certainly. I'm guessing that was probably Doom driving.
Yeah, you can tell, can't you?
Yeah, it has a ring to it.
Right, we said it was 1 second between first and second, and I reckon it's possibly staying at that margin. It's a green Audi from a blue BMW. That sounds really descriptive, but what it is, it's Nicky Team from Dan Harper. It's Phoenix Racing from the BMW Junior team. They're having their moment at the front of the race, but they're going to have to pay for it to an extent because their first stints were short. Whereas the drivers who were leading outright through those opening stints, they stayed out longer. They put 7-8 laps on the board. Was it 7 or 8? I can't remember now.
8, I think it was 8, yes.
Yes, I got thrown by the fact it lists the time and lists the number of laps, but the teams with their garages at the near end of the pit lane, obviously, they hadn't crossed the start-finish beam. So 1.011 seconds was the gap between first and second between Team and Harper. It's come down to 1.057. So still nothing. And they've got traffic ahead of them as they dive into the first corner. The drivers of the junior cars, one of the Golfs pulled out of the way. The BMW production class car gets out of the way on the other side of the circuit. So through the tight right, through the left, and it's still the number 11 Audi leading Nicky Tim, enjoying his time. The car was started by Michele Beretta. Out using the circuit and more as you need to. Actually, through Dan
Harper's lost out a little bit there.
He certainly has. I was going to say, as they go through out of the Mercedes arena, I'm not sure if it's even still called that, but
we know what you mean.
Know what I mean? Certainly, maybe positioning of the BMW was slightly awkward. It might have been put off a natural line as he went around those 2 back markers. I would suggest that would be the case, but he's got to make it all up again. Yes, the gap's gone out.
Just physicality, isn't it? There's only so much room on a racetrack for 4 racing cars, and as simple as that. And Dan Harper, absolutely the right thing to do. I'm guessing, surmising, he's probably just backed out of it, discretion, all that kind of stuff we've said before. Don't worry about it, but it has moved that gap out. I would say that's probably doubled it already in that little bit. It's probably gone from 1 to 2 seconds quite quickly. As you say, it was a shaving. You were talking about that distance. It was 1.08 or something. It's 1.05 or something.
Yeah.
So we're talking, hundreds, tenths, whatever. And all of a sudden, it's doubled. The start of that lap, turn 1, first corner. There it is, and you've got to wait for it. To say the other cars, production car class, got out of the way. One went one way. Golf, BMW left a gap. The Audi went through, and he couldn't. BMW there wasn't enough room for an M6 BMW as well.
Okay, something else to put in that mix. I wanted to see how much Lars Kern could close in on them. I did point out he had a heavier fuel load. They'd made their pit stops 1-2 laps earlier. He lost 5 seconds. 4.5 seconds, actually. So Lars Kern now 19.3 seconds down on Harper and 20-plus seconds down on the race leader, Nicky Tim. So it's Phoenix Racing leading the way, but they are going to have a longer, they've done their short stint. You normally end up doing 1 short stint, 3 long stints. And so, of course, they're at the front of the field. Oh, some great liveries this year. And then there's car number 810, which is, whichever angle you look at it, it's a different colour. It's green on the nose, it's sort of coral pinky orange under the bottom, there's black over the flanks, and underneath all these colours are bars of black and white as well, so it's like a spider's web has fallen atop the Cupra Leon.
And we're not talking iridescent paint that does that in the sunlight, we're just talking different vinyl. It's just, it's a bit confusing, as you say.
Well, it's a good driving pairing. It's Bock Motorsport, it's Herman Bock and Max Partel, who've been really strong in recent years, and the Cupra Leon going very well indeed in the TCR class. That's the AM class, the TCR section, but don't know if it really works on a bright sunny day in terms of its race livery, but it's different, as they say. Yes, it takes really quite a lot of studying. You do want to sort of almost, in old-fashioned terms, adjust your horizontal hold, try and get the picture straight.
You do come out with these old school terms, don't you? It'll be, hang on a minute, I can't do that. Let me just check the test card.
Waiting for the valves to warm up. Now, we mentioned CP Racing, regular front runners and champions in the past in the Creventic long distance series, 24H series, and great to have them on board getting some lap mileage here. Always welcome around the Nordschleife. It was,
you mentioned it on the grid, but what a fantastic colour scheme in that. It's really quite different.
It's crisp.
Yeah, very, very clean and very crisp. It's very modern. I like that, the way it just blends in. It's mostly white, but the blue and red blends into the real tail lights. It's very cleverly thought out. It's one of those things that I can see being designed on a screen, and then sometimes they just don't work in reality. This one does. Physically, it looks great on track in the sunshine.
You know, I always love the start of the season when you get your first time walking down the pit lane or in the paddock and you see the cars and you go, oh, that's a new livery. Wow, that really does work. And others you go, well, that's a new livery. But Charlie Putman's team, you know, going great guns. It's Charlie at the wheel at the moment. And
the age-old adage, if it looks right,
it's expensive. Yeah, no. Good run for him. He's trying to pick out where he is in the order. He's running 1, 2, 3rd in the Pro-Am class in SP9 at the moment, but he's 20 seconds down on. This is the name that I like to say. It's not Roger Smith. It's Lorenzo Rocco di Torre.
I did spend some of my lockdown practicing that just to make sure you haven't got a complete monopoly on that.
I got a bit upset earlier this year when he was just down on the list as Lorenzo Rocco. That didn't really rock it for me. No. But he's driving this is a good team name as well. Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport. Audi R8 LMS. Having a good run, so it's good to have him back with his name in full for the timing screens. But talking the SP9 Pro-Am class, it's being led at the moment by Huber Motorsport. We had a great opening stint from Nico Menzel in number 25 Porsche. It's now leading the class by quite a lot, by Philipp Neuffer. He's got nearly 50. He's got 50 seconds and more. No, he's got about 53 seconds advantage in that class. So
now the Fricadelli car is starting to get closer and closer. It's closed up a little bit through traffic. They're now about to go into the carousel with traffic going to be on the exit of that. So they're going to catch up with that traffic fairly soon. And they're really in contention. They come out of the carousel clear with that. The traffic's seen, the slower traffic's seen them. But the Fricadelli car there, closing a little bit. It ekes out a little bit again, the Huber Motorsport car. But I think this could get quite interesting by the time we get to Dottingerhoe and Tiergarten, which is also that bragging rights, as I keep saying, about when they come out of Tiergarten and spring out over the top onto the pit straight. But it's also that in front of the team. So didn't I do well? Sort of thing. I'm here. I'm back. We're leading. Yeah, put the coffee cup down. We're leading.
I know I took a rather long time around the lap. Do you remember me?
Yes.
And now, again, Code 60 is coming up at that point, so the whole battle, you could just see Constantine and the Fricadelli Porsche's got to do it all over again. So it's Maxime Martin all over the tail of Edoardo Liberati. They're fighting over 6th and 7th positions. In fact, they're fighting over 6th. Who wants to be 7th? But the KCMG Porsche still in front.
Who wants to be 6th?
Now you come to mention it. Yes.
Now, those Code 60s, again, that flip side. The first car is, that sinking feeling as you've got to slow down. The second place car is, thank you very much, I'm right behind you. It closes the gap down. Or just have them then.
Okay, I'll explain why I felt quiet and fell off my chair, because we had a Code 60 and the two cars we talked about, the KCMG Porsche and the second of the Fricadelli Porsche, slowed right down, and someone, I think, in the Porsche 911 Cup class came past at full racing speed. It was a bit like everyone else was in slow motion. The Code 60 loud on the screens at Whipperman, so I think someone's going to be serving a bit of a punishment for that one, because that was... we've got... also very close, Kolb and Machiavicki, that's 4th and 5th places, but they've observed the speed limits. Now it's green, 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 but that was a very interesting replay. And just to explain, everybody else not stationary, going at the apportioned reduced speed, someone not.
And the Dottingerhoe looking like a motorway here, freeway, full of traffic, but People keeping to the left, people keeping to the right, and the fourth and fifth place cars straight through the middle. The Audi and the Freisinger Porsche straight through the middle of it. They're going to catch up now. Is that the Grello car ahead?
It is. It's third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah.
So again, the Manthey Racing Porsche has lost out when it comes to Code 60s.
That's my point. I wasn't quite sure. Is that really the Grello car? Yes, it is. It's there. I wasn't expecting them to suddenly catch up with it and being so. What has happened there?
Oh well, Vincent Cole getting very twitchy through that final chicane. I love the fact you went back in time. You didn't say the Fricadelli Porsche, it's the Freisinger Porsche. You've gone back to almost VPR days.
Did I say? My apologies. Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
I like that. I like that. Whole host of cars diving into the pits, but the Manthey Racing Porsche in third place has actually closed the gap to. Oh, we've got a change behind because I said Vincent Cole was a little bit twitchy going through the final chicane, couldn't get the power down well enough on the start-finish straight, and Fred Machiavicchi has said, yes, monsieur, and he's gone up into fourth place.
Well, that's very interesting because it looks like that Phoenix Audi. It's almost its rear tyres are worn, as you say. It just can't get the power down. It's looking, and it's not that long after a pit stop either, so it shouldn't be that, and not long enough to be necessitating that problem yet.
No, but I think he's got 2 laps more on those tyres, and I also just think those Porsches are a little bit faster, so he's having to try and take the risk, but he got it wrong in the chicane. So let's just reiterate: race leader Nicky Team, he will be due in possibly at the end of this lap. He's leading by 3.7 seconds from Dan Harper in the BMW. Then it's 16 further seconds back to this battle for third, fourth and fifth. Lars Kern, now Fred Machiavicchi into fourth, and Vincent Kolb down to fifth. And in sixth place, car number 33, is the Rutronic Racing Porsche, which we've scarcely seen, and it's Tobias Muller at the wheel at the moment.
3 Porsches line astern here. We've got the KCMG, the Huber, and the Fricadella car line astern.
Here is the thought: the car that went flashing by in the code 60 or whatever might have been Tobias Muller. It's just a guess. I've got to check. It was a silvery grey car, Porsche by the looks of things, and now immediately behind him, about a second back down the track, are Edoardo Liberati and Maxime Martin, the 2 drivers we were looking at in an overhead shot when that incident occurred. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on the ticker screen, and so are you, to just take a look and see if we get any punishment warnings coming up, floggings and the like. But right now it's just so enjoyable watching the action. We didn't get action 3 weeks ago. I know I go on about it, but I was really rather upset at the time because of snow, poor visibility, frozen gravel traps. Okay, guys, we'll let you off that one, but it's back in style. The Nürburgring Langstrecken series stretches its legs for the first time in 2021 and putting on a great show. But again, because over this 4-hour race, Peter, you can choose how long your stints are to split up your 4 hours. We've got some who had a short first stint and now they're doing a longer second stint, and it could be all swapping around. But Nicky Tim leading the way by 3.7 seconds. Circuit looking fabulous. Third, fourth and fifth is really quite a good battle now. It's Lars Kern, Fred Machiavicchi, and just started to drop him Vincent Kolb. So you have to feel for the Manthey Racing car. Not once, but twice. It's been really caught out by Code 60. It's now not by Code 60, just traffic.
Make that a third time. Yes, it's just not there.
It's about to be passed around the outside. Oh, goes Machiavicchi. Not here, thank you, says Lars Kern. Cuts right across his nose. Still another production class car to be passed. But just like I'm saying, they've had some bad luck with obstructions, both the flag of yellow and cars here, there and everywhere. But I think Lars Kern did rather well to keep that going there.
Well, that's why he had to shut the doors. So it was very professional, but it was very much shut the door in his face. Stopped that car coming around the outside there. He was almost there. He almost pulled it off. Number 31 Porsche there, the Frank Machiavicchi. Still, he did that car from the start, hasn't he? And he's just dropped away a bit now. The Manthey car, just not getting the brake there, but he saw that coming quite literally, and it was a nanosecond off being pulled off. That was for you've got me. I want to say Freisinger car. Now they think I've said it. I don't mean the Fricadelli car. I mustn't say it. It's
a worm in your head.
It is now. Thank you. Yes, fed by you. Thank you. And so they go over at an hour bridge, and they've had to settle back into a little bit there to Frank Machiavicchi in the Fricadelli car, but he got so close to getting that place back, which is effectively, don't forget, the race lead, because we know it's slightly false at the front with Nicky Team and Dan Harper up at the front there. Yes, they are now, but because of strategy, we know that's that's now it's temporary, if you like, acting leader, which probably sounds awful. There's no disrespect to Nicky Team in that car.
No, he wouldn't take any offence from that, I hope.
Well, he would, but he'd get his own back some other way.
Yes, of course he would.
I remember. That's just for saying I was acting leader. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I've glued your gloves to the steering wheel.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So again, what we didn't see in the first part of the race was anti-racing Porsche struggling for pace. It's not struggling for pace now, but I would say that the chase is on, and Fred Machiavicchi he's under a second in arrears at the moment. Wherever you are watching and listening to this around the world, if you go to the VLN.de website, flick up the track map with the moving numbers of the cars around the circuit, you'll see what an issue it is to commentate on 147 cars. The entirety of the lap, bar at the moment, the area around Kallenhardt and Versailles are covered with car numbers. They are everywhere, and in fact down the Dottinger Höhe there's a bit of a gap, but you just get the picture for these drivers. They're fighting the circuit, fighting the car, and fighting traffic. It's an absolutely brilliant track mapper, and well worth a look. As much as anything, it also flashes up code yellow areas and code 60s and yellow flags, and almost too much to take in, but a brilliant tool. So well done to the organisers for putting that up. It really adds to the show. You can find live timing as well. But right now it's all about the track action, and it's fast and furious. We're how far into the race? We're 1.5 hours into a 4-hour race, and for the second time in about half a lap, we've suddenly got the Manthey Racing Porsche being absolutely blocked by. In fact, it was the Opel Manta.
Yeah, Manthey blocked by the Manta. And now they've got a load of traffic to get through, and it's getting very busy. This is where, so far on experience of this race, the Manthey car just hasn't had the luck. Just hasn't drawn that well, but it has on this occasion. For once, they've got away with it. Nothing gained, but more importantly, nothing lost there to the Fricadelli car. But this is where we're going to start the run now, fairly soon, back to the end of this lap, and that's where we're going to see some fun, I believe. Now, once again, just caught out one of the Fricadelli car. It's all over the back there. Looking at the Manthey Porsche in front, looking right mirror, left mirror, just saying, I'm here. Just letting them know it's there. Poor old Lars Kern in that car, got his mirrors full of the white and red Porsche behind, who gets a good little run out of the mini carousel now. He's positioning the car now. He's just posturing now. That's what he's doing. He's making no effort whatsoever to go by, but he's saying, I might just do it anywhere. That's the point.
Well, we know where he's going to do it, Peter, because he's so close that he's going to get the toe right from the start of Dottinger Höhe. Just a few corners before, well, maybe a dozen corners before, Machiavicchi made a mistake. He just clouted the curb to one side of the track. You saw it moving the car from left to right. Kept his cool, kept his car, but that's how hard he's pushing. He was trying to just make sure he could get in the position he's in now, which is in the slipstream. He's gained half a car length already. They start to go out of the compression, up the rise. He's a car length behind. He's right underneath. The front shot shows it's half a car length, a quarter of a car length. It's coming. It's only going to be offered on the outside. That's where
it's not going to do
Kevin Estre made the move to go round the Fricadelli Porsche on the opening lap, but he didn't make it stick.
It's not close enough.
Also shows just how brave Kevin Estre was. He wasn't prepared to lift at all. He took that with his wheels partially on the grass on the right hand side of the circuit to take the lead at the end of the opening lap of the race.
Absolutely. Now, what may happen is what we call the Mercedes Arena now. We started calling it that again, the old name for it. But as we end that lap and start the next one, we are 11 laps complete. As he starts going down, trying to go around the outside, the Fricadelli car, I said he might have a loan for it. That's where he uses all that extra bit. He just a little bit of time. Can he get back through? Right hand side, he's down on the inside. He might well do it. Almost got up alongside there, side by side, door handle to door handle. And he's done it. Fricadelli car through. Close line just run a little bit behind the mouse. The car's got out of the way there. Unfortunately, that's left. Lars Kern has just let Frank Machiavicchi, who's been in that Fricadelli car that was on pole position. He's been in that car from the beginning. 11 laps completed, and you said we thought you'd do it down the Dottinger Höhe. He had the run, didn't quite get it. Into Tiergarten, onto the pit straight, relaxed from it, and then got onto the new lap, and that's where he pounced. Not the right-hander, but he set it up there. It was a left-hand part going out straight away, and he got down the inside. Sabine Schmitz will be smiling at that one. I am absolutely certain of that, just for sheer class. No, well done, you worked it out. I could have told you that. If I could have told you that, exactly.
I actually think that Lars Kern slightly relaxed. I think he thought he'd had it covered. He'd covered the first part and just left probably quarter of a car width more than He could have done more than necessary. At that point, you could also flip it over and say Fred Makiewicz must be thinking, I should have done that on the straight. Why did I have to do it in the hard place? But he's got the move. Now he's going to try and pull clear. He's only half a second clear, I'd warrant, at the moment. Again, these high shots above the cars are fantastic. You sometimes lose where they are on the circuit, but it's so good for showing the relative momentum of car A and car B. And unfortunately for them, car C's, D, E and F are in their path around the left of one, the right of another, up the middle of the third, goes our race leader.
And Lars just caught out all again. Lars Kern just doesn't get the brakes, does he, Bruce? As we were just saying, that the fabulous helicam shot there, it gives us that view of what's coming up ahead. 4 or 5 cars there in front of them. The Fricadelli car, Frank Makiewicz, straight through them like a hot knife through butter, straight through them. We expect Manthey, Lars Kern to follow. He didn't. He got caught up once, twice. All of a sudden, I reckon he probably lost a second and a half, 2 seconds there, quite easily.
I'd say on the rest. I mean, he had to hit that thing called the brake when he wanted to be full on the throttle, so that was really unlucky. So suddenly it's advantage Fred Makiewicz, and Fred, as Peter pointed out, has been in since the start of the race. He's in a 2-driver lineup, so maybe he's being very French and says, I'm not going to do a short stint and then stay out. I'm going to have a proper lunch, with a damask tablecloth and fine silver cutlery, as is my right. But he's had a really, really good opening 2 stints in this race. But there, it fell into his lap. And you know what? For the Manthey Racing team, they've seemed to have had the wrong end of the stick several times in this race and lost great chunks of time. And then a fraction of that was handed back their way. And to Lars Kern, just unlucky. Sorry, what am I talking about? It's the Manthey Racing team that's lost out again. Sorry, of course, we just had the Fricadelli car go in the lead. Apologies. I got ahead of myself. So, again, Manthey Racing are going to be made to work extra hard to get back to the front. But I still honestly believe, in terms of true pace, certainly with Kevin Estre in the car, that car should work its way right back to the front of the field. They've got Michael Christensen up their sleeve as well. So, Michael, nobody's fooling a car. So I think there's time aplenty to come back from that car, but three times in with yellow flag and code incidents, they've lost a lot of time. And in traffic as well, suddenly they've lost a bit too. So it just makes it harder for everyone.
I think that's the point, exactly what you've said there, Bruce, that they've got all the ingredients to do that, but they shouldn't have to work so hard to do it. And that's the problem, it's taking away their margin. That's the point. They should be able to do this really quite easily, but that work, the traffic, all of a sudden 3, 4, 5 seconds lost out. We've seen 8 seconds in one bit quite early on with that 180 numbered car parked in the way of the M4 SP10 class BMW. And all of a sudden, that means you've then got to push that bit harder. And it's like, we shouldn't have to do this. We've got the pace, we've got the ingredient, everything's there. But fate works against you. And it's, as you say, it seems to be against the Manthey car at the moment. No matter who's in it, it just seems to be that Manthey car. It's that colour. Something's drawing to it. It's like bees to the honeypot. It's just not getting the fall on the back markers, is it?
And while all that's going on, absolutely spot on there, Peter, we haven't really talked about Nicky Team much. He's only going and leading the race at the moment. Don't look for an Aston Martin. He's out this weekend. He's got permission to come out and play to gain yet more Nordschleifer experience. He's in the Phoenix Racing Audi, the green one, number 11, leading the race by, at the start of this lap, he was 10.5 seconds clear of Dan Harper. So he's done a really, really good job. And for young British racer Harper, he's got an equal margin at the start of this lap over what was then Lars Kern. But now we know Kern is back into 4th, and Makiewicz in the Fricadelli Porsche is up into 3rd. But Nicky Team, I reckon, at the end of this lap, he will pitch from the lead. That did a short early stint. I think it was about a 5-lap early stint. We've got 11 laps on the board coming to the end of lap 12. 10.5 second advantage at the start of the lap. That would have gone out. He certainly was lapping faster than Dan Harper. Dan, I think on the previous lap, looking at his lap time, caught a bit of traffic. But at the moment, wherever one sees Nicky Team around the circuit, a little bit of traffic, nothing too much. So he's finding cars in ones. It's when you find them in gaggles of 2s, 3s and 4s, as we saw for Lars Kern, you really can get caught out.
That's what makes it so busy. That's what makes it so difficult, as from the driver point of view of what do you do, and that just that hesitation. There's, I've used the phrase a few times in the show so far, but discretion, better part of valour. Yeah, it's always best to bring the car home, be in a place. It's better to be second and not finish at all, rather than try and go for the win. But they're drivers; they want to win. The expectation, whether it's a pressure perceived or real, the expectation is to do well. They're not here to finish second. Nobody is. We don't mind if it happens. You can have a great race for second, third, fourth, eighth, 10th. Doesn't matter overall. As we said, the champion comes from further down the field. It's about winning points, not about winning overall. It doesn't matter. But it's still that the reason people drive cars on the Nordschleife is they want to win. They want that bragging right. They want to be able to say that kudos for doing it. So that thought, you come across one car, you say, so simple. Is it? I don't know. Relative. It's so simple. 2 cars, but suddenly there's a gaggle of 5. You can get 2 cars in, but what you can misleadingly do is the car behind you can sit there and go, well, let him make the mistake. Let him work it out. Let him do the hard work, him or her. And they get 2 cars in, and you think you're doing real, and all of a sudden it halts. You're arrested, as it were, the pace, and the car behind you goes, thank you very much, I'll go past all 5 of you. Because they can set it up for you. And it's that working it out and being second guessing, but also not letting it get into your head. It's
with one other riding factor, it's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Your options are manifold, and it can be, but I think it's a bit like, back in the days when I was sort of allowed to go and play rugby, go in hard or you get hurt. I think it's easier to race flat out than it is to just be backing off a little bit. At certain points you have to here, but as you say, you could have someone up your tail who hasn't noticed you're going to back off and be cautious, and they could say, clump you up the backside. So it's always a balance, but on this circuit, I don't know, 99% maybe, not 100. You laugh in my face. So the race settling down now. We're waiting for Niki Team did not come into the pit, so maybe one further lap before he brings in the Phoenix Racing Audi from the lead of the race. His advantage was 10 and a bit seconds, but Dan Harper in the BMW from second is pitting. That car came in a lap earlier at the end of its first run, so we're now starting to see that pattern. So Fred Makiavicki goes up into second place, 21 seconds in arrears from Niki Team. And just 1.3, just waiting to see as Larskern crossing the line. Yes, he is. He's dropped back. He's lost 4 and a bit seconds on that lap. 5 and a bit seconds, actually, on Fred Makiavicki.
We've got one of the Porsches running wide at the first, and I'm not quite sure what's happened where, what's caused that there, but he's almost like he's just been touched. But I think was it 982? I think I saw on the side of it very quickly.
Couldn't quite see, but it's almost like he hasn't got enough drive.
Precisely, it just suddenly appeared to sort of bail out partway through the turn. Tried to turn in and didn't quite do it. I'm sure it was 982, but that did have a bit of a knock-on effect for the Audi behind number 5, the Kolb in the Phoenix Racing car, Christian Kolb, sitting there. That they had to do a little bit of avoiding action whilst that, as we said, Aaron's car went up at another glass.
Because it certainly wasn't managing racing speed or even enough speed to drive itself quickly out of the gravel trap. But actually doesn't matter for now. We've suddenly got this great battle. Number 5, Vincent Kolb, being pushed very, very hard indeed. That car is still causing a yellow flag being waved. 982 was a very good spot from you, Peter, indeed.
So that's the GTEC competition, 718 Cayman. Fabio Grossa and Torsten Wöhler in that car. Now we've got something off on the Dottinger part on the right-hand side.
Another black and red car, but we know it's not 982. We've just seen the problem with that.
And it hasn't got that far, 982, no.
Yeah, just to reiterate, 982 had been leading the Cup 3 class.
That's a black, 982. There's a Marshall gone to that, one of the service vehicles, one of the Audi service vehicles gone out to that, and as you say, it's almost as if something's not quite right, but I think you could be right if that car had just pitted.
Well, what we do know is the fact he got through turn 1, but in the gravel on the exit, he hasn't got as far as the second turn, the left-hander in the arena section. The car is pulled off the circuit. There's an Audi course vehicle alongside, the lights twinkling away, and we will see how quickly that can be removed. The driver's staying on board though, so maybe he thinks it's something that can be rectified.
But it's interesting, as you said there, Bruce, that he came out, he was on the correct part of the track, whether he's going to the pits or not, I'm not 100% sure, but he was on the right part of the track, and it looks like as he went to turn in, something's gone wrong, errant to the right, and he's tried his utmost to get out of the way and gone and almost overdone it and had 2 wheels. He actually went through the gravel very slowly. It wasn't an outbreaking into himself into the gravel. He's just got out of the way. So I think there's something wrong with that car for the moment, which is mechanical or not. But we will see. We've got a 120, code 120 on the Dottinger Hoa as well, which is for car
110 by looks things.
010, I think it is, according to my tracker.
Oh, there could be two. Car 982, we've seen that. There's code 60.
Yeah, 110 certainly. Yeah, which is a SP10 class car. That's the Alpine, the Alpine A10.
Yeah, the only one of those in the race. Great looking car. That's
anyone not in the race now?
Yes. Steve Jans, Andreas Patzelt, Max Lamesh, and Yannis Vallo. So, who's leading the class? Well, we can tell you who's leading the race. It's Nicky Team, and I would presume he's bringing that number 11 Phoenix Racing car into the pits this time around. Down to 13th place overall, and Huber Motorsport still leading the AM class, or the Pro-Am class if you like, of the SP9 class. So they're going very well. Huber Motorsport, number 25, Stefan Aus, Nico Menzel, who started it, and Philipp Neufer at the wheel at the moment. Top in Cup X is car number 921.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden.
Damit ist das der Führungswechsel.
Zu dritt nebeneinander. Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp. Vorsicht. Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel. Am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
So, who is it going to be today? And some of the cars that moved up towards the front have fallen back down a little bit. Just seeing the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Di Martino being overtaken by one of the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Made that look quite easy. And the Ferrari's in the mix as well. When I say the Ferrari, I'm actually talking about car number
22,
the WTM car. Jochen Krumbach took it over from Daniel Kalwitz. This is suddenly good, and unfortunately for Di Martino, nearly lost 2 positions in 3 corners, but just somehow held on as they exited the Mercedes arena to keep the Lamborghini in the middle. But look, Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, charging around the ring in the sunshine. This is getting the season going properly, isn't it?
Absolutely. We waited 2 hours for this to get exciting now. And they've got some Italian, Latin flair in there as well. But Krumbach there, never mind, like, nearly lost the nose of that 488 Ferrari, trying to have a cheeky little look up the inside. He did back out of it, and there was no question. But it did look a little close for a minute. He was getting involved in there. But good to see those cars in there again. We had some Octane 126. We had a fantastic race last year, didn't we? Where they actually went in then and got disqualified on a tyre that wasn't on a list, if you remember, hadn't been approved, which was a great shame. So nice to see some Italian flavour in there as well. Lamborghini and Ferrari running line astern.
They're right
They're
in
just outside the top 10. That the Lamborghini is 9th, with the Falcon Motorsport Porsche in between, and then come back in the Ferrari 488 in 11. But great aerial shot there of the Manta, Opel Manta, going around still.
Yeah, with
looking very slowly.
Indicator on. It's staying on the right-hand side of the circuit at the moment, limping home back towards the pits. Can't tell you what the problem is, but he's doing the right thing. He's indicating. Well, in fact, they can see because they closed so fast on him that he has clearly got some troubles there. But just to say, in that little battle between the Porsche, the Lamborghini, and the Ferrari, it was Thomas Preining at the front of that pack in the number 4. Falcon Motorsport Porsche. The sister car, Alessio Picariello, 2 places further up the road, and about 15, 16 seconds clear in 8th place overall. But
now, Mr. Beretta back in the Phoenix Audi. Nicky Team has followed your schedule, as you said, the script you gave him. He's followed it exactly.
He's a good lad. So other cars going into the pits, the KCMG Porsche, Eduardo Liberati bringing that in. Let's see who takes it back out. That's a car that came in from Marco Holzer. The question was answered straight away. I reckon that's a car good for the top 6. It started in, that's the easy thing for me to say, it started in 6th place, but that sort of seems to be where it is on the cycle as well. So for KCMG, they dip in and out of this series, and they definitely love coming to the Nürburgring 24 hours. Didn't come to the first race this year, so in fact, didn't miss anything when the snow came down, but a good performance from them.
So it's all going to shake out again. We said that Phoenix racing car at the front wasn't quite predictive or indicative, my apologies, of what was happening at the very, very front there. It is really still down to Mantai and Fricadelle, Lars Kern and Frank Micovici in the Porsches there. And Frank Micovici been in this car since the beginning. He's done half the race.
I think he'll feel that his job is done. He'll hand it over. It's covered in, well, it shouldn't be too many flies this time of year, but he'll hand over that Fricadelle car to Dennis Olsen, so the Norwegian racer will get out to play in it. But again, teams all splitting their race in all sorts of different manners, so that's clearly their chosen pattern. I think I'd probably go with that as well. I think if you, particularly this time of year, it'll be warm in the cars, but not hot. It's in the summer, so it's less unbearable. I mean, seriously, Peter, I mean, cockpit heat is something that only when you've been out there can you really understand how violent it is.
Oh yes, I've experienced that one for you. Spa 24 hour, 37 degrees ambient, 36, 37 degrees, and pushing 68, 70 in the car. Yes, sitting over exhaust systems, lovely.
Do you ever bother the before and after weights?
It did do at the time, yes. It's a different weight to mine now, put it that way. But yeah, it's extraordinary. It can be 2-3 kilos.
But you rehydrate as much as you can. Hydrate. But how do you feel the following morning? You must just be wrung out.
It's not a phrase you can use on air, but yes, tired. Yes, but yes, certainly it is. It's the adrenaline gets you through it, of course. I remember one particular 24-hour where the electric power steering failed. We're one lap into early evening, so it was still quite warm. So that's quite physical, certainly around Spa. The bigger corner, the faster corners weren't so much the problem. It's the slower corners. It was the old bus stop, so it's a real maul through the left, the right, and the source was an absolute. It's just like being in the gym. And of course, you're sitting in all the wrong clothing. You're sitting over an exhaust system that physically goes out under your legs and out the side exhaust. You have a drinks bottle, but in those days it's pretty primitive. In this case, it was a Jaguar XJS washer bottle. That's what it was used. Sitting by the seat, by the door, so it was easy for the drivers to change. That was the idea, so that each incoming driver could change it for you. Of course, the flaw in that was that it was sitting right above the exhaust. Okay? So it got there. They drilled a hole in your lid at the front in those days, and that's what you put the tube through. And if you didn't drink it in the first 2 laps round Spa, you couldn't drink it because it was too hot and it would hurt. So you didn't. So you basically just consumed it straight away. Certain drivers, that we've mentioned quite a lot, we haven't mentioned him today yet, a Dutch driver, usually in some touring car somewhere in the world, he would drink it and then expel it while sitting in the seat and leave it for the next driver. Let's leave it at that, yes?
We'll name no names.
no names, no pack drill and all that, but it was pleasure. But yeah, and that was the problem. You'd sit there and then you're told, by the way, you're nice and consistent on times, so you're double stinting. You're like, great, just what I want to hear on an in-lap, that I've got no power steer, I've just done nearly an hour in it, and I'm staying out. Great, thanks. Yes, I should have listened to my careers advisor at school and taken that job in the civil service.
Have 2 jobs. Right, so Michele Beretta listed still at the top of the timesheets, but that car has served its second pit stop. Expect 911 Manthey Racing entry to go to the top of the field. There's a good little battle between Vincent Kolb being chased down at the moment. Down the Dottinger Hoa though, but the Denny car is getting closer to each other. That means Maxime Martin and Machiavicki less of a gap. Machiavicki is in 3rd at the moment. Martin's in 4th. I think Martin's 5th. I think Martin's come up into 4th in the number 30 Fricadelli racing car. So just waiting for the cars to cross the start-finish line and see who dives into the pits. One of the Fricadelli cars.
Fricadelli car, wasn't it? Yes.
Is it yellow or green on the screen as it comes
down? And the Audi and the Porsche buttons right behind it, they've dived into the pits as well.
Maxime Martin is the Fricadelli car into the pits. Vincent Kolb into the pits, and Tobias Muller, car number 33, the Rutronic Racing, the silver Porsche, which I fear was the car that may have not quite paid attention about 20 minutes ago to the code, whatever it was, it wanted to slow down around the circuit. Certainly on replays from above, it went flashing past 2 of its rivals as though they were not quite standing still, but not exactly going at a pace, which was the whole idea of the warning at that point. So the number 30 Fricadelli car in the pit, just to reiterate. The number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, about 2 pit garages away at a standstill as well. And the Rutronic Racing Porsche, not in shot. It's the silver liveried Porsche. So diving in, and they have 14 laps under their belts.
And of course, that's 3rd, 4th and 5th in the pits together. 7th place car as well, Piccarello in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, the number 3 car. That's also into the pits, so 4 of the front runners into the pits now, 4 of the top 7 directly in there now. Manthey it is that's still leading Lars Kahn in the Grello coloured 911 GT3 Manthey run car. 2nd place, number 31, Frank Machiavicki in the Fricadella racing car. And I've said it once, I've said it twice, I've said it 10 times probably. Frank Machiavicki's been in that car since the very beginning. And that was the pole position car that got mugged on the first lap, shall we say, first couple of corners in the what we're still referring to as the Mercedes Arena, before they even got onto the Nordschleife. It got mugged, and they haven't been able to gain that back, despite the fact that the Manthey racing car seems to have been drawn to, I wouldn't say bad luck, but it's just not getting the fall of the cards in front, if you get what I mean, in terms of traffic. And it's just one of those things. There's no disrespect to the drivers, no fault of anybody. It just seems the traffic doesn't quite fall that. Normally ebbs and flows, but it just seems to have been all piled. And if it's not going to go quite right, and you're going to lose a bit of time, it seems to go Manti car again. We saw it 3-4 times in a row, didn't we?
Well, you know what? If this race flips over in its second half, we're 1 minute away from entering the second half of the race. It's probably better to get your misfortune done early on, rather than starting to cruise a little bit, take it easy towards the end of the race, and then start getting your bad luck. At least this way, you know you've got the maximum amount of your car.
There's a journalist in you, always looking for the good in the story.
It's the rampant optimism that
I know, it's fantastic. I know it's just not very common in motorsport. That's all. Rampant optimism. So we've lost out. We've lost 3 seconds. Yeah. So the Fricadelli number 30 car in the pits, we say there, Maxime Martin. We'll see if there's going to be a driver change there. Just right behind it, the Audi with its board. And I think the Audi's looking like it might be ready to go out fairly short. No, the Porsche is away. So number 30 car, Martin, that brought that car, and the Audi follows out too. And one of the BMWs just slowing down quite right to let that car out, being a SB9 category car. Probably better to let it get on. Only going to let it go by anyway. Let's see it goes out. So in the Fricadella car, it is now Nick Tandi, and in the Audi, Frank Stippler once again. So, and just to complete those, we said it was 3rd, 4th and 5th out. The Rutonic racing car has now got Vidas at the wheel.
Tristan Vidas out. He's right on the tail. He's about a second down on the Phoenix Racing Audi. So this Rutonic car has gone a little bit under the radar. It's been there or thereabouts. But the fact it's now just, a second or so down on the number 5 Audi with Frank Stippler on board. Bear in mind, Stippler was fighting for about 3rd place right in the early stages of the race. So definitely the stint that was just completed there by the Rutonic Porsche was very handy indeed. Tobias Muller. But there is still, I'll reiterate it, and again, that there is a question mark hanging over the Rutonic car, because certainly to my eyes that was the car that went flashed through from stage right to stage left at a greater speed than anybody else, and that was including the Phoenix Racing Audi in front of it.
I haven't seen any race control messages against that at the moment. Not to say it's not going to happen, but it haven't at the moment. We are just under, not quite 2 minutes under, half distance.
We are indeed. We have crossed that margin, and again we've just got those flurries of cars coming in the pit. So as it was after 1 hour of racing, after 2 it's 9:11 from 31. It's Manti Racing from the leader of the 2 Fricadelli racing cars, car number 30 now up into 3rd place. That's the second of the Fricadelli cars, and the Phoenix Racing Audi. Frank Stippler back on board in 4th. Let's go through to 5th and 6th. Tristan Vidas, the Rutonic Racing Porsche, in 5th, and Thomas Preining for Falcon Motorsport, whose cars are actually 6th and 7th.
Now, you were saying about that, we've got just gone out of sight there. I think it looked like Frank Stippler had the Tristan Vidas Rutonic Racing Porsche, which say virtually glued to the back of it. They'd caught it. I don't think they'd pitted quite that close, but they'd obviously just got it sorted there out on track. A bit of traffic and got there, so we'll keep an eye on those 2. That's the R8 Audi and the Porsche of Phoenix Racing and Rutonic, respectively, Frank Stippler and Tristan Vidas. 4th and 5th they are, cars numbers 5 and 33. They're having a little bit of a battle there. Nick Tandi, though, is the man, I think, to watch at the moment to see how that goes on. Franco Micovici cannot continue in that Fricadelli car much longer, surely. That's got to be due a pit stop fairly soon. Lars Kern in the Manti car. Those 2 pitted last time line astern, didn't they? They came in almost synchronised pit stopping. So this is going to be interesting. Are they going to follow exactly the same strategy, or try and jumpstart just to change the order? Are they going to try and get the Fricadelli car up there? Fricadelli car's now 2nd and 3rd, which is commendable, and they'll be happy with that. But they won't be that happy because there's that Manti car in front, and it's you can see it because it's that distinctive grello colour, certainly in the sunlight, that green yellow colour right out at the front there. But a great performance there. It's Porsche at the moment. We've got to go down to 4th before, in fact, the top 7 cars are separated by 1 Audi, and they're all Porsches in between. It's quite a product advert, that, isn't it, for the brand?
It's certainly a message. So, just looking to see, of course, we have the number 11 Audi at the moment down in 11th place, but we know from Phoenix Racing that has done its 2 pit stops. Its rivals are only just now doing theirs. So expect that to come back up the order. So I do think those 2 Phoenix Racing Audis will be in the top 6. Certainly they started from 3rd and 4th on 2nd and 3rd on the grid. I apologise. So they have got scope, but don't forget qualifying is very quick fire. It's all about the 4-hour race. Of course, starting at the very front means you've got the best line down into turn 1, that opening sequence of corners, but really it's all about how your car's going to be handling through the race. So soon the advantage drifts away from your qualifying positions, but it's about keeping it clean on the opening lap and not having a slower car running around in your path. And let's face it, around the opening lap of this race, it's very, very tricky indeed if you get someone sitting out in front of you who's just taking a second or two off your pace and you cannot find a way past.
Now, the 922 car just dived into the pits, and I've just noticed
from the class, no, not the class lead.
No, but it's not just a routine pit stop there for the True Racing KTM Crossroad GTX version. That's come into the pits and it's gone up on the jacks and been popped back into its pit box to have some work on it. So not just a routine stop there for now the
race leader
911 into the pits. We said that could be, and indeed they have done it together exactly as per last time. Manthey race leading car into the pits. Lars Kern brings the 911 numbered Porsche in. The Fricadelli car right behind it with Frank Mikovici. We know there's got to be a driver change there, surely. I'd be stunned if he goes out again. It is, if it's the same as FIA rules, you're permitted to do 3 hours, I think, maximum. But I'll be stunned if Frank Mikovici stays in that car. I'm sure the table's been laid out for him, ready, as you suggested earlier. So we're going to see certainly a change of driver in the number 31 car, second place car. That would put Dennis Olsen, as you said, the Norwegian, back into that car. That was the pole position sitting car, which they're still determined to get it back to the front there. But that Manthey car is just, we keep saying it hasn't had the brakes in terms of traffic, but it doesn't matter, it's the front there.
Well, the second half of that stint was all about Lars Kern. Makovici had got ahead, got the advantage, and then it went back the other way. Now, looking at the Italian Exotica racing together on the circuit, racing together as they come into the pit lane. So we've got Michele Di Martino in from 8th place, right behind Jochen Krumbach. So it's Lamborghini ahead of Ferrari into the pit lane. And the Porsche that had caught them and passed them and pulled clear, Thomas Preining, already his car well into the pit stop, the number 4 Porsche. So again, it just showed how Porsche are super, super strong here this weekend on what is effectively the first round of the championship 2021. Pit stops looking very standard indeed. Both the Manthey Racing Porsche that's parked with its tail towards the garage and nose towards the pit wall, and a few garages away, the number 31 Fred Makovici car will soon be the Dennis Olsen car that's parked at reverse angle, if you will, nose into the pit garage, and will swing round for its exit.
Yeah, just looking there, noticing that car, they were doing a little bit of work, a little bit of attention on the left rear there. There was while the wheel and tyre was out and the wheel arch was open and there was a void there, they were having a little look under there. I don't know if it was a bit of diffuser or something. There was certainly some mechanic doing something in there. It wasn't quite routine. I don't think it's going to be a delay, but there was some attention going on there by a mechanic, not just the wheel changer, having a look at the back of that car.
Just to confirm which car you're talking about there.
Fricadelli car.
So car number 31, Fred Makovici's car. So let's hope nothing untoward, because we'd love this battle to go right the way to the finish of the race. The Wochenspiegel livery, WTM, Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari, looking absolutely cracking in its livery, very, very crisp indeed. White, red, and sort of, it looks like grey until you get up close, and it's actually copies of the newspaper of the Wochenspiegel and images of those set back slightly on the flank of the car. It looks very, very good indeed.
There's a mixing of cultures there. You can see it on the front wing there, mixing of cultures there. Italian car with German livery all over it in the German newspaper. So it looks very, it's chrome. It's not just silver, it's a chrome effect, isn't it, when you see it really close up? It's quite extraordinary.
And again, just looking up and down the pit lane, you do realise that it's not just the drivers, the team chiefs, the mechanics, it's also the photographers and the other people who, this is their world, isn't it? And it's great to go racing. Oh, a bit of bodywork missing.
No, just going to say, yes.
On the Ferrari.
Sorry, Bruce. The Dennis Olsen's car has taken a little bit longer to go out of the pits. We did have a change of driver, of course, in the lead car, the Manthey car. Christensen now in that car, but there was a longer gap of those two going out than they came in together with. So we keep an eye on that one. but it looks like Manthey might have got all those discredits, demerits, if you like, for that traffic falling given back to them, if you see what I mean. It looks like something changed there.
Well, we'll wait and see. We always have to say wait and see on this circuit, but the gap was actually out to 20 seconds when they came into the pit lane from first to second. It was an astonishing sequence of laps towards the end of that stint. On the last lap alone before coming to the pits, Lars Kern built 4.5 seconds over Fred Machiavicchi. So it's advantage Manthey Racing, disadvantage to Fricadelli Racing. But will Fricadelli get either of its cars onto the podium or both of its cars? Will one of them win? We'll have to wait and see. But we're into the second half of this race. And Manthey Racing, after a series of setbacks, none of them were anything to do of their own making. And suddenly you get an incident. At the carousel, we have code 60, car number 716, at the side of the circuit. That may well be cleared up by the time the race leader goes back round. Michael Christensen, the 911 Porsche, but 7.6.
BMW 325i was one of the V4 category cars.
So it's a production class BMW parked at the side of the circuit at the carousel. And if you know the carousel, there's not much room to park a car at the side of the circuit there. Thus, the code 60 having been thrown. That means any driver going there has to be down to 60 kilometers an hour. Must feel like walking pace for them at that point. But the rules are there for everybody's safety. And hopefully that car can be cleared very quickly indeed. The number 716 BMW.
So we have 15 laps completed in 2 hours. That's the length of the circuit. That tells you, doesn't it? 2 hours racing in just 15 laps completed, but it's a lot of miles still. The fastest lap is still from the leading car. That was set very early on in the race. I think, in fact, it was the first flying lap of the race, wasn't it? Yeah. 7:56. Dead almost, 7:56.087. Set in the number 911 Manthey Porsche. That's the holding on to that honour still. Of course, that didn't start on pole position. It's a Fricadelli car that's in second place, number 31 car. That was the one that started on pole position.
Yeah, the Manthey car came up from the fourth position on the grid outside of the second row and just cast our mind back. Not everybody got around the first corner very cleanly, including the number 11.
It was Kevin Estre at the start, wasn't it?
But it was the number 11 Audi at the start of the race. Michele Beretta started from the outside the front row and ran too deep into turn one. A lot of others didn't have enough heat into the tyre and followed him. So cars that started second were suddenly down in 7th place, 6th place, and others went forward and then gradually fell back, including the WTM Ferrari got up as high as 4th place. And really, as we came around to that second batch of pit stops, it tumbled down to possibly its more natural position in the field in 10th place. But it's a car with 4 drivers on board, so the combined might of the best of those may drag it up back towards its 6th place again. Car we haven't talked about too much in the race is the car running second in the Pro-Am class of SP9, and car number 24, it's from Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport. We had Lorenzo Rocco di Torre-Padula just getting out. Patrick Kolb started it, and now Patrick Niederhauser, who I think is one of the most effective drivers in an Audi, is on board. So expect to see that picking its way forward. It's down in 16th place at the moment, and its class rival at the moment is up in 7th. That's car number 25 for Huber Motorsport, the bright blue Porsche with yellow mirrors. That's got just rocketing clear. That's shared by Philipp Neufer, Nico Menzel and Stefan Aust. And at the moment it's Stefan Aust just having taken that over. But 7th place overall, that's really impressive for a Pro-Am lineup.
It certainly is. I'm just looking at the back of that Audi. It's just the way it's liveried. It's mostly red, and it's got a black rear valance, as it were. It just looked almost as if there was some of the bodywork was missing. I think it's just a change in colour. Just suddenly it's slightly set. It blends in with the diffuser. But I just thought, has it gone out missing a rear splitter or something, a rear diffuser? I think it is, and it's just the colour. Say very impressive second in the Pro-Am category there, number 24. One of our camera cars as well. So we might see something from that a little bit later on. Just waiting for this bit to shake itself out. Normally this happens a lot quicker on shorter circuits, but of course it takes so long to go out of the pits here to get all the way around after a pit stop. It's a good 10 minutes with a pit stop and a lap.
Exactly so. And just, I said earlier, there's not much space to park just by the carousel. It's actually at the corner before that the 716 is at the side of the circuit. So actually, thank goodness for that. And if you need to know, it's Marshall's Post 138. Oh, we've got a Fricadelli Porsche. It's the number 30 car running slowly on its way back to the pits. That's just had its second pit stop. And that is suddenly tumbling right down the order for Nick Tandi.
Has it got a puncture on the right rear? I think they've left it.
Correct.
It has, yes, right rear puncture. It looked like it's sitting, didn't look like it was sitting straight. So straight out and a puncture. How infuriating is that?
So really unfortunate. Nick Tandi started the race, handed to Maxime Martin. Had only just got handed back to Nick Tandi, and the fact I had to look to 21st on the timing screen shows how much time it's hemorrhaging as he comes back towards the pits. But the number 30 Porsche got through that final chicane and is now blending into the pit. And of course, the bodywork is into the pit lane. The bodywork is rubbing on that right rear tyre. Well, that's the second Fricadelli car out of the overall reckoning. What, 2 minutes ago I was saying, could they get two cars in the top three in the podium positions? Unfortunately, as the tyre carcass actually shed itself after he entered the pit slowing down line, he was effectively into the pit lane and it drifted off the side of that.
Now, was that the one, the Fricadelli car that I mentioned in the pit lane was having some work done? Was that, what is that, sister car?
That was the sister car.
The sister car. Interesting. I wonder what's, that's not long happened for that tyre to be that. Oh, it's put some bodywork on fire on the right rear there, but yeah, extinguisher on that to put that out. And it's just caused a bit of the part of the bodywork's on fire there. Wheels off. So tyre's gone completely safety shredded into the pit lane. It hadn't long happened by the pace that you got back. It was still coming back. That it wasn't particularly damaged, that tyre then. So it's not long happened. I'd say 12 and trans, somewhere like that. It's probably gone, something like that. It's not too far away. I.e., my point being, it hasn't had to do too much of the lap with that tyre down. It hasn't. It's cost an amount of time, but not as significant as it could have been. But Nick Tandi must be sitting there. Oh, frustrated. What can you do? It's there, it's happened, you just got to deal with it.
Well, Nick was saying before this weekend, just can't wait to be back on the Nordschleife. It's been too long. He's a driver who absolutely adores this circuit. And I suppose in a strange sort of way, where the tyre possibly went down, where he started feeling it go down, it's only the equivalent of a normal lap length to get back to the pits, about 5 kilometres maybe. Anyhow, he's made it back now. We've got some really tight racing, as suddenly the other Fricadelli car is under pressure. We've got I was getting my Phoenix Audis muddled up there, but a change of position, I think. Yeah, certainly the 31 Fricadelli car coming around with Dennis Olsen on board has got company. He's got the blue Phoenix Racing Audi tucked in behind car number 5, which is Frank Stippler, who was up in 3rd place very early in the race, really pressing him hard. So it doesn't matter how the field splits up. When these different length of stints get combined and aggregated, you suddenly get these cars back together again. They dropped away because they have a different pit stop sequence and strategy, but suddenly the car that started on pole is being pushed very, very hard indeed. That's the 31 Fricadelli Porsche being pushed very hard by the car that started immediately behind in 3rd on the grid. Frank Stippler back on board. So starting drivers being pushed hard. And listed at the top of the time charts is Michele Beretta. So Phoenix Racing Audis at the moment looking very, very good indeed. But the stagger, like in a 400 metres race in athletics, has to unwind.
Just watching those cars through that first part, I refer to it as the Mercedes Arena, largely for your benefit, Bruce, as you and I know what we mean by that. To the viewers and listeners, what that really means, it's the first part of the current Grand Prix circuit. So I just passed the pits into that there. Very technical part of that. Through there, the Audi seems to have a lot more traction coming out of the corners. It can really, if you're in shot, if you're in DNS range, if you like, of the car in front, heaven forbid, that's made your hair go, hasn't it? They can have if they're that close to a Porsche, it seems the Porsche isn't quite as quick through that first bit. Just doesn't seem as quite stable, can't get it power down as much. Just noticed that on a couple of KCMG cars, watching them run it, and the Falcon ones, they're not quite, they're not slow, they're not unstable, but the Audi just seems, the fact the way I put it is, there's nothing wrong with the Porsche, the Audi just seems better through that section, and that's where they can get through. And of course, get back onto the Nordschleife then, once you go to the Vidal chicane and onto the Nordschleife, the Porsche seems to be great again on that part. It just seems to lose out that little bit there, and that Audi can pounce, but they're so close down to the Nordschleife. If the Audi's got ahead, the Porsche's got a very hard job getting past it again. And as we say, so many times. One of the phrases we can use so often in motorsport when we're commentating is catching is one thing, passing it's so much different. And we get onto the Nordschleife because there's no room for error, there's no margin, there's nothing at the side of the track really anywhere. You can't do it, although Kevin Estra had different views on that on the end of lap 1. I've got my rule book, thank you very much, and I'm going to put half a tyre on the grass.
It was a full tyre, trust me.
We're never going to agree on that one, are we?
Now, you were just mentioning there, Peter, the KCMG Porsche. That's got right into the mix. Holzer, Marco Holzer, is in 6th place, right on the tail of Frank Stippler, who in turn is just half a second down on Dennis Olsen. 4th, 5th, 6th. Porsche, Audi, Porsche. So let's go up front. Again, another car that's sort of running, not really in the picture, but it's 3rd overall. How so? It's the BMW Junior team, Max Hess, the 3rd driver in that. But they did a very short early stint. We think it was 5 laps, and whereas some of the others are doing 7, even almost squeaking 8 laps. It means they're going to be having long stints at the end of the race, where it's going to be more of a splash and dash, if you will, for the top runners who've gone for a more conservative pace in the opening sequences of the race. And right now it's Michele Beretta, listed as nearly 16, just over 16 and a half seconds clear in the number 11 Phoenix Racing Audi. That's the bright pea green one, ahead of the Dayglow yellow and green, the Grello Porsche from Manthey. Michael Christensen at the wheel, the Dane on a big charge.
It most certainly is. The Falcon Motorsports number 4 car from 9th position is now to the pits. That's a Muller-driven car. That's just into the pits now. That's
Sven Muller. As I said, he was originally in number 3 with Thomas Preining. They just switched the numbers over. He's now in number 4. Likewise, the sister car, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello. But let's take a look down through the classes. Beyond SP9, beyond SP9 Pro-Am, we go to SP Pro. 14th place overall, car number 350, just outside the top 10 but in fact in the pits as I speak, car number 350, SP10. So that's very well up the order. It's Black Falcon, one of the many cars. It's their 991 GT3 Cup class. It's, again, just so many classes here, so should be heading for victory in that class. But heading, takes a few more incidents. Could be a top 10, which would be a really strong result for that particular car. Again, just taking a look at the gaps, looking down through the junior classes, VT2. And again, good field of cars with at least 16 cars, 18 cars in that class. Does that make it the biggest? No, the biggest class of the day, of course, overall is SP9, one would think. But again, if you win that class, you get a lot of points. You get more points according to how many people take the start in your class. So that's why quite often a large class, they may be the 2nd or 3rd slowest class in the field, can take the overall title.
Which, as you say, it's a great way to go racing. Only a few people are going to get to drive or have the skill sets, credentials, money, whatever they may be, to get into the top SP9 class, the GT3 class. Because the GT3 is a worldwide success in all sorts of different series across the world. But there's only a certain way you're going to get there, and certain things. Whereas the more, as you say, the people that come work during the week and come and race at the weekend, spend the money, and they're the community. The bigger the class, but they can get to it. They go home to be potentially, I was going to say VLN there, but the VLN run NLS champion at the end of the year from a different class, just because the numbers of the class that when the race they get to have, and it is. Yeah, they're not necessarily going to get the money to go and run in a GT3 car is pretty serious.
And how? Now just yellow flag at Dottinger Her. Post 198, no car debris apparently on the track. So we've got to look out for that. The long run. Hey, let's just wind it back. Who came into the pits with a puncture? Nick Tandi. Maybe some of that debris was what gave him that puncture as he was running back towards the end of the lap. So we'll have to wait and see who may be listed as if anybody is stuck at circuit side. The answer is no, according to Time Certain Clock. But has that now been cleared? Yes, it's been tidied up. Full course green there. So 1 hour and 38 minutes to go. Debris is no racing driver's friend, and it could have been from an incident earlier around the lap and then just dropped out of a car when it was rattled over the curbs, for example, coming into the start-finish straight. the run back towards the start-finish straight, coming out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Höhe, that long straight. But come what may, it's certainly locked number 30, still listed as being in the pits with Nick Tandi. That's quite a long pit stop too, to correct, presumably to refasten the bodywork, repair any other extra damage caused by the flailing of that tyre carcass before it was spat out.
Which is interesting, the collateral damage, as you say, from the carcass of that tyre. But as we've observed earlier, it hadn't, given how quickly it came off the rim, it hadn't happened that much further back around the lap. So, as I say, I'm suspecting not a great deal before Dottinger Höhe before that started. It didn't exactly bring it in speeding. It wasn't flailing around. The work bits of bodywork flying everywhere. Yes, it was smoking, but the rate at which that smoking increased in the last bit from the Tiergarten in, that's where it was really disintegrating. That was getting into its last bits of failure. So I'm surprised it's done that much damage, unless it's taken something like a vital pipe out or something. You've got engines right behind that there, so who knows, it might have taken something else out, and that could be the problem. It's cut an oil pipe or something, or a cooler or whatever. I don't know the intricacies of a 911 GT3 that well down there, but that's where the working bits are, the important parts. I'm guessing it's just done something like that. I'm just surprised because it didn't look particularly bad.
Well, no, I very much thought, well, that's Nick showing his experience of cars that are broken and bring it in at the right sort of speed, not just right plus rip off the wheel arch, which may only be 1 kilometre an hour faster. You've got to judge it. Right, we've got an overtaking manoeuvre. We've got the 11 Audi right alongside. That's Michele Beretta starting the first stint, now doing the third stint, right alongside into the Vidal chicane of the Manthey Racing Porsche. Doesn't quite make it work. There's a production class BMW in the way. They both go past it. Beretta jumping in, jumping out, going left, going right. Now they're onto the Nordschleife. Now the opportunities to overtake become all the harder. So it's Manthey Racing holding the advantage in the lead of the race, but only just. On the start-finish straight, they were 0.3 of a second apart, but Christensen was in front by the time they got to the Nordschleife. It was Beretta who started the lap in front, but now it's Christensen to the fore. He's got a KTM right in his path and has to slow right down. And then if the KTM kicks up the dirt, rides over the curb, doesn't say take this dirt, just gives the dirt as they go down through Hatzenbach and what we call beyond. But that was patience there from Christensen, but I actually thought any moment we'd see a flash of green Audi coming up the other side.
Well, I was going to say, in terms of Manthey and traffic, if they didn't have bad luck this race, they wouldn't have any at all, would they? It just hasn't happened apart from that one little bit. But interesting, because as we said, they've led this race from the first lap all the way through, but that 0.3 across the line was the other way around. So our timing screens are telling us it's Beretta, Phoenix Racing car, that's in the lead. It's slightly deceptive. It was as it crossed the line by 0.3, but that battle continues. It would be great to go back to that and see what's going on there. But we'll look at the sector times to get an idea of that as it's going through there. But it's the Manthey car that's quicker through the traffic at the moment by a couple of seconds over the Phoenix car. So it's pulling out a little bit there. But we know what the Manthey luck in traffic has been this race, and it seems unfair, to be honest. They've led this race start to now, except for that tiny bit across the line there. I know that says on the timing screen, but again, what experience shown though by Christensen as they came up to the Vidal chicane there. Slower car on the way, but he kept to the left-hand side. The Audi, yes, can we look at it, trying to come back again, but make you go down the long way around the Vidal chicane onto the Nordschleife, thinking he's got the job done. And Manthey thinking, oh, I'm there, I've kept it, I've held it. And then that crossbow was in. If you could have said to somebody, hold up the race leader, that was the definition of how to do it. No disrespect to him, he's doing his own race, absolutely fine, not saying there's anything wrong, but it was just which way do I go? And this is what we were saying about that decision. Indy decided, shall I, shan't I? That's okay for one turn, one corner, but 2 corners, 3 corners, it's compounding. And what builds in then is frustration. And you're the race leader. You don't want that.
You certainly don't. I'm going to go a bit early now. I'm not leaving the commentary booth.
I was going to say, I'm on my way out. Yes.
We've talked about different stint lengths. For all the teams, the race is 1 length. It's 4 hours. Plus the formation lap, plus the lap to get you back to the pits, okay? But we have this sliding scale. I'm going to ask you to revise this and memorize this in your sleep. The mandatory minimum time of your pit stop, the closer you get with your final pit stop to the end of the race, the shorter that mandatory time, shorter that pit time will be. So for teams that did a short first stop in the race, they're probably going to be stopping a bit earlier. We'll just keep an eye on that. It's only the final hour. We need to get into that. But if you, for example, came in with an hour to go, 333 seconds minimum pit stop time, if you could stretch it for that final pit stop being, let's say, 15 minutes later, 297. That's a lot of seconds. Remember it? 333 for an hour, 297. Yep. So you found over half a minute. If you can have longer opening stints, first 2-3 stints, and then you can do that short one to the finish. But sometimes if you've had bad luck on the opening lap, even running wide at the first corner and falling down, let's say from 4th or 5th in that line to 6th or 8th or 10th, particularly if you've fallen to 10th, you've then got to try and do things differently. And that's maybe when you decide early on, you know what, I'm going for a short first stint to get track position.
But we've only got an hour and a half to go, so we're into the final knockings of the race. An hour and 30. That's a kind of Grand Prix length normally, isn't it? And that's all we've got left. We're saying that's the final bits of the race. We're getting it starting to build up now. Quick update from Time Certain Clock, very kind. Thank you very much. The Opel Manta appears to be running out of fuel, but is back and going again now. So that's good to see.
You know what?
The veteran going still.
That did.
I don't mean Time Certain Clock. I mean the Manta. Yes.
It did sort of cross my mind because the car seemed to be going well, but slowly. There's nothing hanging off it apart from the foxtail on top of the aerial. So, oh gosh, that would be really unfortunate for a team that's probably done almost as many miles on this circuit with that car than anybody else out there. But in fact, I think I'll stick my neck out not very far at all. It has done more miles on this circuit in more races across more decades than anybody else. No, I'm going for it.
You're going for it? Oh, you're bullish. I like it. Right, okay. You go back to rugby mentality. Getting out there, that's it. Elbows out and off he goes. So Beretta it is that's crossed the line, as you say, 0.3 seconds in the lead from Christensen, the Audi and the Porsche. It's been a bit of a Porsche, it's been a bit of a Porsche benefit. So that's what it says on the screen, but of course it was slightly misleading. That was it. Just if that was the finish of the race, that would have been utter perfection, because it's the only bit you need to lead, isn't it? But it's been Mantai's race, despite that incredible luck they've had with traffic all throughout that race. And we just witnessed it a few moments ago with the KTM Crossroad coming across it and having to wait a little bit to do that. But it is the other way around. It is Christensen in the Manthey Porsche that's leading Beretta in the Phoenix Racing Audi, despite the timing screen saying otherwise as they cross the line. But we've got to get to the end of it yet. We've got an hour and a half to go. Bruce.
Timing screens can tell you many things. They can also tell you deceptive things. But what isn't deceptive is the previous lap. Christensen finished 0.3 of a second down on the race leader before going past. He lapped in, let's call it 8 minutes 5 seconds. Michele Beretta 8 minutes 21. So don't expect Beretta to stay on the tail in the image. And in fact, as the Manthey Racing Porsche flashes down from the Dottingher up the rise towards the end of that long drag back towards the end of the lap, he has the Lamborghini tucked in behind. So no, I beg your pardon. It looked like the turquoise nose, the Lamborghini in the light. It's the sort of the pea green. In fact, so Beretta has hung on there. I was thinking he was going to lose some ground. He flashed out from behind one of the other cars that just passed him. He is there, only about 2 seconds down. So
I was going to say it's about 2 seconds on the sector times. He's brought that down, so that's a great job there. And now they're going to go into this bit. Now they've got the traffic. Now he's indicating to the left, the traffic keeping out of the way of the BMW, multicolored BMW. This is where now the Manthey car running deep there, as indeed the Audi does for the first time cylinder. This is where the Audi seems to have the better traction. This is where it can gain a bit, maybe half to a second through this sector. I think that's about all it will gain. But if you're only 2 seconds down, that's 25 to 50% gain in that time. So in that section, so he can do it. So have a good look on the first time. Across the line, what did they do? 8:04 and an 8:06. So this is the chance now. This is where the Audi's got to capitalise in this section of the track where it seems a little bit more stable, certainly on traction coming out of the corners, to gain on that Manthey car. But at the moment, I've got to say, the Manthey, luck or bad luck, good luck, or however you want to call it, they have dominated this race so far. I'm going to say that and no more at this point. I don't want to jinx it.
Well, I think looking at where the Manthey Racing car is, which car has been its companion through the first 2 and a bit hours of this race? The 31 Fricadelli Porsche. That is now down in 5th place. And I'm just going to do some quick maths. It's looking as though it's about over half a minute in arrears. Dennis Olsen, nobody's fool, but his lap time, in fact, his last lap time was very good indeed, 8 minutes 3, so faster than the lead pair, but he's lost a lot of ground. So really the playmate has left the ring. The Fricadelli 31 Porsche, really it's up to the number 11 Phoenix Audi, which isn't that far behind, 1.6 seconds on the start-finish line in arrears of Christensen, but on a different sequence of pit stops. So it really is Manthey Racing with that brilliant end by his stint by Lars Kern, where he not only got ahead of Fred Makiavicki but pulled out 20 seconds, only because he didn't have any more interruptions, forced or otherwise by traffic or code 60s. But really for Manthey Racing, this is just looking at a super strong run. And as much as Beretta may be able to hang on in there and stay within a handful of seconds, they're going to have a longer final pit stop, because they're going to be making that final pit stop, one presumes, rather earlier, unless they do the short one now and then at one more pit stop, sort of in sync with the others. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they have to go for the 2 longer pit stops.
Talking of pit stops, Bruce, the Fricadelli Racing car, as you said, the number 30, Nick Tandi, that's the car I've got a feel for. That's in the pits still. It's now languishing is the best description for that, down in 50th. And it's 3 laps down, so that's utterly destroyed their race, and that car's still out there. So it's something, that tyre's obviously done a lot more damage than we realise. If the two are connected, I doubt it. Well, it could be something totally different. It could be coincidental. But I'm just stunned, like yourself, Bruce, that what looked like, yes, an annoying and frustrating tyre failure, but it was a good, probably 85-90% around the lap. As you said, Nick Tandi brought it in, sensible pace, like you were thought, yeah, professional, showing his experience there, brought it in at the right pace, not too slowly, not too quickly, didn't do a Gilles Villeneuve, destroyed the car in the process. I don't think Nick Tandi's done anything to add to that at all, but it appears that there's something else far more awry in that car, and it's still in the pit, sadly, so I'm not sure that number 30 car will go out, which is a great shame.
Yeah, you just don't know if they're going to sort of call it quits or whatever there, because track time on the ring is super valuable for just keeping the drivers sharp, the team sharp, and building towards the rest of this championship, and also for those that have an eye on the Nürburgring 24 hours. So I think if they can, they'll go back out into the race. I mean, for no other purpose than being back out into the race and just getting track mileage. But it's a team that knows the track, the car that has done so well here, and with a pair of drivers who know the track. But I still think they want track time. But it does seem unfortunate. It wasn't extravagant. But at this point, you have to sort of wonder, the team would be going, but if only the carcass could have stayed somewhere near, we could have maybe detected more what caused it to go. You don't really feel it's a set-up issue, but if it was, the sister cars out there, they'd have to consider that as well. But come on, May, if they do choose to walk about 400 metres back to the left of their pits, up towards pit entry, they might find the carcass, but I don't think there was a great deal of that either, was there? We saw it just come off like Charles spitting out a sweet or something.
No, but it's amazing what tyre manufacturers can do with those sorts of things. They can get hold of that carcass, and they can find out maybe what caused it. As you say, debris, the enemy of the driver, picking up somebody else's debris, something else happening. You never know, they might well try and get hold of that and try and investigate it, but there wasn't a lot of it left. What was interesting was that when that rim came off, I noticed the sidewalls were still attached to the tyre, to the rim. Quite often it's one only, and it's failed quite often from the inside and goes out and over, but leaving the outside sidewall there. I noticed when they did the pit stop on that car and the rim was taking off, there were both sidewalls still in their beads, and the tread pattern had gone. So I don't know, I'm no tyre expert in terms of a technician, but they may not have enough evidence there to forensically investigate that and see what's gone on, but they'll give it a go, they'll learn something. As you say, it's a very valid point, Bruce, that part of you thinks, why go out again? We're 3 laps down, 4 laps down, 5 laps down, what's the point? And 5 laps around the Nordschleife is phenomenal, but as you said, it's that N24 mentality of here, Nürburgring 24. It's getting data. It's a bright, sunny day, totally different to 3 weeks ago when we had snow. Go and gather some data, and the way these cars and teams collect data these days, it's always there. They may not think it today. Nick Tandi may not want to go out in that car now as a driver, but the team may want him to gather a load of information. They might rely upon 2 months down the line, 3 months down the line, and then all of a sudden it validates it.
And while you're talking, the race lead suddenly has been halved because guess what? Traffic has slightly interrupted the Manthey Porsche.
Again?
So it's down to half a second. Michele Beretta really pushing very, very hard indeed. Still the yellow and green Porsche from Manthey Racing leading the race, but actually a really good run from Beretta here, carrying his speed beautifully through the twisters as they get into the latter stages of the lap. But Peter talked about how debris is not a driver's friend. Absolutely not. And again, the Manthey Racing Porsche, through no fault of its own, just finds traffic where he has to consider which way it's going. Another quarter-second gain by the chasing Michele Beretta.
But there was a second guess there, wasn't it? He went one way, and it was just that almost imperceptible twitch in the car. He went to go one way, had to go the other, change direction. No big deal, but it's time. It's unsettling to the driver, it's unsettling to the car, and all of a sudden he said he's heading towards the edge of the grass there. It's not what you want as race leader, but more to the point, as second place person, you see an opportunity. You see an opportunity, and it's that gain. That's now gone out again as they're getting onto the Dottinger Herb. But can the Audi catch up again? I'm not sure. What I would suggest here is might happen is that the Audi gets a little bit closer, closes that gap down again over the line through Tiergarten onto the line. There's going to be a load of traffic ahead of them. Right in the fact they're getting into the thick of it now, so the Manthey car is going to be held up, of course, again, which allows the Audi the opportunity to outperform itself in that first section on the new lap, the one about to start.
However, and
of course, no, that will happen now. I've said it.
I liked it, but the traffic is again in front of the Manthey Racing Porsche. But what I really wanted to see was the Audi being a bit closer coming out of Galgenkopf to assess how good the Audi is relative to the Porsche in a straight line and how it uses the toe. Not close enough quite, potentially, to make a move down into turn one.
Irrelevant. Manthey car's gone into the pits. Just shot
Totally
straight
irrelevant.
in. Yeah, straight into the pits though. So they've gone in with that car. So that battle that we did building up to so beautifully there that you even liked. I mean, that's that. Can we make a note of that as well? Can Tim make a note of that, please? You liked something I said. And the Porsche's gone into the pits. It's in the background, shut up. Thank goodness it's Grello, because in the bright sunlight I couldn't see much. And all of a sudden I saw this Grello car shoot off, and he's gone into the pits. So the Audi's sitting there, Christensen thinking, thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that.
He's coming straight out. That is...
Well, that's a tyre change.
Yeah. That is as fast as can be. He's come back out into what I would suggest is still ahead of the BMW, or is it? No, the BMW should have gone through into second place. That's Max Hess, car number 44. And that means he's down into third with Frank Stippler, Phoenix Racing Audi, up right onto his tail. So that was untoward, one feels.
I'm just trying to work out what that was for, because that's one of the quickest pit stops I've seen in an LS race ever. And it's almost what was the necessity for that pit stop? I'm not quite sure why. We weren't expecting it. It certainly isn't in the strategy I would have expected at that point. So
almost wonder if it was sort of Mika Hakkinen 98 Australian Grand Prix, where he thought he heard a call into the pits, and in he came. But Hakkinen, of course, in that situation was protected by a pre-race agreement. Do you remember? With David Coulthard, whichever of them led into the first corner should win the race. David had to accede to those team orders and let him back through to the front of the race.
That's a tough radio call.
About as bad as it can get. Especially as the first race of the season. So, Michele Beretta leading the race now by, we can't tell you the exact margin, it was 7.2 seconds on the start-finish line, but that's because Christensen in the Manthey Racing Porsche, who had been ahead as they came out of the final chicane, was in the pit lane, running through, but has completed the third pit stop and continues on his way. I notice on the screen now, it's claiming he didn't go into the pits on my timing screen. It says he's only visited twice. We know that car has been in thrice, but the last visit, very, very fast indeed. Didn't catch it, even sitting at a standstill. And to be honest, it's almost as though he just drove through the pit lane, because you know how much it slows you down from as people are going at full speed down the start-finish straight and you're at pit speed limiter speed. It's as though you sort of came in on one day and came out on another, but I don't think they had enough time even to change a wheel.
No, the good point is, it looks like a drive-through penalty, but there's nothing on race control to suggest that's the case, that i.e. speeding on the pit lane on the way out would cause that.
Well, look, it could be speeding at any point in the speed things. I think they're actually probably being punished for being obstructed too much by traffic and code yellow. You've exceeded your bad luck push.
In fact, you've used the quota with everybody's quota, you've hogged it all to one team. Give it back, yes. It's a good point. But it has changed the face of the way. I mean, this is getting... Intrigue is building here. Why did they take that car into the pits?
I don't know.
Unless ordered, because It's a miss here or something, as you say, in a Hackman style. Unlikely.
Very, very unlikely. Also.
Frustrating if it is. Hello, what are you doing here? I'll be going then.
Yes.
I'll get my coat.
Yes. We're not offering to take your coat.
But I think more pertinently, I think you're right, Bruce. I don't think that car even stopped. It looks like the time it went through, it looks like it's driven through the pits.
Yeah, I honestly don't think it could have lost enough time to have served pit stop. So that does mean move up everybody else. We've suddenly got, we haven't talked about them much in this race. We've suddenly got at least one of the Ford Motorsport Porsches. Go on then.
Time certain clock once again. Thank you very much, my friend. Stop and go penalty for the 911 Porsche, short for the minimum standing time on the previous pit stop. So it did stop and go. It was stop go penalty. Thank you, time certain clock.
Fab.
So that has that's resolved that. We now know the answer to that one. But as I think I said earlier, if Manthey didn't have bad luck this race, they wouldn't have any luck, would they?
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden.
Damit ist das der Führungswechsel.
Zu dritt nebeneinander. Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falkenporsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp vor sich. Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
I think it could well be. It does look like poor old Nick Tandi's car isn't going to come back into it. It's still in the pits. I don't even want to tell you where it is now because it's just disheartening. But it doesn't start with a 5 anymore. And it's that far down the order.
Is it 2 digits or 3 digits?
It's still at 2. It's not quite into the 3s yet, but we've got a car stopped on the side of the track. Now that's the Ferrari. Is that the Ferrari part of the side of the track?
No, it's a KTM.
KTM, my apologies. I thought it was the newspaper Ferrari. You're right, it is the KTM. Sorry, the camera's got a helicopter. That's stopped in a most awkward place on the outside of... I'm just trying to work out where that is at the moment, but it's certainly on a very fast part of the circuit. Another place to be stopped. I'm trying to work out where that is, Bruce. I'll come back to us in a minute, so we'll see it. But yellow's on the flag. Is it?
Well, it is hard to call because, again, we have to get used to aerial shots. So
yes.
After years of knowing camera positions at the side of the circuit, treated to shots from a helicopter, absolutely fantastic. Do make a brilliant circuit look even better. We'll work that out. But we've got a couple of cars coming nose to tail, front runners coming our way, including that number 33 Porsche. It's the Rutronic Racing one. And that's having a really, really good tussle with Alessio Picariello. And the Picariello in the number 3 Porsche has just got past. That's one of 2 cars from the Falcon Motorsport crew. So the Belgian driver with the Italian name makes that stick. So another overtaking manoeuvre chalked up for Picariello. But certainly the 33 crew from Rutronic putting on a very, very good show indeed here today. So let's give you the time intervals. It's Michele Beretta leading the way for Phoenix Racing in his Audi, number 11. 27 seconds clear of Michael Christensen. Christensen's lap time was slow, but that included driving through the pit, so his stop-go penalty and then getting back up to speed. But he's 1.5 seconds clear of Frank Stippler. I suggest that gap will go out as he gets fully up to speed. Mark Holzer in 4th place. Back another 4 seconds. He's just over half a second clear of Dennis Olsen, so quite a few tight calls. And the BMW number 44 was 6th. It's still listed as 6th, but is in the pit lane. So Max Hess has brought that in. I presume that means the 4th driver will go into that car, which will be Neil Verhagen, the American racer, will take that over. And while that's in the pits, Picariello and Vidas, the battle we've been looking at between Falcon Motorsport and Rutronic Racing in their 2 Porsches, they get elevated to 6th and 7th positions.
Well, we do have a car stopped on the approach to Kallenhard, which is the Schnitzelhelm Racing GT4 AMG from the SP10 class, so the GT4 cars. That is there, but that's not the KTM we saw on the screen. That's not the same, but that's there as well. There's a code 60 there, just into the approach of Kallenhard, which is, it's fast downhill, left into that, and it's there. So that's parked on the side. But I'm still trying to find where the KTM is that's parked. So we've now got another one. I think it's still there. I'm not sure whether that 165 is being recovered or not. I'll go through the KTMs and see if we can just find which one that might be and where that's parked on the track. We've got to turn into now. You see, it's a one at Metzgersfeld just before Kallenhard. It's a 120 zone that then reduces to a 60 zone at Kallenhard.
Yes, I think it's on the run between the pair of them is my guess. But again, you try and take your eye off and just study where they are and waiting for messages on tweets from people who are helping watching the screens, and sometimes you get a whole number of incidents happening at the same time, and there's a bit of delay in all of the information simply coming through because it can't be typed in fast enough to report multiple incidents. But my main eye at the moment is on how much, well, 2 things. We're very nearly at the end of the 3rd of 4 hours. This is the opening round because of snow for round 1. Of the NLS, and there's a 27-second margin between race leader Phoenix Audi of Michele Beretta and Nicky Tim. It's Beretta at the wheel at the moment, and the Manthey Racing Porsche, Michael Christensen driving. But of course, Christensen's car had to come in and serve a drive-through, or stop and go, drive-through. Stop-go. So that's what drops down the lead. And have you found some information?
The KTM answer, it's the 929 car, which is the Teichmann Racing KTM, driven by Tamino Bergmeier, Mads Schibhaug and Felix von der Laden. That car is parked at the side. That's the code 60 that's been... Now, we've got Mercedes facing the wrong way there, but not an SB9 car. But
that's a Schmitz car.
Yeah, that's the 165 car. Just to finish off, that's the code 60 for the 929 KTM is at Schwalbenschwanz. Now, we've got... so that's the one number 165 Mercedes.
That had been class leader at some point earlier in the race.
Yeah, so that's the SB10 car again. That's the one I was saying, the Schnitzelbaum car. That's Tim Neuser, Marek Bruckmann and Roland Frisser driving that car, or not driving them, because it's been towed against the traffic out of the way. And it's, I'm sorry, I'm very old school on this. I know it's absolutely the right thing to do, but I still, it piques my interest or grabs my attention when I see a car going the wrong way, even being towed gently backwards by a recovery vehicle on the track. They're doing absolutely the right things, the officials. Don't get me wrong. I still see a car facing the wrong way, thinking, you just don't. It's just that ingrained into you. You don't go. It's almost like walking down the pit lane the wrong way. You almost go round and do a loop again. you just don't do it. But, so there's those two answers for that for the moment. Manthey, 27-second gap they've got now to make up with.
Well, they've got time. They've just over an hour to go. We've got an hour and 5 minutes, and I just want to see the end of this lap, just see what sort of pace Michael Christensen can do. He's going to have to start lapping down close to 8 minutes flat. The last time around for the race leader, Michele Beretta, was 8 minutes and 2, but I think Beretta's got to come in really quite soon. I think he's getting towards the end of his stint, where there's more time for Michael Christensen to run. So he'll be doing a long stint into a short stint, whereas I'm afraid for Beretta it's a long stint into a long stint. So and the earlier you pit for that final stop, the longer you have to be at a standstill, which is a pertinent element, because of course that's what Manthey Racing fell foul of.
Indeed, with the shortfall on their pit stop, and that's what gave them the stop-go penalty. As you say, they just couldn't get any worse, but they can snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, I believe. I think it's possible. It's 27 seconds. And I think most pertinently, as you've said, Bruce, it's what's going to happen when this lap pans out. I think we'll get a much better idea on this with, just an hour and 3 minutes, over an hour to go. So into the final quarter of this race. And what I keep wanting to say, it's NLS 2. Well, it is, but it's the opening race of the season. That's the point. It's a cracking opening race. It is the second round. We never got cars out on track for the first round.
Okay, let's make a pact. Here on in, this is the first round of the championship. It's the first round that happened.
It is.
We'll go with that. But anyhow, packed season of racing, and all the better for all that's been before it. Right now, coming down the Dottinger Höhe, we have Frank Stippler right on the tail of Michael Christensen, third on the tail of second. It was 1.5 seconds at the start of the lap. This is what I wanted to see earlier in the race, is how good that Audi is in the slipstream of the Porsche. Can it really gain enough to make a move before the end of the straight, before the kink? That's covered off by Manthey Racing, not offering the Kevin Estra line that it used earlier in the race at the end of the first lap, using a little Hyundai very nicely in traffic to get through, but
the left rear bodywork damage on the Frank Stippler Audi as well.
Exactly so, but also he's normally a bit quicker out of that final corner, because we're talking about how nimble that Audi R8 LMS is through the tighter bits. But is he going to be close enough to make a move into turn one, or is he going to be... No, he's about 3-4 car lengths behind, but he may gain a bit of ground in the first sequence of corners, the first 4 laps, the first 4 corners of the lap that form the sort of arena at the start. But the answer is yes, he does gain a little bit going out of the second of those turns, the tight left, but and then all but clonks the back of it, went way too late. Why did he do that into the third turn? Because he was desperate to get past the back marker in the production class car, so he braked too late to make sure he got past it before the track tightened to the left, and very nearly took out the pair of them.
Well, fortune favours the brave, and if you do pull it off, that's fine. But I think he's just run a bit wide there. That's he had a bit of a twitch there under braking. That's cost him some ground. That's cost him 2 car lengths straight away. I think the left rear bodywork damage on that is contact potential, because there's no tyre there, no issue there before. Sorry, no tyre problem before, nothing preceding. And I suspect they've had a little bit of contact with something there. It's just tapped somebody. It's just loosened that bodywork. It's the venting on the rear as well, but that bodywork is flapping. It shouldn't get any further. Any further of a problem, but Stippler there gained. It was that those first 4 turns that he needed to do it But that was, you say, that was a little bit of an act of desperation, wasn't it? Just to get upside that production car and get there and not lose touch with the Manthey car.
Absolutely so. But what did we miss while that was happening? The race leader in the other Phoenix Racing Audi came in to serve its final pit stop, and it came in with a 21-second advantage, which obviously slightly jiggled around it, probably a bit more than that. It was 27 the lap before, but of course he started slowing going to the pit lane. But the final pit stop, and that will therefore be a longer final pit stop than its chasing rivals. But will that 20-plus second advantage be enough? We've got the sliding scale. I've put somewhere behind me in my little pink pad.
So it's in that folder there. I know where it is. Yes, I don't know the contents of it. I just know where you put it.
It's in the top of the folder. But so Beretta will be out, one presumes, and Nicky T will be in for the charge to the finish. Can he keep that Phoenix Racing Audi in the lead of the race? All rivals will have to pit. Marco Holtz has just come in the KCMG Porsche. He's serving that pit stop. But just to reiterate, here we are, 1 hour and 1 minute before the end. That means their pit stops have to be minimum time at a standstill, 336 seconds.
And meanwhile, for 6th and 7th, absolute raging battle there between the Piccarella in the Falcon Motorsports car and Axel Jeffries in the Conrad Lamborghini. You said that Lamborghini was always going to be there or thereabouts. Bearing in mind that the 5th place car, Holzer KCMG Porsche, has just pitted, as you said, but the Lamborghini all over the back of Piccarella, Falcon Motorsports Porsche right in front of him. Slow traffic there as the tow vehicles are out on track for just ahead of the Manthey cars. Of course, it was going to be 2 tow trucks on track going out, minding their own business to recover 2 cars inside the track. What's the first car that comes across them? The Manthey Grello Porsche. It's like you could not make it up, could you? If you wrote it like this, nobody would believe us, would they, Bruce?
Yeah, but I suppose you could also say that, you know, the TV director's looking to see where the Manthey Racing Porsche is. So, but anyhow, it just does seem to stumble over the lot of them. And now they've had to back right off because it's a course vehicle on the circuit. They've had to go around the outside of it. Where are we here? Is that over towards Callenhart again? Just trying to take a look. It's very hard to find that on the overall screen. But nose to tail now, Christensen and Stippler lead. First and second is gone green again. Off we go. So they had to slow right down, but again, drivers exemplary in there.
It's at Metz Gesfeld.
Okay, so yeah, so it's after, it's between there and Callenhart. Got it. So it ebbs and it flows, but what we're seeing is a really good run from the Phoenix Racing Audis, and Frank Stippler has been an absolute star. Another thing I want to mention, though, we were talking about the Lamborghini. It really flies in the hands of Axel Jeffries. Michele Di Martino, who will take it over for the final stint, isn't quite as quick. That's my feeling. So what it's gaining now, it may lose, but maybe I'm slightly maligning young Michele. But switch there. Again, sometimes when you get an aerial shot, it makes the movement of a car seem all the greater than it probably is when you're down below. But again, cutting between sunshine and deep shade, it also can slightly be not an optical illusion, but just something, a trick of the eye. But then, come what may, the Manthey Racing Porsche is just finding a little couple of car lengths over the chasing Frank Stippler-driven Audi, number 5.
New territory for them, having a break.
Yes.
They're not used to it. Hang on a minute. What's going on? We're getting a break. We're actually pulling out a gap. This doesn't happen. It will change, I am sure.
So here we are, we're into the final hour just by dint of a couple of minutes, and the top 10 looks like this. Car number 11, Nicky Thiem has taken it over. He won't be in the lead of the race because he's just exited the pits, having taken over from Michele Beretta. But I'll read it as it is on the timing screen. Nicky Thiem, Phoenix Racing Audi, in the lead. Michael Christensen, 911 Manthey Racing Porsche, 21 seconds in the rear, half a second clear of the number 5 Audi of Frank Stippler. Dennis Olsen, Fricadelli Racing, will they get a podium? He's 4th. In the 31 Porsche, he's nearly 5 seconds behind Stippler. Then 18 in 5th place, that's the KCMG Porsche, Edoardo Liberati, another 7 seconds back. Then a full minute back to the 6th place Porsche, Alessio Picariello for Falcon Motorsport. 7th, Axel Jeffries in the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. He's just a quarter of a second down on Picariello. And Tristan Vidas, the number 33 Rutronic Racing Porsche in 8th. 9th place is Daniel Kalvitz, the real gun driver in the number 22 WTM Ferrari, and beating the top 10, Neil Verhagen, 4th and final driver into the number 44 BMW from the BMW Junior team. Where is this race going to go? Just to reiterate, the later you make your final pit stop, the less time you have to have as your minimum pit stop time. And whatever your minimum pit stop time is, if you don't quite complete it, you head off too early, you're going to get another time to come into the pits. And say you cut it by 2 seconds, you have to come in and have 2 seconds at a stop-go penalty. But of course, with decelerating into the pit lane, driving down the pit lane and then accelerating out, you lose far more than the 2 seconds you sneakily tried to take. So Team Chiefs are at the ready, hands on stopwatch, ready to remonstrate with their drivers should they get it wrong.
Never does that happen, of course.
No.
Well, it does, but just drivers don't tend to listen. Some onboard footage now with the 911 leading. Sorry, what did I say leading? Because we've got so used to being the leading car. It isn't the leading car. Of course, my own trap there with the Manthey car.
Well, in some ways, you're right. It is the leading car. It's the leading car on the track because Nicky Team took over the number 11 Audi at the start of this lap, and he will be behind them after his pit stop. But, of course, the 911 Porsche and the number 5 Audi have to make their final pit stop. It's a question of when.
And Frank Stippler's got different ideas. Look how close he is. Frank Stippler, once again, you said that you thought he'd be third in this race. Well, he is running third, and of course that's really second, as you said, because the Nicky Team has only just made that pit stop, so it'll all shake out at the end of this lap. Again, dotting a Hoa, Frank Stippler, car porpoise, that Audi just bounces around a bit more. That Audi, it's just not as stable at high speed at the back end, that Audi, as it is in the slower bits. They've got the traction coming out. They've seen that in the arena section, we call it the purse pot, the Grand Prix lap, if you like, before the Nordschleife. They seem to get the power down there in the slower corners. And say Frank Stippler there, almost into the boot. Have a look at the content of the boot of the engine of that Manthey Porsche. And Stippler's into the pits, indeed. So, mercifully, I bet Christiansen's thinking, thank goodness for that. A bit of perhaps I can have a lap with a bit of peace and quiet now. It's not going to happen. He's not going to get any peace and quiet.
There's more to it. That's with 55 minutes remaining. That pit stop has to be 320 seconds. So let's go down to 47 minutes ago. An 8-minute lap coming up from Michael Christensen. His pit stop time will be 2:99 seconds. So there's a 21-second advantage for coming in a lap later. And that is what the teams have to sit on, have to work out. So for the Coos livery, green and yellow Porsche from Manthey Racing, they've driven really well. They've had mishaps, not of their own making, plus one of their own making, which led to a stop-and-go penalty, but looking surely in a very strong position to open the 2021 account with a win here. So we've got 55 minutes remaining. And the clock continues to tick, but it's been a really, really strong run. Don't know which driver will take over number 911 Porsche to take it to the end of the race. Christensen on board at the moment. Michael Christensen, Porsche Works driver and the world champion. One presumes Lars Kern did the second stint. Kevin Estro did the first stint. Highly likely to come back and finish off the work.
I think you're right. As you said, you said there was a plan earlier, didn't you, to get Kevin Estro's interest in doing something at the end of this race, and it seems to be working out exactly. You should be an editor. Be good at it. I'll just leave that out there, shall I? I like the silence. It was you smiled, but the smile of the assassin.
No, I was thinking, gosh, it was a lot of pain when it was working 8 days a week, etc. I loved it. So the Lamborghini's still in the mix, up into fourth place. That's become third with Stippler in the pits. In fact, he's probably second on the track. Just looking at the intervals, no, he's probably third on the track. Still with Nicky Team ought to be in front of him, but again, it's only Nicky Team of that leading group of drivers, and now the sister Phoenix Racing Audi that have made pit stops. Alessio Picariello into the pits, and number 3 Falco Motorsport Porsche. Tristan Vidos, that had been chasing him down, is also into the pits, Rutronic Porsche. So the order being jiggled, but just remember, the later you can pit in this race, the less time you have to spend at a standstill. So it's always artificial in the first few hours of the race, because it's just a question of building towards when you take your final pit stop. Well, one of the elements.
Well, 2 more Porsches in the pits. You've just said Piccarelli and Vidas in the Falcon and Rutronic Motorsports and Racing cars respectively. So 2 more there are in with us. And Stippler it is that stays in the Phoenix Audi on the way out of the pits now. He stayed in the car, Bruce. I wasn't sure I'd see that one coming, but he's had a heck of a stint there, and he's obviously in the zone, so they're leaving him in to plug and play, aren't they? Let him get on with it.
Exactly. You know, when you're doing it well.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Something like that, that's for sure. And so just looking for people that are going to make a move. Let's look down. We're into the final hour of the race. The SP9 Pro-Am class, led by Patrick Niederhauser, number 24 Audi for Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport. He's had another typically good stint. Let's go down to SP Pro. It's number 350 still leading that class. That's been in 15th place overall, staying sort of there or thereabouts. Black Falcon, Porsche 991 GT3 Cup class. Cup X, led by the 921 KTM Crossbow, Dieter Schmidtmann, but he just pulled into the pits. Will that allow Reinhard Koffler to move past? I think possibly not, but they're first and second in class. SP7, it's car number 57 leading the way in the class for specials between 3.5 and 4 litres. Those are good engine sizes. Not as much as my TVR, of course. Car 57, also Black Falcon, and that's the Porsche 991 Cup class. So that is Paul Harkema leading that class. So, but overall, it's still Manthey Racing leading the way by just under 5 seconds. Dennis Olsen up into that second place. So we're back to the early stages of the race in many ways. We've got the 911 Porsche from Manthey Racing leading the 31 Porsche from Fricadelli Racing. But the order is being jumbled by cars coming in and out of the pits.
We've still got the code 60 at Metzgersfeld, which carries on through. It's been reduced from it's a 120 on the way in, and then becomes a 60 into Kellenhard. We've still got a few incidents out there. I'm not quite sure what's been cleared or what hasn't been cleared. I think we saw those tow trucks, didn't we, going round at the. Of course, the Manthey got found first. Or first to our eyes anyway, as you said, the TV director finding it quite rightly, but I'm just trying to see, there's another car number, there's an intervention vehicle out on the track still there. That's what's there, that's there for at the moment, so there's something they're attending to. I don't think there's been any barrier damage as such, I think the intervention vehicle still out there on the track, but that's why we've got the code 60 at Kellenhard.
Now, what often adds a difference to a race at Nürburgring? The weather. It was bright sunshine at the start of the race with a little break on the cloud, but now it's starting to get quite grey. I think we're going to get through the final 48.5 minutes without a flurry. It almost doesn't feel as though it's a Nürburgring race if you don't have a moving factor. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. R24 really charging along at the moment. Good to see that. Audis are looking pretty good in the mix. And that's Patrick Niederhauser leading the Pro-Am class, just outside the top 10, in fact. He's going very well indeed. He's not that far behind Neil Verhagen. In fact, he is, sorry, as he crosses the line. He's 1 position back, but 2 minutes back, but it doesn't matter. He's leading the battle for the SP9 Pro-Am class. But he is the pro in that lineup, showing with Patrick Kolb and Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula. There we are, 3 times in one race. I've got that one in.
Another piece of Audi bodywork missing on the number 24 car there. Same piece, left rear, just after the rear wheel. That bit of bodywork that hangs down almost cathedral style with those vents in. It's exactly the same thing as the Phoenix one. That bit, Phoenix was hanging off it still. That one's gone. Number 24 car, it's actually gone completely. It's there. That's the Niederhauser driven car.
Look, I'm not surprised. I think you also find out over the years that which parts of bodywork suffer most when you've just got side-on contact. Most contact in these races is side-on when you're trying to get past faster, past a slower car from another group. We've seen a little bit of that early on, and just a little blow. Some cars just a bit more robust. Others have parts that just can tend to get a little bit damaged, and it does seem at the moment on the Audi R8 LMS that is the body panel that takes the blow. So who's leading the Cup 3 standings? Well, it's the number 960 Porsche Cayman. They're all Porsche 718 Caymans, GT4 class cars. And 960 being driven very well indeed by Daniel Blickel, Tim Scherbart and Max Kronberg. 45 seconds to good. Take a bow, gentlemen. That's a really very, very good margin in your class. Cars still coming in and out of the pits. Worth reiterating with my little sliding scale, my analog printout of how long you have to be at a standstill. If you come in now with, let's call it 46 minutes remaining, your pit stop has to be 297 seconds. Come in next time around, and if you haven't run out of fuel, let's say another 8 minutes after that, so it's 38 minutes remaining, 276, so you gain another 20 plus seconds. So if you can hang on, if you've done the longer stints earlier on and you can make a shorter final stint, you're laughing. But we don't do half laps, you have to have a whole lap of fuel to get back round, so don't be a hero.
Well, the code 60 that we've got at Calnard is still for the 165 Mercedes, which is the Schnitzeltown racing car, which that racing team car that we saw being towed backwards, just pulled by an intervention vehicle backwards at the side of the track on the grass, so not even on a low loader as such. So I'm surprised that hasn't been isn't out of the way somewhere yet, but that's what the IB2 is there for. And of course we have got code 60 Adenauer Forst for 280.
Yeah, well, we talked about that one earlier. I presume of the drivers, it won't be Harry O's, it won't be Oliver Cleese, but it must be Doom, in inverted commas, who's part that Dacia Logan at the side of the circuit, hopefully without damage, but there's code 60 there.
Now we've got the two leading cars into the pits. The 911 and 31 are into the pits with us straight away. That's the Manthey and Fricadella cars in just on my camera, also on the screen there. We've also got Frank Stippler being pursued
by his teammate.
His teammate, isn't it? Yeah.
So it's the two Phoenix Audis, nose to tail. The blue one with the red flash over the roof, that is Frank Stippler's car number 5. So will they go into the lead of the race? I don't quite think so, but it could be really close. We're just trying to gauge how far they are back to the end of the lap. But the two Phoenix Audis, 3rd and 4th, but will they go back into 1st and 2nd? Or will those Porsches, he says, building the drama, get back out in front? Of course, these cars, the Phoenix Racing cars, have had their pit stops, and their pit stops will necessarily have been longer than the cars that are in now, so you have to feel the two Porsches will be back out in front. There was a 7-second margin between Christensen and Olsen, the Dane and the Norwegian, as they came in to make their pit stop, so barring anything untoward, you'd expect the Christensen car to go out either with Christensen still on board, or more likely with Kevin Estra having taken it over. Still time in these shorter final pit stops for driving change to be made without penalty, but nose to tail is nose to, it's almost badge to badge between the two Audis from Phoenix Racing. They're going past one of the production class BMWs, very well driven, kept out of the way just before the next corner to the right-hander, and those Phoenix Audis got through without scrape.
I was going to say 4 rings became 8 rings there for a minute, didn't it? It was like, oh, they're interlinked. It's one of those Christmas puzzles again to try and undo those metal rings. Not quite sure how you managed to do that, chaps, but you say you couldn't get much closer. So the Grello car, Manthey car out, and it's Christensen that stayed in the car. I thought Kevin Estra would be in that car, would you say, but Christensen has stayed in the car. Again, the theory works. He was doing a great job. He's out there. So technically that's in the lead now. That's number 911 car. He's back out into the lead. We were looking at that battle there. The Conrad Motorsports. So Fricadelli car is out also, right behind it. Olsen. Dennis Olsen out as well. So battle recommences, as you say. 43 minutes left of this race to go, Bruce. Meanwhile, the two Phoenix Audis are just finishing up at Tiergarten, both staying out indeed. They're continuing that lap. So now, second of the two of the Audis there, number 11 car, again glued to the back of the Frank Stippler. Frank Stippler moves over to the right-hand side by the pit wall, trying to make him go around the long way. The green car is going around the outside. Stippler backs out a bit there, I would say. Let him have that. There is traffic in front now. They're going either side of traffic as they go into the Mercedes loop onto the Grand Prix circuit. Past one of the Super thing. Is that Super or is that?
No, it's a GT4 Mercedes.
It is Mercedes.
It's the colour scheme that makes it difficult to read it, but the number 11 Audi Nicky team goes past Frank Stippler. I don't hear that very often at the Nürburgring with Frank Stippler and an Audi, but they had their pit stops at different times, but no more pit stops to the end of the race for them. It's just pure racing. Their gap, well, we'll have to see confirmation of. See, we've still got the time when Christensen went into the pits in that Manthey Racing Porsche on our screens, but it's the time he came out. That's what the real interval is between those two Porsches at the front. The Manthey Racing Porsche number 911, the number 31 Porsche from Fricadelli Racing. Michael Christensen, Dennis Olsen. How big is the gap, or how small is the gap back to the Phoenix Racing Audis? They're 3rd and 4th, and their order has just changed. Now we've got Nicky Team up into 3rd place, trying to pick his way back through the field. Being careful, being cautious, getting the track titans over the bridge at Nordkera. Now we're on to the Nordschleife. Let the fun begin.
Yeah, Nicky Team about half a second quicker than his teammate over the previous lap, which is frankly nothing anywhere really, but unless you're building on it all the time, it ebbs and flows so much, but around here it's nothing around the Nordschleife. So that's going to be an interesting battle to keep an eye on there. Those two Phoenix Racing R8s, that will be interesting. Our timing screen says it's stiffer and thin, but we know it's the other way around because Nicky Team he got past it. It didn't look to me like Frank Stifler defended it. He had the run, not so much dotting a her, but through Tiergaard came out. And he had the run down the pit straight. Frank Stifler stayed over to the right hand side and let him, go what I thought was going to work hard, my friend, go around the long way. But he had the job done, and he just didn't defend it. He let it happen. And that's when they came across some back markers. I suspect that it's opened out now. There's a good 10 car lengths between them now.
Okay, you know what? I think Stifler is now starting to feel the damage from the left panel that's loose. He's seen the speed, he's seen the rate at which he was caught by Nicky Team and sees no point. They're teammates. Let him through. But what I want to see is what the margin is between now Nicky Team in the chasing Audi that's chasing after Porsches and the second of the Porsches, Dennis Olsen, and then what sort of lap times they can do. But look at the clock on the screen. We have 40 minutes remaining until the checkered flag could not just be unfurled but waved, whichever is going to be the first car to the finish. Is it going to be the Manthey Racing Porsche, or is Dennis Olsen going to find some speed and start to take it to him? 7 seconds between them when they serve the pit stops. Can't tell you what the gap is between them and then when they've come out of their pit stops. What I can tell you is the gap between the two Phoenix Racing Audis. It's half a second. The team runs off the circuit, two wheels on the dirt, having gone past a GT4 run. He's back on the track, but he lost traction, and that meant that Stifler got close enough to go, should I go up the inside? Tell you what, it's probably a course vehicle up there or something, but they're almost coming to a standstill. There must be a code 60 up ahead of them because they've slowed right down. Quick scramble to look at screens to see where on the track that may be. So it was very close before the green Audi started closing. The blue Audi nearly had a go at it. Course vehicle is still at that area between Metzgersfeld and Kallenhardt, I feel. Or is it? No, that looks too short a run between those two turns. So somewhere else, and some new stretches of barrier being prepared on the the back of a truck to be winched into position. So barrier repairs out there halfway around the lap, one feels.
I've not seen anything go off and touch the barriers. I've not seen any footage or evidence of that yet. Obviously, something has happened, but not seen any evidence or anything that's gone off to do enough to warrant barrier repairs. But that is what the officials are getting on with. Frank Stifler got caught out there, not once but twice, nearly. She said at one point it looked like it was going to lunge down the inside on the left-hand side of the track. Nicky Team was staying over to the right-hand side because he'd seen the yellows that microsecond before and was just backing out of it, as in, you go through, you've got to give it back. Frank Stifler saw it, but again, great teamwork, very professional there. The last person you don't want to run into anybody on the track or have anybody run into you. The last person you want to get involved in there is your teammate. And I think that's why Nicky Team stayed over to the right-hand side of the track. If you don't see it, I'm sure he's quite certain that between them or on the radio, if he did get the position, he'd give it back again. But that's no good if the car's damaged. He kept over to the right, as in if you haven't seen it, shoot through and brake, give it back. But there's the track to use it if you need to pull the thing up. And I think that was, again, it happened to about 2 seconds later as well. Another one. So great thinking there from Nicky Team. As I said, the kind of thing you expect from a professional like him.
Exactly.
Apart from two wheels on the grass pit, he got going again.
He was just playing. He was doing a Jack Brabham there. So by the time they got to Exmüller, it was all clear. They're back full speed racing again, now working their way through one of the most magical sections of the Nordschleife as they work their way to the bottom of the hill. And then we'll be working their way up towards the carousel. And there's 2/3 of a second between the pair of them. But more importantly, what traffic is ahead is the green Audi, third place overall for Nicky Team. The blue and red Audi from the sister car from Phoenix Racing. Frank Stifler at the wheel. Comes out. In fact, for once, there's not much traffic up ahead of them. But the big question is, what's the gap to the two Porsches? One does feel with just over 37 minutes remaining, it's an insurmountable gap. Twists and turns and drive-through penalties still could have a role to play in this event.
The rotund lady is not singing yet.
Not even warming up.
Exactly. He's barely gargling.
So, Michael Christensen, he too at this stage in the race wants clear track. Pressing on he goes. I just had a thought, is Kevin Estre two timing us? Maybe he's departed to go and compete at Monza, perhaps. International racing drivers these days need to have wings, a passport, and a series of COVID tests. Of course, logistics hard enough if you're trying to flip between race meetings, but it's quite another thing, obviously, with the protocols quite rightly in place. But let's hope that latter half of this season we can get clear of all of those, much in the way that Michael Christensen and Manthey Racing have got clear of their opposition. 7.1 seconds to the good at the start of this lap. Just over half an hour remaining, 36 minutes to be precise, and along the straight from Dottinger back towards Tiergarten at the end of the lap goes the Manthey Racing Porsche.
What an incredible scene. The Manthey Racing Porsche surrounded by nothing but racetrack. No cars, no intervention vehicles, no flags, no codes, no anything. That must be the only shot. It's taken us 3.5 hours to have a shot of it on its own, minding its own business, doing what it does best, which it did. They set their stamp on this in the beginning. They started from the second row of this race, and they put their stamp on it at the very beginning, didn't they? And they have had to work and work and work, and so far it's proving worthwhile. They've got away with it so far.
You know, the majesty of that shot was a bit like the unbelievably clever shot achieved, I think it was, I can't remember, it was Paul or Kaye at Brands Hatch 1988 British Grand Prix, where there was a stoppage and the photograph is taken from Paddock Hill Bend, looking over the undulating start from the straight, and you can see the two McLarens, and the drivers are getting out, nobody else is in the shot. They were so quickly round, but it was obviously perfect timing. The rest of the cars were just coming back, but it looks like it was their track. And now, talking of track, and whose track is it? It's not Nicky Team's, because he just lost third place. Great move pulled off there by his teammate from Phoenix Racing, Frank Stippler, but there are quarters to go to complete the lap. 1 quarter to go, to be precise. They get through, they go around the back of a production class BMW, and now it's the turn of Nicky Team to get the slipstream down the start.
Which is exactly what he did on the last lap there, hugging the pit wall there. They'll be throwing the dust up there. Frank Stippler stays over to the right-hand side again. Nicky Team did this on the last lap. Not so easy for him this time, into the braking zone. Stippler does let him have the space. No, he doesn't. He gets the apex, just runs it right, I wound out the steering a little bit there and just sort of went, well, I'm just let it flow out a little bit. Nicky Team had to have a little twitch to say, I thought you were going to be slightly kinder than that, being his teammate. If there's anything that's ever going to happen, don't run into your teammates, but don't let yourself be beaten by your teammate. And that's exactly what happened there. Frank Stippler, I think that wasn't quite what Nicky Team was expecting there. He'd done it the lap before, and it wasn't this time.
What was the difference? The lap before there was other traffic around. This time it was a clear sector of track, so Frank had all the space to play with, whereas before he could see that just ahead of them he'd have to get around the back markers when he came out of the corner. This time it was all fair. Now they're in among traffic, still third and fourth, or fourth and third, depending which way you're looking at the cars.
And now it's this is what's happened here. Frank Stippler has actually thrown the gauntlet down. Now this is a Phoenix battle royale. Nicky Team he's all over the back of Stippler. He's going to make him work for that. He's obviously read, that's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be, matey boy. I'll race you. It's not a problem. Teammates or not. He is not going to let him get away with this. As they go through the Vidal chicane down onto the Nordschleife to start again. Let battle commence again.
Well, actually, just looking as they got into the Vidal chicane, I think Nicky Team thought he'd be given a bit more space, and he had to compromise his line.
Again,
a high angle. I actually thought he was going to go through the gravel. He turned into the left-hander and didn't turn in enough. So somehow he rescued it. He's now just half a second or less off the tail of his teammate. But this is an enthralling battle. But what's the gap at the front? They're 22 seconds down on Dennis Olsen. They're not going to haul that back, surely. And in turn, he's nearly 20 seconds down on Michael Christensen. That Manthey Racing Porsche has been the star car in the race. It's had its moments. It gets hauled back. But you can't see Dennis Olsen catching Michael Christensen. So really, you can see exactly why the director is putting the cameras on the Phoenix Racing Audis, because they're having a ding-dong in their battle for third overall.
And added gravitas, so this is for the final podium position as well between these two teammates. So Nicky Team all over the back of Frank Stippler. Now he's used the traffic there a little bit. He's got right up behind. He's sitting on him right in the boots. Those two Audi badges once again almost interlinked. He doesn't quite got it done, but he's putting the pressure on. He's backing out again. A little bit of traffic there. One of the KCMG GT4 Caymans there out of the way, beautifully keeping out to the left-hand side of the track, just blending it out of the way. Nicky Team follows through. He's going to sit there. He's going to work out where he can do it. Where can he do it? They drop back a little bit. Slightly deceiving to keep thinking these as two team cars because there's just normally they're in team colours. KCMG, all the cars are the same colours. It's Falcon. We get used to seeing a colour. These are two totally different. When you first said it, like two team cars, one blue, one green. What's going on? But they are teammates. Although there's clearly nothing lost between them. Absolute respect, absolute professionalism between them. Frank Stippler, synonymous with Audi. Nicky Team, not. Will that bother him one bit? Not in the slightest. What will bother him at the moment is a car's in front of him that's his teammate. That's what we'll be focusing on. Slow zone, now they've dropped right down to 60k again, somewhere, I'm not sure where they are now. What's Nicky Team going to be thinking now? It's kind of like a safety car restart, isn't it? You sit behind a slow zone. Where can I do it? Where are we on the circuit? What are the next 1, 2, 3 turns coming up immediately after this? Can I pounce? Can I do something? And Frank Stippler, I mean, he's a man of experience. It's the 636 Mustang that's pulled off out of the way. I'm not sure that's where we are, but certainly the 636 number Mustang has pulled out of the way. And that's Sprungman driving that, or not driving that at the moment. That car's definitely parked aside. They're back up to racing speed when Nicky Team hasn't been able to pounce. Frank Stippler's got away with it so far. He's got a get out of jail card for a minute. I think that's Canhorst. I'm not sure where we are there. On it says that foreshortening of the chart. Are we coming down to? We're going towards Dottingham quite soon. That's where they are on the track. No, it's Adenauer. Sorry, Adenauer Force. Yeah.
Just to say, just having a little look, got a message in from Time Certain Clock. Technical defects, the reason for the Doom Dacia Logan at the side of the circuit and now first. So is that 1, 2 or 3? But what we did have was sight of that car being driven really, really hard. So probably rattled it into submission. But as you said, despite whatever its relative performance, it was being driven with vigour and vim.
Just to be cheesy, it's got to be done. It was doomed from the outset, wasn't it? I thought one of us had to do it, so I thought it's there for the record now. I thought I'll take one for the team there and just lower the level that little bit further for us.
We can tick that one off now.
Yes, moving on. Yes, just sweep that bit of tumbleweed out of the way and we carry on, shall we? So, this Phoenix battle emerging out of the forest for us here. Nicky Team, little bit closer, little bit of traffic in the way again. He seems to, I think he's playing the game here. He's certainly playing some kind of game, but he seems to, when there's no traffic, he backs out of it a bit, almost as if it's kind of like, is he giving himself that bit of extra room? Here's my thinking, what he might be doing as a driver. When there's no traffic, drop back 3 or 4 car lengths, it doesn't matter. Let him disturb the airflow, let him do it, let's see how he is. When they get on traffic, it gives him that split second, that longer shot, that visual of, what does he do? What does he do? Let Frank Stippler, his teammate, do the work. And of course, being a driver, he's hoping he makes the mistake, doesn't he? Not to his detriment other than just getting past him, but that's what he'll want to be doing. So maybe that's what he's doing, just sitting there waiting to pounce. And we will see whether he can do it or not. But that bit of traffic there, we've just changed up. Fabulous helicam shot there. The two Audis from Phoenix Racing backing way through. This is for 3rd and 4th place. Currently, Frank Stippler, Nicky Team, leading Nicky Team. That is the podium bit. And that bragging right at the end of the race to be able to say, we got on the podium. There is no podium at the end of this race, we know that. But metaphorically, you say as a driver to your teammate, I got on the podium. The fact that there wasn't one is utterly irrelevant. No. It's P3, it's podium, it's there.
Exactly so. And what I'm thinking is a bit like before they put the chicanes in at Monza, you never wanted to be at the lead of the pack, especially going onto the final lap. You wanted to be getting that slipstream out of the final corner. That's why we had that unbelievable 5-car finish back there in 71. And I'm sure Nicky's a fan of motor racing history, obviously passed down to him from his father Kurt. But he's playing the game. He's playing the game at the moment. And I think your analysis of how they're handling the traffic is quite right. The person who doesn't have to really think about handling the traffic is Michael Christensen. He's nearly 20 seconds clear at the start of lap number, they're on 25. 25 will be in the bag soon. And will that gap to Dennis Olsen in the 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche go out or come in? Headlights ablaze in the background. I think maybe a few seconds have been gained by Dennis Olsen, but look, the clock keeps ticking. We're under half an hour to go in the 4-hour opening race of the 2021 Nürburgring Langstrecken series. So Michael Christensen can bide his time a little bit, drive as fast as he needs to, not take risks with traffic though. So lap number 25 we've gone to the board. I want to see what his lap time is. Really The cars will still be heavy. They've only just come out after their pit stops, their final pit stops, one hopes. And 8 minutes 28 is the answer, without that's including accelerating out of the pits and all of that. So what's the gap though? Let's take a look. The red and white Fricadelli Porsche comes past 14.2. He did take a little bit of time off him. In fact, he took 5 seconds in the course of that lap. If you could do 5 seconds every lap through to the end of the race, ooh, he could be right on his tail going on to the final lap. But I don't think Michael Christensen will be allowing that. But for now, Dennis Olsen will lead that chase. And he's suitably clear of Frank Stippler, who's only now crossing the start-finish line. 24 seconds in arrears in 3rd place. And Nicky Tim 1 second on the nose behind him in 4th.
Well, you can't get much closer than that. Obviously, Nicky Tim would like that to be a second closer. Actually, he'd like it to be a second and a half closer. That means he'd be half a second ahead. That's what he would like very much there. But this is not done yet. Manthey Racing it is that have stamped their mark over this race from the very, very outset. Very aggressively on that first lap, got the job done, got into the lead. They've had tons and tons and tons of bad luck thrown at them. If ever you could have said, as you said at one point, I wonder if they've been penalised to give. You know, they've had all the bad luck. They've hogged it all as one team. Just spread it around. Give it to somebody else. You know,
yes.
As it happened, it turned out. But it was a bit of bad luck actually because it was a short pit stop. So it was that. Yeah, okay, it's not bad luck. It's no such thing as luck in that sense. But it's just one of those things. It's happened. It had to be served. It's the same for everybody. Pit stop is a pit stop. Time is time, as Bruce said, and that's that. But they are back in the lead by 14 seconds at the moment. I've got a feeling this might not be quite done yet. I'm going to say less than 10-second gap at the end of this race for these two. I think which might just offer up something else. The interesting bit is going to be for 3rd place. At the moment, it's the two Phoenix Audis battling that one out. Frank Stippler and Nicky Tim absolutely duking it out for Phoenix. They crossed the line with a second apart. On 2 previous occasions they come across the line. They've been going for position into the first corner and battling it out there. We haven't forgotten the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, Axel Jeffries. That car's running in 6th position at the moment. In between those two of the, I mentioned for 3rd and 4th, and the Conrad is the Liberati run KCMG Porsche as well. So at one point today we had, I think it was the top 7 cars with one exception, the Porsches. And it looked like a bit of a Porsche landslide at one point, probably around about third of the distance, third distance away through. The ones that matter are at the front still, 2 Porsches still, Manthey and Fricadelli. Taking nothing away from Manthey. Wouldn't it be some result to have the Fricadelli car on the, well, it's going to be on the podium, hopefully all things being equal, but to have won, that would have been quite something. So reasons we'll cover more at the end of the race, I think. Well, as in the 3rd driver of that car that isn't in it, but named on the roof.
Let's cover it now, though. People weren't with us at the start of the race. We hoped to do this 3 weeks ago in the opening race, but that was snowed off. But big tributes here to Sabine Schmitz, who died just before what had been supposed to be the opening round at the age of 51 from cancer, the queen of the Nürburgring, and with her partner Klaus Abelen running Fricadelli Racing. And so quite fittingly, not only did one of their cars take pole today, but her name up above on the top of the door alongside Dennis Olsen and the driver who kicked it off in the race, Fred Machiavicki. In fact, the car very nearly didn't start the race, if you remember, Peter. It wouldn't get away at the start of the formation lap and only just got
for
rolling
a long time, yeah,
before the back of the first group got away from the grid. Came round to take the start on the opening lap. Kevin Estra passed it. 2 wheels or 2 half wheels on the grass in the kink at the end of the run back from Dottinger. And since then, it's been Fricadelli trying to chase after the Manthey Racing Porsche. But the 911 Porsche, now with Michael Christensen in the wheel, 14.2 seconds clear at the start of this lap. But 5 seconds were trimmed off it by Dennis Olsen. Anybody who watches racing on the Nordschleife knows full well that your gap can ebb and flow according to how, where, and how thick the traffic was and where you find it. But let's see if he can carry on. If Dennis Olsen can carry on taking 5 seconds a lap off Michael Christensen, it could be very close indeed come the end of the race. And the car almost stationary out on the track. We've got course vehicles on the track. We've got a rescue vehicle.
It looks like a TCR car with potentially a bit of damage at the front of it there. It's a TCR. Is that a TCR?
Yeah, I think it's the Max Cruise Racing car.
806. It is.
Let's have a look in that sort of gold and silver livery. 806, it's Alexander Schmitz, Thomas Menneker, and Jens Wolf for Cupra.
Yeah, it is a TCR class car, yeah.
Wasn't Max Cruz Racing, apologies there, but similar liveries. Get my eye in for the new season. So what's happening at the front? Let's see, quickest driver last time around. Again, these times seem slow, but it's where you catch the slow zone. Is actually Tristan Vidas, who's running in 9th place in Neutronic Racing Porsche, 8 minutes 20. I reckon there hasn't been, trying to think how many interruptions have been on this lap. We know a good lap around here is 8 minutes flat. Fastest lap of the race, 7 minutes 56.087 seconds. That was set at the first flying lap, wasn't it? It was Fred Machiavicki. And that is the gold standard for now.
The 806 Supra TCR car, it's out on the exit of Bergver, parked on the outside there. But you're just saying that it's been a remarkably, I don't want to tempt fate with 20 minutes to go, but it's been a remarkably clean race, actually, if you think about it. One of the cleanest I can remember in NLS VLN history, if you think about it. It's been a really clean race. Of course, somebody's going to go and change that now, as soon as we've said it, just to spice it up a bit. But so far, so good. 25 laps completed. What was it? 14.2 seconds between Christensen and Olsen crossing the line. As you said, an 8:28 on the last lap, but that was also getting up to speed a little bit there as well.
Right. So, just one thing I want to pick up. Just spotted the bright blue nose of the car that was leading in the Pro-Am SP9 class. Stefan Aust is into the pits from 11th place. That will allow the chasing 24 line speed by Car Collection Audi to close in, but I think the gap was enough for him to get back out without losing that position. We'll see. More problems still at Bergwerk. Hard work at Bergwerk, but yeah, still the incidents come, still they flow, but it's about where you find the incidents and whether you remember to hit the brakes. Right now, looking at the Phoenix Racing Audis, we've seen them, well, that was almost like the Italian job where you drove, they came up to the back of a rescue vehicle with it like a flatbed. It looks like they're going to drive onto the back of it.
Well, they didn't slow down for it, did they? Nicky Tim still got the view there of Frank Stippler's Audi, which he doesn't want anymore. He wants it, but he wants it in his rear view mirror. That's where he wants that view.
Well, they're running around. Stippler and the team still in 3rd and 4th positions, separated by just, well, it was a second at the start of the lap. It's less than that now. But where will the next incident be that slows them? Or, in fact, in some cases, if you're the chaser, sometimes you can find an advantage. These incidents will keep on coming. We've got under 20 minutes remaining in this 4-hour race. It's the Porsches leading the way. Just remember this gap, 14.2 seconds, the gap between Michael Christensen leading from Anti-Racing and Dennis Olsen giving chase in the remaining Fricadelli Racing car. Just cast your mind back almost an hour now since Nick Tandi had to limp back to the pits with the right rear tyre coming off its rim as he entered the pit lane, but clearly damage underneath was too much despite his caution coming in. So it's just one Fricadelli Porsche still in the race, and it's in 2nd place. Will it still be closing on Christensen for the lead of the race? Can Dennis Olsen keep that good job going? Or maybe what helped him gain last time around will swing the other way and go against him. But it's, for now, Manthey Racing and leading the way, and Phoenix Racing providing the entertainment in 3rd and 4th.
Nicky Team, once again, doing that toe down the Dottinger. He's going to catch him. Is he going to have a run into Tiergarten? I doubt it. He might do. He's close enough. He's going to look down the inside. He is. He's going to try and go down the inside. He's put the green Phoenix Audi ahead of the blue one into Tiergarten. That's very, very brave. He's going to do it and get away with it. I think he's going to pull it off. He is. Quite incredibly. I wasn't sure he was going to do that. That's ultra brave. He's got ahead there. That thing I said again, you appear in the pit view, everybody sees you leaning over the pit wall. Yes, they've got cameras in the garage, whatever. There's nothing like seeing your car, especially with that view there out of Tiergarten. It's up over the Brown Hill and it pops into sight. And which one is it? It's Nicky Team. He's got the job done this time. He's got it done.
It's confirmation. And Frank Stippler, when the move was going on, was not that keen to let him go either. He was really making it difficult.
Quite rightly.
Now, the gap I was looking at was Christensen to Olsen. It's only come down by half a second, so Christensen does have the answers. Stippler, though, maybe not quite finished yet. Going through the arena section, gets to the 3rd corner. He's diving deep into the corner.
He does that there, doesn't he? He's got something about that car. He knows how to stop it there. Well, almost stop it. It's quite extraordinary what he does there at the 3rd turn of the Grand Prix circuit. He does that, but closes the gap down a little bit. But meanwhile, at the front, we're just waiting for this main bit's one of the Porsches into pit, not one of ours to worry about for the moment from the leading part of this. Different KCMG cars looking at there for a moment, but it's 17, just under 17 minutes of this race to go. Christensen in the Manti car, it's still at the front. It's 2 Porsches, 2 Audis, Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW, and Porsche. And Ferrari just made it into the top 10. Krumbach driving the WMP powered by Phoenix car in number 488, Ferrari into the top 10. So a couple of Italian cars in there, 6th and 10th, but it's otherwise it's a Porsche and Audi at the moment, but with a couple of BMW there of you said the BMW Junior team, Verhagen driving that car now, the number 44 car in 8th place. But Manti Racing it is that have it's theirs to hold on to now, I think is perhaps the best way of describing it.
Yeah, well, it certainly is, because the fact that Christensen could match everything Olsen was throwing at him is, the mark of the man. It's also as you get traffic and where you find traffic, but Christensen has done enough racing at international standard for years now. He'll have this under control. And certainly, Peter, what we've seen is the pace throughout the race. It's there in that Manti Racing car.
It is, and they just seem to have been penalised, as you say, so many times on just pure luck, where the traffic falls, the pit stop, which you could argue is luck or not, but it's one of the things, how rarely
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden.
Damit ist das der Führungswechsel.
Zu dritt nebeneinander. Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp. Vorsicht. Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel. Am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
And it's still the Fricadelli car leading down Dottinghurst. Certainly the bright skies of the start of the day have dissipated to grey. Windscreen wipers on. I did say 20 minutes ago, it's getting grey. There's always the possibility of a twist. That's not really venturing a great deal, but certainly for Manthey Race needed way, they're not bothering with windscreen wipers. They're going fast enough to clear it, but a couple of the cars that they're about to come and pass were using their blades. But of course, it may be having a little spit hits on the camera lens at Tiergarten, so that could be a tricky little slip up on the final lap of the race, couldn't it, when you're going into the final sequence of corners on a lightly greased track.
So we're starting the penultimate lap now, aren't we?
Yes, indeed. We've got
only. It's going to be annoying. They're going to have to do just one more. They're going to start it with about 2 minutes on the clock, or a minute and a half left on the clock. Actually, when they start the final lap.
Yeah. So the question is, what's the gap? It was 14.2 seconds between Christensen and Olsen. Has it gone out, or has it contracted? Here comes Fricadelli. Oh, it's gone out. It's nearly 18 seconds, 17.9 seconds. Bit of traffic in front of Dennis Olsen there, but I think Christensen's got this one in the can. He's got this lap plus one more lap. Had he arrived 2 minutes later, he'd have only had this lap to do, but 2 minutes later would have put him down in about 6th position, so of course he didn't want to be there.
But Frank Stippler is not letting Nicky Tim have the podium in the can one bit of it. They're onto the pit straight. Is that right? On the pit straight?
They're on the pit straight.
They're on the pit straight, and he's going to do that thing where they go down there. Now, this is where Frank Stippler is mighty. Not turn one, but to the next bit coming up. He goes to the left-hander. Turn 3, he can stop this car. He can absolutely lunge that Audi onto the brakes somehow. I don't know how he does it. We've seen it lap after lap. Is he going to do it again? He's certainly closed up again. Right into that. Had Nicky Tim not taken the correct line there, just left him a little bit of room, and I don't mean take a bad line. Had he done that, he'd have been all over it. That's almost arrested Frank Stippler's approach, because he gains so quickly, not just a natural ebb and flow of accelerating and braking, but it's that turn 3. He's got something about that car that he can do with it. Now, Nicky Tim, wiper on as well. You were saying the GT3 cars are on the slower part of the circuit. I know, but it is getting grayer. We're going to have an exciting last couple of laps, because it looks like it's going to start raining. Not necessarily heavy, but it's going to start raining a little bit more than we expected. Just a little bit of spots and spits to start with. Now, it's probably going to start coming down as they get onto the North Side, I bet. That is going to be interesting. Frank Stippler drops behind again a little bit as they go out towards the Vidal chicane and go into the Nordschleife for the penultimate time for these cars. Or they may get away with it, because they may cross the line a bit further back. They might just get away with it time-wise on this, mightn't they? There's going to be another lap, isn't there, for them?
No, they've got this lap and the next. Come what
yeah.
may, but what's going to be interesting, we're going to try and pick up the cars at various points on the circuit and just see where is the rain falling. I think quite often it falls near the pits. That's one of the highest parts of the circuit, and then you drop away. But there's a big geographical distance, well, there's the same sort of distance as a real distance, to the far side of the track. Corners like Exmüller and Callenhart, there's some distance away, many kilometres away. It may be dry there, or it may be an absolute flood. We're only looking at the start of the circuit. Right, now, getting to ride on board with the race leader, threading the eye of the needle. Closing speed for Michael Christensen on 2 of the back marking cars, didn't lift 1 iota, but he had his windscreen wiper off when he approached Tiergarten. It's still off now as he goes around this penultimate lap. He's a third of the way round it, and no drops of rain on the screen. That's good news for him, and in fact for everyone, unless they fancy their chances on a greasy track. It's not going to be long enough, surely, with what, a dozen minutes remaining in this race to get properly wet.
I'm just glad for him that the second in our view from the car, i.e. the first of those 2 back markers, decided to stay right as well. But one point it looked like they were going left and right. He'd have to thread the needle through. Thank goodness, because he had committed to the left, and it was one of those things of, please stay right, please stay right. He did stay right. Thank goodness for that. And breathe again. It's only the penultimate lap of the race. Don't worry about it.
How many times a lap? Of course I get carried away in this race. I love it so much. I said 12 minutes or so, a dozen minutes remaining. Nonsense, man. It's 7 minutes, almost 6 minutes until the checkered flag can be shown. But Christensen will pass that start-finish line. The gantry with the flag operator before the 4 hours are up, so he's got one further racing lap. But the good news for him, his lead is 17.9 seconds over Dennis Olsen, and for him, what makes it even better news, that's a big chunk of time. It's stretching, or certainly stretched last time around. The battle for third place, though, between the two Phoenix Racing Audis, if it stretches, it goes from half a second to a second, the advantage, one to the other. But Nicky Team in the green, number 11 Audi, ahead of the blue and red, number 5, has got Frank Stippler pushing very hard, using the traffic as hard as he can. It's down to 1 car length between them.
Quite extraordinary. This is going to really go to the end of the race there, and I wouldn't bet if Frank Stippler didn't try and just get this back. It might not be done yet. Nicky Tim hasn't got this in the bag. He's not getting any rest, any respite, any leniency from his teammate. He is determined to get that as these two cars, third and fourth, head down towards Adenauer Bridge and across, back out into the woods, into Adenauer Forest. Once again, Stippler just sitting back a little bit, waiting for the traffic to see how it unfolds. No need to do anything at the moment here. And there must be into a code zone, because then, yeah, Frank Stippler just sitting right behind back marker there. So he's
what was interesting, though, is Frank Stippler was on the wrong side of the back marker and can't overtake him.
Right.
Suddenly the gap has gone out to about, in terms of distance, about a dozen car lengths, and you can see that Frank Stippler is probably very, very keen. The back marker actually picks up the pace a little bit. Now it looks as though it's gone green, because Nicky Team has gained about 5 seconds that interval, and waiting for you can't tell from above, Stippler still hasn't overtaken the back marker. So I'm trying to work out where exactly that is on the track, which of the many, many reports are where that is on the track. But suddenly,
just a bit after Adenauer, wasn't it?
Yes, just after Adenauer. There's a flatbed with a rescue car driving along the circuit. But Nicky Team absolutely seemed to rocket away. The helicopter pilot, cameraman, can't even pick him up. He's pulled so far away from Frank Stippler in all of that. But I didn't see any point at which, as they approach the corner, the bottom of the hill before they go up to Carousel, where it all fell back.
He's into Carousel now is Nicky Tim. That has just absolutely handed him a huge advantage. He's coming out of the Carousel, and Nicky Tim, Frank Stippler's only not even approaching it. So that slightly odd. I'm not quite sure. You're right there. Well, obviously you're right, Bruce, about how Frank Stippler did the right thing and stayed behind that marker. But I'm not quite sure how Nicky Tim was able to rocket away quite so much and gain.
Well, it was almost like
40 car lengths.
Yeah, it was almost like one of them was doing code 60, one was doing code 120.
Yeah.
Might have been some confusion, mixed message, but come what may. I mean, away, home and hosed, out of the picture. You know, Nicky Tim has just rocketed off up the road, and Frank Stippler has not. Drops of rain now just hitting the windscreen. It's the final third of the lap, I suggest, where we're getting a little bit of moisture in the air. It's the race leading car showing us, at least its screen is being spattered, but windscreen wiper's still not on. It's always that moment, the point you have to cross. Do I put the wiper on and forever suffer the consequences, or do I try and brave it out? And for now, Michael Christensen is staying off the button.
I'm just living the rugby analogy of home and hosed. It's brilliant. I've just gone back decades in time there. Hang on a minute, I haven't heard that for a while. So just over 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30 coming up now. The leading car is Christian Demantai is just trying to work out where exactly he is on the circuit for us.
Well, the big question is, can he get onto this next lap or
not? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to work out. He doesn't need to. If anything, he doesn't want to.
He's on the dotting, so he will start one final lap. But my shot is allowing us a chance.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And it's green flag all around the circuit for the final 4 minutes. Let's see what you got, ladies and gentlemen. In the background, lights ablaze, just coming down the Dottingerhohe, but nowhere near close enough. I would reckon the gap still is around 18 seconds, as it was at the start of the penultimate lap. But being cautious around back markers through the final sequence of twisters goes the Manthey Racing Porsche. He'll cross the start-finish line with about 1 minute and 10 seconds, maybe 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. So Michael Christensen leading comfortably from anti-racing. Now he goes on to the final lap. 1 minute 20 seconds, almost precisely remain. And even at this late stage in the race, still got drivers in the background reporting to the pits. Who was running their race strategy?
I wasn't going to say that. It was what I was thinking. I just thought I wouldn't verbalise that one for a moment. Yes. Who are we to judge? So 1 minute left of this race. The race leader, Christensen, goes on to the final lap. You say 1 minute 20 as he crossed the line. We said it would be tight, but it's always just couldn't slow it down enough. He's got a 17-second lead. We're noting for Dennis Olsen, our second place car across the line. In a minute to see what the times were. 8:31. The last lap for the race leader.
Okay, this is an interesting little window. Lap times last time around. Race leader, 8 minutes 31. Second place, 8 minutes 31. Fourth place, 8 minutes 28. Third place, Nicky Thiem, 8 minutes 13. Did he gain an unfair advantage at that point? It's never easy to judge because the yellows, they come and they go, and the slow zones, but certainly Nicky Thiem gained, get this, 15 seconds on his teammate.
I think you're onto something there, Bruce, with the possibility that it does look remarkably that way, not accusing of doing anything wrong or impropriety, but I would suggest it fits in exactly your potential of following a code 60 and a code 120 each. It did look like that, and it just... Nicky Thiem isn't the kind of person to go and do that and get it wrong or misquote, but it just looks like he was following a different set of rules. And Frank Stippler was very disciplined. I think all credit to him, assuming Nicky Thiem's got it wrong, and it's not Frank Stippler. If he has, I think Frank Stippler there was very disciplined to sit behind and not go past that slower spec car. That was just so frustrating. As we said, it always throws things up, permutations, incidents. Just over a lap to go, and you're sitting there going, can I pass this car or not, because my teammates vamooshed, so to speak.
Well, your big worry is your teammate might get away with it.
Exactly.
Can you afford that? Many more drops of rain in the arena section just of the circuit, on the Grand Prix circuit. Conrad Lamborghini has not gained any places, still in 6th place, won't be able to catch the KCMG Porsche with Eduardo Liberati that's running in 5th, and in turn won't be caught because he's nearly 50 seconds ahead of the 7th place car, which is the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. So one Porsche at least being headed by some others, but it's the 2 Porsches first and second, Christensen from Olsen, then the 2 Audis from Phoenix, Nicky Thiem and Frank Stippler, then Eduardo Liberati in his Porsche for KCMG, and Axel Jeffries, number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Conrad and Lamborghini been together for so many years now, and often shown great speed here on the Nordschleife, but equally often just don't quite get it to the finish without incident. So a 6th place, good run for them to get their ball rolling for 2021.
Well, we're just looking at number 3 car at the moment, which is the Werner Falcon Motorsports, Werner driven Motorsport, Falcon Motorsports Porsche in 7th place. Not just car number 7, it is in 7th place. Final lap, as we said, as Bruce has just said, and we're probably a third of the way through that for our race leader, Christensen, somewhere around on the circuit. We haven't got eyes on that at the moment. I'm sure we'll collect that very shortly with our race director able to talk us through into the race finish. But as you say, you couldn't get much of a better lap times. 8:31.5, 8:31.4, the 2nd place, so just a 10th between them. But it was that... an 8:28, 3 seconds quicker for Stippler, but 8:13 for Nicky Thiem. Just wonders if anything's going to be pointed there. Maybe just like you, I've just got it's not even a suspicion, it's a feeling. I don't want to accuse, I don't want to second guess, but it's just something doesn't quite add up there, does it?
On the Nordschleife, you can get these incredible gains just simply because a code 60 was withdrawn when you were coming through and then reapplied perhaps when the person behind. But the fact that Frank Stippler was, half a second behind, one really feels there's a possibility there's been a bit of an error there. But let's take it through to the end of the race. It's going to be a Porsche victory, come what may. It'll either be Michael Christensen for Manthey Racing, who's sitting on a lead of nearly 18 seconds, or it could be Dennis Olsen if something untoward happens to our current race leader. Then it's the 2 Audis, in which order it does look as though it's certainly been settled on the track Whether that gets to stand, we will see. Will it be Nicky Team in third place, or will Frank Stippler get promoted? We're not going to guess that one just yet. Looking down through the classes, it's almost done and dusted now for the number 24 the Lion Speed by Car Collection crew. They're a minute and a bit to the good over the Huber Motorsport Porsche, so they should win the Pro-Am class of SP9. And just looking to see if there are any really close, tight battles as we run through to the finish. And in the top crews, not so much.
We're talking the finish, Bruce. We've got our race leader on the helicam shot now, just coming through the classic shot of the Caracciolo Carousel, which of course is the NLS series logo. That's what the circle around it is, the Nürburgring Langstrecken series VLN that it was, as we know it as. NLS as it is now. It's still run by VLN, which is called Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Our Grello car, the green and yellow Manthey Porsche, appropriately numbered 911. Haven't made 911 Porsches for decades now, or years, a long time, but it's still, we ever know it as a 911. But it is there. It is on the final legs of this race, and it's they really have stamped their authority over it. We saw it at the very beginning. I know we'll do it in the bits of highlights afterwards, but they started on the second row, and we were expecting, we weren't expecting it to jump through or get into the lead, or not, but it was quite a surprise. It was quite aggressive. They stamped their authority on that on this race. I think it was about four turns into the race, 4 corners in. It was that close. It was back in, done, and that was it. They were there, and they've been there ever since. And they've had every bit of luck, bad luck, thrown at them that they possibly could. Stop-go penalties. Traffic has just been. You couldn't have had it worse. It's extraordinary. So all credit to them that it's out there. A 17-second lead it is for them. They also got at the moment, it's highly unlikely to be beaten from the second lap of the race, the fastest lap of the race, 7:56.087 at lap 2 of the race. Heck of a job done.
You know, it often seems bizarre. Why was their first flying lap, proper flying lap, not one with a rolling start? Why did it stay the quickest? Because thereafter, by the end of lap 3, they're in among the traffic. That's, you know, effectively that is the most likely lap to set the fastest lap of this race. You think, God, that's extraordinary with all their fuel loads going down. But the difference between this track, when you've got people in much slower cars doing their thing in front of you and having a clear track, is just night and day. But still a brilliant lap, and it was only a whisker off the second fastest car in qualifying. But the fastest car, the Fricadelli racing car, Karma number 31, took that pole position. And for them, it'll be second place today. They nearly didn't get to start the race. The car just got underway, but let's not talk about the start. Let's talk about the finish, because here it comes through Tiergarten for the final time. It's green, it's yellow, it's Manthey Racing. It's most definitely a Porsche. And it's Michael Christensen coming to complete the first race of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for 2021. Does it in style. The team has had its setbacks through this race, but whenever the car's been running cleanly, it's been a race-winning car. That was clear from the first lap of the race. Took the lead right at the end of that first lap. Kevin Estra, 2 wheels on the grass, and it's had the beating of Fricadelli, and here comes Fricadelli through into second place. The gap, it doesn't really matter if it's 17, 18, 19, or even 15 seconds. 16.7 seconds. Second place for Fricadelli. They'll still be pleased with that. And then third place, just a whisker behind them.
With a 7:58 on that last lap.
I thought he was going to close, but the long shot, when we finally got it on the start finish straight, we were looking at the Manthey Racing car having completed, looking for Fricadelli. I thought he'd get close. I didn't think he was going to be right in the slipstream. So second, third fastest lap of the race on the final lap of the race for Nicky Team. Will he get to keep that position? Because we feel there's a chance he may have transgressed in traffic, or he may have just got very, very lucky with the breaking of ending of yellow flag zones. Who knows?
When it came over the line there, I was looking and thinking, hang on, that can't be, because the Stippler car should be right behind it. It was because of the lack of a Stippler car. That was, hang on for a minute, and it is. He nearly took second place there from Olsen on that last lap. And we were talking about lap times. You said there at the beginning of the race, the first lap or the second lap of the race is the one to put the fastest lap in, because that's your chance before they get into traffic so quickly. And that's what the race-winning car, the Manthey Porsche, did with a 7:56. But Nicky Team was able to bang in a 7:58.1 on that last lap, because he's new to Audi, isn't he? So he hasn't quite got to grips with it yet.
Yes. Yeah, he's feeling his way in, but well,
Gently.
phenomenal final lap. I thought, having started, I think he was 5.2 seconds down on Dennis Olsen. He might get half a sniff, but the fact was he got the whole sniff of every ounce coming out of the exhaust. He got super, super close at the end. So, lights flashing. Just keep looking back to 11th place overall. We'll have the winner in the Pro-Am class of SP9, which will be Lorenzo Rocco di Torre-Padula, and the winner in the SP9 Am will be Janine Schaffner, the black and white Mercedes from Jet Speed Performance, sharing with Moritz Krantz this weekend, and she'll be very pleased with that indeed. 14th overall to win the Am class.
Great result. One of the Falcon Motorsports Porsches just coming across the line. Great to see him up there, and it has ended up being not quite as much of a Porsche benefit as we thought. Yes, they've got the top 2 places. I know that sounds slightly odd, but they have got to one point it was top 7 cars almost, with one exception. So it's a great result there. 2 Porsches, 2 Audis. Porsche back again. The Conrad Motorsport car, we've seen better from them. We've seen higher finishes, but Axel Jeffries bringing the 7th place, sorry, the number 7 car into 6th place there. The Conrad Motorsport GT3 Lamborghini Huracan at the end there. Falcon Motorsports, Werner bringing the number 7 Porsche across the line. So the BMW Junior team upholding BMW one of their Verhagen. That was running a little bit stronger earlier on, but it finished 8th overall. The Rutronic Racing Porsche driven by Vidas finishes 9th, and the Ferrari that we said just scraped inside of the top 10 held that position quite well. They were running with the Lamborghini a little bit earlier on, but they managed to do that. Then Krumbach bringing the Lamborghini across the line. Now, interestingly, the just flashed on the timing screen as to which cars are being counted. It's 1, 2, and 4. Nicky Team's car wasn't highlighted from them down. I wonder if that is something. I just wonder if that alludes to what we thought about might. I have a fear, exactly. It's not I'm absolutely not accusing, not second guessing, not trying to speculate. I just have a feeling that sudden gain. It's I don't think for a minute it would have been deliberate. It just would be a miscall, a misunderstanding. But these things can happen. But I've just got a feeling. Oh no, maybe not. I just don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It might be post race anyway.
But talking about Nicky Team, you have to say that, bearing in mind that how quick his final lap was, 7 minutes 58.1. That was on a track that was becoming a little bit greasy with rain falling. Not enough to make the track wet, but to make it different.
Yeah, but as we said, he's bedding himself into these now. He's taking his time. He's waited for the last 5 minutes. I've got an idea how it goes now. Let's see what it will do. It's done. No matter. Let's go forward.
Yes,
stunning last lap, irrespective of whether he holds the position, gains it, what else he's done. I've got to say, to stick that time in at the end, as you say, on an increasingly greasy track, it's pretty impressive.
It certainly is, and again, just worth reiterating, that lap was set on a lap time was set on a lap littered with cars all around the circuit, whereas the best flying lap of the race was set on a track with no interruptions at all. It was just after the Bantai racing car had got into the lead, and Kevin Estre had nothing ahead of him and set 7 minutes 56.0, was precisely 2 seconds quicker than that lap from team, with traffic and slower cars left, right and centre ahead of him. So really good finale, but has there been a transgression? I'll tell you that yet, but we can tell you that Michael Christensen is the first winner of the year for Bantai Racing. The 911 Bantai Racing Porsche shared with Kevin Estre, who started the race, took the lead, and Lars Kurd, who put in a really good end to his stint, if you recall. He suddenly got it back past Fred Machiavicchi's Fricadelli Racing Porsche and stretched the margin to 20-odd seconds before they reported together for their pit stops. So still the cars come in, still the slightly almost comedic tweeting of the pit lane klaxon, but for most of the drivers, of course, you don't see them going into the pits before the start-finish line. They go round the back of the pits on the little Grand Prix loop and then come in the back, the back entrance to the pits, and park up in the paddock. But for all these drivers and teams who were frustrated when the first round was called off, because of snow and lack of visibility and frozen gravel in the gravel traps. Not that there are many gravel traps around the course of the Nordschleife. They got to go racing 3 weeks later. This has been the results, and it's victory for Manthey Racing. Won't have to wait long for round number 3, because the IBAC ADAC ACS Cup is May the 3rd, so really not too far into your calendar. And the good thing is that the racing season is underway now properly in Europe, and it's just good to have people back doing what we like to see them doing and what they like doing, which is racing their cars. And certainly it's good to have it on the Nordschleife as well. So it's been a full day, 4 hours underway on incident. And for long-running fans of the NLS, to see the Opel Manta is still there at the end of the race. We saw it limping back to the pits. We knew it got going all over again. So just waiting to see if there will be any particular elements being notified to us after this race. We do have a question mark. If you're just joining us very, very late in proceedings, with a lap and a half to go, Nicky Team had Frank Stippler right on his tail in the battle for 3rd place, and then at a point on the circuit in which the drivers were running slowly, he put a car between himself, or already had a car between himself and Frank Stippler, and then it was like he did the restart and Frank Stippler didn't. But more looking at the lap time, it seems he might have jumped a little early, but we will see. That is guesswork from the side of the circuit.
You just got me thinking there. You didn't say May the 3rd, did you, for the next round? May the 1st.
Oh, round 3.
Yes.
Yes,
that's the thing. Hang on a minute, because that'll be on a Monday then.
I quite like it. I get tired of working by
making
weekends.
sure we're in the same place at the same time. That's all. It should be quite handy.
Yes, round 3, but to us round 2.
Okay. Yes. May the 1st. Yes. There are reasons I'm thinking that, because I can't race on that day because I'm doing this with you instead. See how we prioritised it? I'd rather be here talking about this than racing cars. How about that? Crikey, I'm getting old, aren't I?
So, dry running throughout, but a little freestyle for the drivers at the end of the race. A trickle of rain, not all the way around the circuit, but for Manthey Racing, didn't bother with their windscreen wipers. They were going quite well enough. And Michael Christensen building on the work. It was started by Kevin Estra, who took the lead from on the opening lap, right at the end of the opening lap. Lars Kern, brilliant stint from him. And then Michael Christensen, a double stint to bring it home. Eventually 16.7 seconds to the good, so a very comfortable win by NLS standards. But again, that's 16 seconds over 4 hours, so still super, super competitive. And as anybody who's competed in the NLS will know, luck can come your way and luck can go the other way. Today it really did look as though it was going against Manthey Racing, but they had just the raw pace to bring the green and yellow 911 through to a dominant victory. Second place Fricadelli Racing, car number 31, and third place the Phoenix Racing. Had 2 Audis in the race. They finished 3rd and 4th. And number 11, the bright green one, is sitting there beneath the podium. So for now, holding on to that 3rd place, but just to raise the point one more time, we do feel there's a slight question mark about how Nicky Team managed to drop Frank Stippler so in such rapid fashion when it still appeared to be a point on the circuit. Again, quite hard to tell from a drone shot or a helicopter shot exactly where the flags were. We were up high, but it did look as though one car went off racing again, the other did not. So we will see. But anyhow, it's still a very strong run from the Phoenix Racing crew to take 3rd and 4th places. So, an awful lot has happened over the course of 4 hours. And we started in bright sunshine, and it was just good to be racing again. And just to reiterate, 147 cars on the entry list. It's great that not just the top cars, all the cars can come out and play on the Nordschleife. It was a difficult year in 2020. We managed to get some racing in, and the season then had to be curtailed. But I suppose one of the successes, the NLS also had a really, really good digital series. So a lot of the drivers kept themselves sharp within that confines, and some now will do it in tandem or in parallel, more to the point, of a real racing world and a digital racing world. But the season is now properly underway for 2021, and the Porsches have laid down the gauntlet. Let's take a look at the provisional results. It's the Manthey Racing Porsche leading victory by nearly 17 seconds from the remaining Fricadelli Racing Porsche. These two cars, 911 and 31, really fought it out at the front. all through the race. The Phoenix Racing Audis gave good chase and they finished in 3rd and 4th places. KCMG with their Porsche, first start of the season for them. Well, first start for everybody because the first round was snowed off, but 5th place for them. Conrad Motorsport rewarded with 6th place for the Jeffries Di Martino Huracan, then Alessio Picariello and Dirk Werner finishing in 7th place. The BMW M6 of the junior team taking 8th. Then Muller and Vidas for Rutronic Racing 9th in their Porsche, and one of the 2 Ferraris, that's the WTM entry from Phoenix Racing, car number 22, finishing up in 10th place overall. Good run from them. But it was the story of the Porsches at the front. Now, let's look just beyond the top 10. 11th place was the first of the Pro-Am runners in the SP9 class, and it was a victory for car number 25 at the end of all that. That's the Huber Motorsport Porsche. Just got ahead really in the final moments after a backwards and forwards race. And the top runner in the AM class in SP9 was Janine Schaffner and Moritz Krantz, 14th place overall in their Get Speed Mercedes. So great to have these classes within the SP9 class. The top car not in SP9 was SP Pro, and that was the car that finished in 15th place overall, with Von Danwitz bringing it to the finish. So we start to get a mix of classes. Top runner in Cup X by just over half a minute was car number 921 in the battle of the KTM crossbows. And going outside the top 20, more runners in the SP9 AM class. Second car in the SP7 class, which was won by Niels Langeveld in 18th place overall, was car number 69. The Klick Verischung team, it's the Porsche Cup class. And again, running well at the front end of that series. H4, car number 606, BMW the Porsche Cup class in 23rd overall. So again, you start to get this mix and blending, but the top car in the what we normally call a GT4 class car was in 24th place overall, winning both SP4T and SP8T, and it was car number 140, and made it a very, very tidy run for the Black Falcon team. Techstar Mercedes looks good on the ground, and it looks very good on the timesheets as well to be sitting that high up the order. But again, what we've seen through the course of today, it really is a case of getting the race miles under your belt. It's also about getting your season underway. It's not just the drivers, it's the mechanics as well. Like the man on the stopwatch or the woman on the stopwatch, not letting the car go too soon. You have a minimum pit stop time, and we saw that transgressed by the car that went on to win the race, but it so easily could have cost them.
Absolutely. You say it's a whole infrastructure. It's so easy to focus, as we said, on SP9 GT3 cars at the front. It's so easy to focus on the driver, and that's just a bit we see in reality. That's all the work behind it. It's rather like the swan on the water, isn't it? It's all that work going on underneath. We see the serene bit at the top. I know it wasn't quite serene for some of these cars, but there is so much behind all this, the infrastructure, and from the organisational side as well, to put this on. You know, we sit there and we talk about cars going out on track, what goes on the pits, what goes in the paddock, all the infrastructure, all that works, the logistics, the strategy, etc. There's so much going on. As you say, you get into a pattern, you get used to it again. We've had a break, we've had the winter break. We had that build-up, and so almost got teased, didn't we, 3 weeks ago, of here we are, and it was a snowman in the pit lane, quite literally, and then it's cancelled as we got started, and then all of a sudden we're here. So everybody's got to get back into the swing of it again.
Well, apparently even right at the very end, apparently in the last few meters, we lost the number 45 CP Racing Mercedes. So plenty to be looking at when one analyses this race, but really looking forward to seeing some highlights, because it was super competitive right from the start. So really bad news there for Putman, Foster and Chris Dudulu. But it's been a day of huge fun. And really, for me, it's about getting the season started, getting it all working. And there's nothing like racing. You can test as much as you want. Not that that's easy these days, but it's about when the flag drops and you've got 4 hours to have the incidents, avoid the incidents, preferably, rather than have them, and keep your nose clean in a series that just is so competitive at the very front end. And sometimes that takes the edge off what we're not getting to see further down in the order, where we've got classes with sort of 16, 18 cars in them. And particularly if they're one-make classes, they can be super competitive. And, you really need to watch the race many times over with as many camera angles as you can possibly get to do justice to all of those classes, but to each and every crew that's managed to come away with a win in their class today. They've got the season rolling in style, and hopefully that they'll have stuff that they can build on. But it's been good. And again, you look at the entry list, 147 cars coming out to play. Just looking down the list, sometimes you go, good grief, I had no idea. Back down there, that person was even taking part. There's so much to take in, which is already just a fun thing to be doing.
Well, we've said this one of the great things I love about motorsport is how quickly it, as an industry, we, the people involved in it, adapt so well. And you look at this now, 147 cars, infrastructure, organisers, racing, etc. What pandemic? What do you do? We adapt, we move on. We said this time last year there was a template to it of how to go racing, and they did. And a year on, we've had snow, first round, but here we are. It's brilliant. They've just adapted. We're on it. You wouldn't think there's anything going on out in the real world. There is obviously something very seriously. We have to take all the appropriate measures to do that. But we've adapted, we as an industry and the world. And it's great to be getting a little bit back to normal again.
No, it really is. So it's been enormous fun. But I can't just keep reiterating this, but I sort of want to, because, yes, last year was really difficult. The VLN set standards that enabled racing series with far fewer entries. They don't have 120 entries to go racing around the world. And the fact is, they worked. We're back here for another season with a much enlarged field. And it really is just an accolade for everybody. And I think many of these drivers compete all around the world in all sorts of racing series. Those are the drivers at the front end, and those in the lower class cars, this is their race series, and this is what they do and concentrate on. And this, therefore, is their gold standard. And this is what they come and do the racing for. Some of them have been doing it for 20 years because they just love it. And why wouldn't you? Once a month to go and have a thrash around the best, most challenging racing circuit in the world. And that's why this series has run for decades and just goes from strength to strength. And I think when you've got teams with the caliber of Manti Racing and Fricadelli Racing, you've got a really high standard at the front end. And we were missing a few teams this weekend. You have calendar clashes, particularly in 2021. The seasons are being compressed. People have pushed their opening rounds back a little bit. There are calendar clashes that ordinarily would have been avoided. But you take what you take. And some of the drivers are competing literally in a couple of races per weekend. So for now, we've put the first marker on the board. Round one, of course, went west. The snow came. We couldn't even see the west or the east. We couldn't even see the Schloss above Nürburgring village. But we have got it underway. And I think everyone should be really, really proud of what went before. Not to forget, there was some absolutely cracking racing. I would take my hat off. Kevin Estra, end of the first lap, 2 wheels properly on the grass. And you think only 2 sidewalls on the grass. But anyway, it was at almost maximum velocity, made the move stick and took the lead. And thereafter, it was all about those 2 teams. Fricadelli tried to hang on. And every time Manti Racing started to make its escape, then, of course, it got roped back in again, got hauled back in.
They threw something back at it, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah. Even that curveball we just did not see coming of the stop-go penalty, to the point that it caught us out completely of what it has pitted. What is it pitted for? It can't. Was it a tyre change? It clearly hadn't refueled, and we were second guessing all the time. Did it even stop? It was that efficient. It must have been a very short stop-go penalty, just possibly not even 10 seconds. But perhaps we just missed it.
It gained about. Well, it's always quite hard to tell what people have gained in the pits. It gained a handful of seconds, but as we said, coming into the pit lane, slowing right down, stopping for maybe only 2 seconds, and then get going again. You've lost 30 seconds.
30 seconds. That's the point exactly. That's what we've always sort of said, that a 10-second stop and go penalty is actually a 30-second deficit. That's what you look at, because that's the slowing down, picking up, as you say, and also it's the rhythm it breaks. And again, we've mentioned this so many times during this race, the mentality, how it affects a driver of. You've got to not be worried about that. It's happened. There's no point in, team members don't make mistakes deliberately. It's a team effort. Why would that happen? It's a stopwatch. It's an error. Don't worry about it. You've just got to get in, serve it, get out there and do your job. The important bit is getting it back. And Manti proved that today, that, every bit of inopportunity, luck, stop, go, we'll put that under a different banner if you like, was thrown at them. It was clearly from the outset, it was the car that had the pace to win the race. no question about it. But outside of making no mistakes, and that's to their credit, to all the drivers in the car and the crew there and strategists, keeping a cool head. That's why Manthey have done this. That's why Manthey win 24-hour races, never mind 4-hour races, because when in adversity, they haven't buckled. They've pulled through. Okay, reset again. Doesn't matter. Stop, go, out we go again. Do it again. And that's the mark of champions. That's why people like this win races.
Entirely so. And it's also about having a really, really good lineup across all three, or in some cases, all four of your drivers. One driver having a few moments or mishaps, it can cost you at this level. But it was exemplary.
Yeah.
From Christensen, who brought it home doing a double stint. Lars Kern, really good end to his stint, and the start of the stint, first part of the race. We're going to see the highlights very soon, and you'll get to see precisely what Kevin Estre got up to. But, you know, a couple of positions handed to him at first corner. The first corner of a 4-hour race, a few cars ran a little bit too wide. Didn't want to go wide at all. Sometimes you're trying to make space for someone up the inside, but he grabbed those positions, and from second place, that wasn't good enough. First was the only place he wanted to be. And Estre, great move to take the lead of the race. But it was about Manthey racing this weekend.
But it's that balance again of in a driver's mind of what Estre did there. As you say, it's not one at the first corner. There is only one lap you need to be leading, that very last one, as we said. And it's a few people ran wide, but he took the opportunity.
Well, it seems a long time ago, but it was sunny at the start of the race, and the first hiccup was that the pole starting Porsche from Fricadelli Racing with Fred Machiavicchi on board did not want to get underway, and it finally got going just before the last of the lead group of cars. There are 3 groups of cars that got going. Then the start of the race, it seemed a very long hold on the red. Then we got the greens coming on, and for the pole starting car, all fine and dandy, but go down to the first corner, and with the Manthey Racing car challenging on the outside of the circuit, the second Fricadelli Porsche ran too deep into turn 1. There was a general shuffling with the WTM Ferrari getting up into 4th place, the Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport trying to regain ground. And here's the move of the race around the outside. Those 2 wheels are definitely on the grass. The kink at the end of the opening lap, and that was Kevin Estre into the lead of the race, and then side-by-side contact. It happened through the course of the race at several times. But at that point, that was a bit of bad luck that didn't fall in the path of Manthey Racing. And Kevin Estre was able to build his advantage. But there had been a moment where there was a yellow flag on the circuit, a slow zone, and suddenly in one lap he lost 8 seconds of his advantage. That put the Fricadelli Porsche number 31 back onto his tail. And then it was how you handled the traffic. And there was traffic everywhere for these drivers as they tried to pick their way around the course. There were changes of position, but almost always the flow was the Manthey Racing Porsche getting back into the lead of the race. The WTM Ferrari went well, and unfortunately for Nick Tandi, a puncture somewhere right towards the end of the lap. Look, the carcass is it just left as he entered the pit lane, and there was fire. And unfortunately, there was too much damage to that car. It didn't look too bad from the outside, but clearly from the pit lane, it was too much. And then it was the case of the Manthey Racing Porsche escaping again. Kevin Estre handed over to Lars Kern. Lars Kern did the job. The Phoenix Racing Porsches really enjoyed a good bit of battling. Super close. Wonderful fighting between the green one, which would come home in 3rd place, and the sister car number 5 that had to make do his 4th. But as you could see, there was no quarter given between them. And all the way towards the finish of the race, it was the Manthey Racing Porsche out front. Eventually, nearly 17 seconds to good. We thought it was safe for 2nd place, but only just. Fricadelli just under a second clear of the charging Nicky team on the final lap. Got it down to 0.9 of a second with a massive charge. But first victory of the season goes to Manthey Racing. It's been a while, and as the day started brightly, it's ending quite grey with a little bit of rain in the air. But we've got 4 hours of racing under our belt. We're coming back on the first weekend of May to do it all over again. What the weather gods will throw at us, I cannot tell you, but there'll be probably more cars in the field as we start to build up, ramp it up through the course of this season. And for me, Bruce Jones, and for Peter Snowden, it's been a fun, proper start to the season, Peter.
It has. It's had everything. It's been absolutely brilliant. And as ever, Bruce, a privilege to not only cover this and be able to do this and sit in these seats in the jump seat next to you and do this, but it's a pleasure to work with you as ever, and a privilege.
Well, none of that at all. It's been absolute great fun. We love doing it, Peter, because it there's so much variety. You can never, ever say an LLS round is predictable. There are too many variables, and that's why you feel if you look away from the timing screen to the monitor and vice versa, you're going to miss something. And thanks to the people out around the circuit and in race control who keep firing us messages. We try to read as many as we possibly can, but again, take your eye off the screen. That is pretty much it. So round one, effectively for us, has now been completed. It was supposed to be round two. It became the opening round, and that's the NLS season underway for 2021. Please do come and join us next time, the 1st of May. That's goodbye from us, and thank you.
Der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie wurde Ihnen präsentiert von Falkenreifen.